trying to find that one cryptocurrency that I can really attach myself to, that, and it's not Moonrunner, by the way, that's my own platform. That's just a placeholder until I get moving on some of the other windows here. But just trying to attach myself to a cryptocurrency that I really want to study through and through. I want to know everything there is to know about this cryptocurrency, and I want to watch it grow. I want to grow with it. I'm going to continue adding more to it. So I found that cryptocurrency. I found the one that I absolutely truly believe in, and you're going to hear a lot more about from me over the coming weeks and months. Okay, I bought 15,000 coins last night of this cryptocurrency, and I am an absolute firm believer. Now, coin I'm talking about is Cardano, ADA.
If it's bull or bear, I don't care. It's quite a rough ride, just like life. But I'm kinda patient, 'cause only time will tell. It's gonna go up, so you better stay calm. You gotta grow your coins. Grow your coins. Grow your coins. Grow your coins. You gotta grow your coins. 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 You gotta grow your coins. 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 You gotta grow your coins.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about two other security measures that you'll likely be choosing from, especially as you're getting access to crypto exchanges and wallets and things of that nature. And that's Google Two-Factor Authenticator and SMS. Now, right off the bat, I'm going to tell you, never use SMS, okay? SMS is a system whereby if you're trying to access your account on an exchange, you'll input your cell phone number and it will send you a PIN code to your cell phone, okay? Like a little text message, an SMS message. And you'll have to input that PIN code into the exchange to open your account. Why is this a problem? Because it sounds pretty good, but it's not. Because what is known to happen, and has happened to me, is you can get what is called SIM ported. And what happens is, whether there's somebody that works on the inside of a phone company or not, okay, I don't know exactly how they're pulling these off, but they're still doing them. You can look up Michael Turpin sues AT&T. You can Google that, and that'll give you an idea, because this happened to him. It happened to me shortly after, and I did a whole video on it. Where I recorded the customer support representatives telling me that I was basically crazy for thinking it was possible, until I finally got somebody on the phone who said, yeah, this happened this morning, and so forth and so on, and obviously didn't get the memo to keep hush hush. So I recorded the whole thing, turned it into a YouTube video that's still up today. You can hear my panic and my emotion in that, let's just say. So this is one of the reasons why I'm spending more time on security with you than others might, because I know firsthand how big of a deal all this stuff is, and I'm not telling you this stuff to fill up time. Let's put it that way. So anyway, SMS is, if somebody were to SIM port you, they're ultimately calling the cell phone company and they're saying, hey, I want to change my phone number. I want to put my phone number onto another phone I just got. And so what happens is they transfer the phone number from your SIM card on your phone to another SIM card on their phone. And then once that's complete, they can go to your exchange account and they can log in and do all sorts of things. And then when it sends that SMS code, well, now it's going to your phone number on their phone. Ping, ping, ping. They put it in and they get access to your account. You don't want that. What you want is you want a Google Authenticator instead. So when you're given the option, I would highly encourage somebody to use Google Authenticator. You can get it on Android or iOS. And ultimately what happens is it's very, very easy to use. I thought about turning this into a tutorial. I can, if you guys need me to, just let me know in a comment or something. But ultimately, you download the app. And when you're in the exchange and it says, would you like to set up Google two-factor? You click yes, and it'll give you a QR code. And you'll open up the Google Authenticator app and you'll click this little box down here. So you can see the little X and the pencil over here. You'll click that little X and it'll open up your camera. And with your camera, you're ultimately going to basically it's automatically going to focus itself on that QR code, and then boom, you're going to see a number pop up, and that number, like the 163612, that is going to be your code. Well, what happens is that changes like every 10 seconds. So if you do not have that authenticator app, you cannot access that account. And so, because it changes constantly. All right. I remember the first time I had seen something like this was when a relative, or actually it was a friend of mine, worked for Procter & Gamble, and they had these little keychains that basically did the same thing if they want access to whatever they had access to. And so that was a pretty big deal. And so that is the number one thing. Now, the other thing that I'm going to tell you is that you want to make backups of these QR codes. Now, this is something I never see, and this is something that I've always done, is especially if you're going to be trading large sums. Maybe this is a little extreme for some people, but ultimately you want to write down the backups that you're given, because you're going to get a little backup key. You want to write that down. Make sure you label what website it's for, okay? And then I always take a picture of that QR code, and I take a picture of that QR code on a device like an iPod that never touches the internet ever, and it sits in a safety deposit box, and I don't touch it, and that's it. It's a backup for all accounts in case something should go wrong, because sometimes what will happen is your phone or your device, if your battery starts to wear down or it starts to get a little weird, you might realize that your authenticator app doesn't work, and you're like, oh my gosh, this doesn't work anymore. What's going on? Well, it's more likely that your battery is running low and the time clock in your phone or your device is not keeping up to date properly, at which point you need to resync your time and then try your Google Authenticator code again, and then it should work. Nobody ever talks about these things. It drives me insane. I've had to learn all this stuff myself the hard way. So hopefully this helps you moving in the future. But yeah, Google Authenticator is primo, and so is having a YubiKey. I would always stay away from SMS because it never seems to create anything but trouble. And as a matter of fact, a lot of exchanges are starting to discontinue use of SMS for that same reason. All right, so now we're going to talk about cryptocurrency wallets. Now, this is an important topic because ultimately this is exactly what you're going to use to store your cryptocurrencies. And there are a lot of different variables associated with crypto wallets. The two prime categories of a cryptocurrency wallet are hot wallets or cold wallets. Now, the difference between the two is a hot wallet can be basically any wallet that is regularly connected to the internet, such as a MetaMask for like Ethereum, a NAMI wallet for Cardano. And there are, every blockchain typically has its own branded hot wallet. A hot wallet is generally something that it's stored in your web browser. It's something you access, you kind of download as an extension to Chrome, or what I prefer to use, Brave, and any other browser for that matter. But they're ultimately connected to the internet all the time. And ultimately, they're far more dangerous to use than a cold wallet. A cold wallet is generally a hardware wallet, okay? So, a hardware wallet, it looks like something like this. You've got different ledgers, you've got Trezor, different ones. And I'm going to go over those in the next lectures. But ultimately, what I also tell people is you can download, let's say you're wanting to get active in Ethereum blockchain trading or what have you. you can download MetaMask, and then you can ultimately keep your keys completely separate. So, you can download like your JSON file or other files associated with MetaMask or just your seed phrase. And you can do that and log out of the wallet entirely. And it's still all there, right? Or if you have your MetaMask, if you want to use a hot wallet on a computer, but you don't want it to be quote unquote a hot wallet, I would advise using a computer that not necessarily an old junky computer, because you want it to be functional. You don't want to make mistakes because the computer glitched or whatever. But ultimately, to use a computer that you don't use for anything else, you don't use it for internet browsing, you don't use it to be clicking around in emails or any of that, and then keep that computer disconnected from the internet, ultimately turning that hot wallet into more of a cold wallet. And that's just something that, I do myself with, different play wallets and things. And so, yeah, I mean, that's primarily the difference is, one is connected to the internet quite a bit, and then, or if not 24/7, which I don't recommend for anybody, especially on a computer you use on a regular, and then a hardware wallet, such as a little device that keeps track of your keys and so forth. And we are live. It takes a little bit, like a minute or so for people to stream in. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I am the Crypto Crow. I am here, excitedly so, with Sean Patrick Flannery, writer, actor, producer, the guy does it all. And Sean Patrick Flannery, welcome. I'm so happy to have you.
Thanks for having me, brother. Appreciate the kind words, man.
I have to be honest. Flipping through Amazon Prime, and just the kind of the start of all of this. My wife and I are constantly looking for stuff to watch at night, and we're flipping through Amazon Prime, and I see Born a Champion listed on there, and I'm like, oh, cool, fight movie, right? I've got an MMA background. I was a promoter for 6 years, and did a lot of that. And my wife chuckles like, oh, great, here we go. By the end of the movie, we were both crying like babies. Okay. So I don't think another film has taken me the way this film did in over a decade. And I'm not kidding. This has to have been one of the most important projects of your career to date.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that without reservation. This is something that I wrote, way back in 2007, and it incorporates every important part of my world. And it's something that I wanted to put as authentically and as delicately as I could on the screen. So it's, I mean, at the end of the day, there's, every job you do, you want to put your heart into, but there's not a bigger part of my world and my heart in any film. It doesn't even come close as to this film. This is, this is one of those things that, I hope one day, my kids are proud enough to say, hey, my dad made this movie. And there's people that are gonna love you whatever you do, and there's people that are gonna hate you whatever you do.
Absolutely.
So I guess if I have to pick teams, I'm gonna go with the love team, man. I've had a lot of kind words about the film. I've made a lot of people angry about the film, believe it or not.
What?
I wish I could tell you different, but my social media inbox, there's made some people angry. There's a lot of things about the films that I far outweighed by the good and the love. So, I mean, I'm tickled and I'm flattered, but the story, the message, all of that is something that I believe in from the deepest part of my heart. So I appreciate you watching. I appreciate you digging it, man.
I more than dig it, and I've had so many people that I know watch the movie. I've talked about this now a few times on my channel. Now, obviously, I'm more of a cryptocurrency kind of channel, but I like to share things that impact me on an emotional level. I like to share things. I watch this movie, and I always tell my viewers, I'm all about passion to profit. You find something that you're extremely passionate about, and with the belief that you deserve the promising rewards that may come with it, and you'll fight through the struggles, and you'll get there, you'll make it. It's a lot of trial and error, ebbs and flows, ups and downs. Your career, on the other hand, has been pretty solid, and so I look at what you've done, and I think this movie is a culmination of everything you've experienced, everything, like just your position in film. It did not even resonate with me until yesterday that you were in Boondock Saints, right? Which like when I'm watching Born a Champion, and that thought never even crossed my mind, but I knew I remembered you from something and I couldn't place it. And then I find out you were Powder, the movie that had me crying like every time you were on screen. And I'm thinking to myself, there's a pattern here. Is this guy just an emotionally driven actor? I mean, like, what? I'm curious what makes you pick the roles that you do. Now, obviously, Born a Champion is something this is a passion project, like you said, from 2007 that you wrote, you co-wrote the screenplay, you led in it, everything. But other roles that you've taken, what kind of drives your decision to take on these roles? Because they just happen to be three of my favorite films ever.
Well, I'll give you a little insight as to the wizard behind the curtain. And I'm sure you can understand this from a business point of view. I've never been a marquee player. I've never been an actor whose name warrants multiple offers from every film. I've always been a sort of a blue collar working actor. And I know from outsiders, looking into the industry, if you've seen somebody that even did one film, most people out there think, oh, obviously he lives in Beverly Hills, he has $5 billion in the bank, and he's just turning down movies left and right. That couldn't be further from the truth. I've been a working actor since I first started. And at the end of the day, there are three reasons, myself and the vast majority of other artists, actors that I know out there, that you do a film. You either do it because the material is overwhelmingly mind-blowing. You do it because there's amazing people involved, or you do it because there's a shitload of money. And oddly enough, you'd love to have two out of the three, but even that's rare. You do it usually because one. I'll be honest with you. At my level, and I'm certainly there are A-listers that get to pick and choose. They can say, hey, I want to do that script, and suddenly it gets funded, and you get a job, and you're off to the races. But for me, if you get an amazing script, most of those jobs, they pay scale, and scale is less than I made as a waiter. Just to give you an analogy. Absolutely. I think scale is $2,500 a week. But after all of your fees, you can cut that by, obviously, you can remove 60% of that off the top. So, when I'm thinking, when I was out in LA waiting tables at TGI Fridays, I had, $6,000 months in cash. So, that's LA table waiting. Coming from Texas, I was filthy rich waiting tables. I had no idea that you could make that amount of money waiting tables, but Texas was a different thing. But so whenever you look at it that way, the better the script, usually the less money that you're going to get offered. But if Martin Scorsese called me and said, hey, Flannery, I want you to do this movie. I'm not going to pay you anything, and I'm not going to let you read the script. Well, what do you think I'd say? I'd say, yes, sir. When do you want me there, and where is there? Right. And I would get on a plane. Having said that, if I read a script that was obviously something that touched a nerve, I would want there to be a well-seasoned director, but there is a degree where it's so good, it almost doesn't matter. And you would do that for free. The other portion is like, it's a decent script, but holy shit, they're backing up a Brinks truck, which to me, that Brinks truck is about the size of a Hot Wheel car. It's not a full-size Brinks truck. So there's various reasons you do it. I'd love to tell you that I get my choice and I can choose, but for the film Powder, I mean, I had a campaign for that. I read that, I fell in love with it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that could be a career-changing film, which it ended up being, not in the way that I anticipated, but
in what way? The scene where you grab the deer and then grab the guy that shot it and transfer all the fear and everything. Oh my, that melted me. It absolutely melted me. But
well, I appreciate it. And I'm incredibly proud of that movie. To me, those are the roles why you get into the business. You get into the role, you pack up everything that you own and you drive 3,000 miles away from what you know and you understand and your home to end up hopefully getting a role like Powder, in my opinion. And so I campaigned for that. I know they went through a laundry list of big names. And that's also one of the ways of Hollywood, eventually, if enough people turn it down, it goes down to the people that actually auditioned for the role. And, luckily enough, I got an opportunity to do that. As I said, it was one of the most pure, wonderful, organic, artistic experiences of my career. I won't go into a lot of backstory, but there was a lot of controversy about that whenever the film came out. So essentially I got kind of blackballed after that film for a while. You can go on a Google search and look at it, but it to this day, it's still nothing has tarnished that experience for me. There are a lot of things that came out about that I was completely unaware of. I found out that the day of the premiere, I looked out and I saw all these people holding signs, and I thought they were fans celebrating. Yeah, they ended up being people with picket signs protesting something, and it definitely altered the course of my career, and not in a positive way. It was before the internet, so yeah, you can look into it. But I'm still, to this day, I think it's a wonderful film. I wish more people had seen it. I'm incredibly proud of it.
I've seen the movie several times, and I've always loved that movie. I can't even imagine what anybody, I guess it's a good thing it didn't come out today then, right?
Well,
it was, it'd probably be worse now.
Well, it actually had nothing to do with the actual movie. It just had to do with something extraneous from the actual final product. It's something that I was completely unaware of as well. But
wow.
At the end of the day, it is what it is. I don't regret having done it. Films like that, like I said, they're why you get into the business,
right?
Yeah. And I'm grateful to have had like a couple of those, but the vast majority, they're you have a family. You have to provide for your family.
Right.
If I only did films that I was in love with, I'd have done 5 films in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
And that's just the truth. I know that's not to say that I agree to do things that I think are abysmal, but there's somewhere in between. You're like, okay, if we cast it right, and if we make choices along the way, maybe we could elevate this. And, there's a lot of variables that go into filmmaking, a lot of things that you can screw up, a lot of things that you can sometimes attempt to band-aid or correct.
Right.
But, that's the choice in navigating a career based on artistic choices. And, hey, I have bills to pay,
Well, luckily, you at least got Boondock Saints and then the sequel. And those are 2 films that I'm gonna be very blunt. I loved the first one a little more, but a friend of mine who when I was growing up, 18 years old, I was bouncing in bars, and a friend of mine, he ended up moving up to becoming a really, really good jiu-jitsu player, MMA fighter, ended up fighting for me when I was a promoter, and he recently passed away like a month ago. And literally, like, kind of, I don't want to say at his prime, but at a very, very good record, was still competitive. And his favorite movie was Boondock Saints. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure he modeled his style, his fashion sense, his attitude, just the way he was, whether it was natural or what, but he could have been in Boondock. He could have been the third brother. So the fact that watching Born a Champion, realizing, oh my gosh, you're from Boondock Saints as well, and then thinking about Mojo, it's such an emotional thing. Now, one of the things that I read recently about Born a Champion is that the love story that was what I found like pivotal to a large degree in the film was actually looked at as potentially not making it, that they wanted to add more fights and less of the love story.
Well, interestingly enough, there's in order to get a film like this financed, you have to sell the idea of it. And, there are a lot of what I think are antiquated views of storytelling. And, a lot of people think, okay, well, is it a fight film or is it a love story? If it's a fight film, we need less love and more fighting. If it's a love story, we need less fighting and more love. I come from the concept of good, in the same respect as music. I don't really stick to a certain genre. I stick to good. I mean, there are things in country music that move me to tears. There are things in old school, soft, new wave that move me to tears. There are things in classic rock that move me away from zero. There's something in every genre. And in that sense, I look at a script. When I read a script or story, I just look at the speedometer. Where did it take me? I don't really go in to go, well, it didn't have enough of that and enough of that. It either took you there or it didn't. And in my opinion, when I wrote the story, I didn't really try to design it for a specific marketplace. I didn't try and think, well, I'm going to hit these notes because these are sellable notes. I tried to tell a story that I thought was worth telling. And in that respect, sometimes, you have, people that want a little bit of a more formulaic approach, and they want more spinning hook kicks,
I will say that this movie was so jarring in good ways, but my wife and I get a kick out of each other when we're watching something and we can predict what's coming or what's going to happen. It was impossible with this movie because things would happen and you're like, oh God, no. Oh no, that's no. And it was like that through the whole thing. Nothing was predictable down to literally the last minutes, and gosh, just what a damn good movie, dude.
Man, I appreciate it, brother. No, I really appreciate it, man.
So there's so much. Now this, to be honest, there were parts where my wife and I, because I know a lot of people, right? And for a minute, I actually thought that this movie could have potentially been about somebody I know. And because there were so many similarities, and his last name's Kelly, and I'm thinking, is this based on a true story or what? Because he goes back to the, and it comes out, okay, I get it. I had to look it up and like, okay, this isn't based solely on a specific person, but man, some of the similarities were uncanny. But this actually, one of the things that I actually learned is I didn't realize that MMA, to some degree, started in Dubai. That's been going on since before the UFC, because you and I apparently had the same reaction to UFC 1 when we saw it when we were younger, and we were like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. This is craziness. But this started before that.
Yeah, I wanted to really trace accurately the lineage of how what we know of as MMA now used to be called NHB, no holds barred, which meant you and you go, and that was the sum total of the rules, which I thought was pure and very real. At our core, I think what we want to know is, like, if those two dudes met in an alley, what would happen? Right. Which one would walk out? The more rules you apply, the less that really ends up being true. So I mean, I understand, coming from a civilized society, how we need to, we need to make ourselves feel good about this test. But I really wanted to show its origins, how it started, and it did start. I have people that send me messages, I love the movie, but why did he fight in a gi in the beginning? It's like, because in the beginning, people wore the traditional attire from the martial art they represented. That's what happened. It wasn't until much later that they thought, let's strip all this off. I don't want anybody grabbing. I don't want anybody touching. And with the rule system, but because that's how it was. And most of the players were older because anybody that was that good at a martial art had to have spent a lot of years perfecting it and mastering it. There were no 19-year-old experts at any martial art because most people got into it, later in life.
Right.
So, there are a lot of things that for a younger fan of MMA may not make sense, but if you go back to the roots, it all tracks pretty congruently.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember, I'm pretty sure it was Hoist Gracie fought, well, he obviously fought in his whole gi, but didn't he fight a guy that wore one boxing glove? I don't know if you remember that.
Art Jimerson. Art Jimerson wore one boxing glove, yes. And he thought, okay, I want to be able to crack without breaking a fist, but I want to be able to grab
you, yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because
Art Jimerson.
Yes, your memory is much better than mine, sir. The older I get, the more my memory goes away. I only have so much room. But yeah, watching some of the old days of the UFC, I mean, some of those fights, like Hoist and Frank or Ken, it went like 3 hours, I think, or was it Sakuraba? I can't remember. One of those fights went for hours, and it's like, okay, I'll turn this off and go eat and come back. But listen, I can't stress enough to everybody out there. I mean, man, woman, sports lover, the love story in Born a Champion really did kind of make me feel like Rocky and Adrian to a degree. It was very just, it added so much to the film. I couldn't even imagine the movie being the same without it. So I'm very glad it all made the cut. Because listen, I'm a 7-foot monster. Okay, I'm a huge dude. I've got lots of tattoos, but I love a good love story. I love The Notebook. I love all that stuff. And I'm a bit of a fighter if I need to be, and I consider myself very well-rounded. And this movie just captured everything in such a brilliant way that if every single person that sees this video does not run out and watch this movie, they are truly cheating themselves.
That's flattering as hell, bro. That's flattering as hell, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not easily impressed by movies anymore, man. So I mean, that comes straight from the heart, and it's as real as it gets.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
I've got a question for you, just to entertain the audience a little bit. How familiar are you with blockchain, with cryptocurrency?
Well, I could not explain how the fuck it works to save my life, but I did. If anybody out there believes in curses of one kind or another, I've got a little bit of a financial curse on me. I actually bought some Bitcoin.
Okay.
I want to say,
you bought it
guessing. No, I bought it incredibly low. This will give you an idea of how long. I bought it through, my wallet was called, I believe, Dwala, and I bought it through Mt. Gox.
Mount Gox.
Mount Gox. That's how, MCGOX.
Yes.
And as you know, they got destroyed, but
right.
I would have had a considerable amount of liquid right now if that hadn't gone upside down. Having said that,
they're sending that back. They're repaying everybody still, I think, aren't they? Aren't you a part of that?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I still have my code words and everything.
You might want to double check on that, brother, because I know that through the courts they've been issuing repayments back to everybody that lost on that for years now. Are
you sure?
Yeah, how many Bitcoins do you have there?
Well, brother, we should talk offline because I mean, I'll give you my codes and my passwords. You can look into this if you know anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's common knowledge to a lot of people. It's in the news all the time, man. You need to get your money back.
Yeah,
we'll talk about it and see what I can do.
We'll talk about it. Anyway, after that, I bought Bitcoin. I have 3 cryptocurrencies. I have Litecoin, LTC. I have Ethereum, and I have Bitcoin. I don't have a ton of it.
So you've got first generation, a copy of the first generation, and then second generation crypto. You're missing one. You're missing the third generation.
No idea what it is.
We're gonna get you into Cardano. That's what you need to start picking up. No, not financial advice, But Cardano is the third generation that's going to change the world, man.
Whenever you're talking about generations, you've already lost me. Now I'll give you. I'll tie this to MMA for you.
Okay.
There is a forum called the MMA Underground.
Right. Yes, I'm familiar
with the MMA Underground. There was a thread long ago, like I'm saying 10 years ago, maybe, 10 or 11, 12, whenever Bitcoin first came out. And you could probably archive this thread where they were talking this thing about Bitcoin, everybody buy. That's when I bought Bitcoin for the first time. Forgot about it until the whole Mount, I guess you're saying, Gox and the Dwala thing went upside down. And that's when I repurchased, when I saw, holy shit, how much these things are worth now.
Yeah.
So it was because of a thread on a fight forum that somebody was talking about investing in this. And that's when I invested. And the thread was talking about, Mount Gox. It was talking about, because I still lived at, so it had to be maybe at the latest 12, maybe at the latest 2012. At the latest.
Okay. Listen. You're probably
making you as angry as it makes
now, and you don't even realize it. Hey, if you cash out a few $1 billion and you come up with another movie and you need a 7-foot ogre, just let me know. So if we're looking at all times, back in 2012, Bitcoin was less than, 2013 it was $135 and it went up substantially more than that. So I'm guessing you probably bought some Bitcoin at like $30 a piece, something around there.
No, I bought it at right around 100. So that should tell you make 90 something bucks.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah.
Yep. And it's what, 50,000 today?
It's 48.6 right now.
Yeah.
So we
brother,
broke 50 and pulled back a little bit. So yeah, it's coming back. Yeah, we got to get you your Bitcoin because they were sued and they, there was an ongoing court case and it's been going on for years, and they've been making redemptions to people that basically lost Bitcoin and things like that due to the hack and what have you. So there's some chance that you've got some money sitting in there you don't even know. So yeah, good thing you did this whole interview, man. So, and then once we get that for you, we got to get it and get a little bit of that and put it into Cardano so that you're ready for the next generation, because that's, everybody calls me King Cardano. I'm a bull. I've been basically bullish on it since it was 13 cents several years ago, and it's closing in on $1. And I predicted it could very easily hit, $5 to $8, maybe even more by the end of this year. So, anytime moving forward, you ever have questions on blockchain, anything of that nature, just let me know. I'm more than here for you. Anything new coming up? Or anything that you can say, I guess, that everybody should be looking forward to?
As it sits right now, I'm in Canada. I'm here to shoot a TV show that's on Amazon Prime. This will be their third season. And it's about superheroes.
No, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you going to be...
I can't say anything.
Can I say it? Can I say something? Can I speculate?
You can speculate, which I will remain completely composed.
If you're gonna be on The Boys, I'm gonna lose my shit. Because that's one show that we watch and I love, and I would love to, dude. You would be so great for this.
That's a good show, man. That's a good show. That's a very good show.
It's a very, very good show indeed, and I'm afraid it may have just gotten a lot better. So that's exciting. Because the way things ended in the last season, just speculating if this were to be the case, yeah, man, that's going to be big. So if you end up on The Boys, hypothetically speaking, and you end up Bitcoin rich again, that would be a really good year for you.
Man, I'll tell you, I have, if I look right here on the MMA Underground, let me see if I can actually bring up the thread, Bitcoin investing experiment, ask me anything. No, that was started in, let's see when that first started. That came around in 13. Yep, 12, 13. This is the thread right here.
Oh my goodness. Old school. Wow,
2013.
so you were like you were an earlier adopter than probably most people on YouTube today.
But here's the thing. Even then, I mean, just from being a part of the forum, there were some guys that I thought, these people are incredibly smart.
Oh yeah.
It is a collective of some interesting minds.
Mm-hmm.
And reading these threads, I thought, this person is far more intellectual as far as math and how blockchain operates, and started talking about fiat and things that I understand,
mm-hmm.
and the problems with current currency and international markets. And it does make a lot of sense. The drawback I saw was, well, I don't know that any government is going to be parading or holding up something that they have zero control over. So that is a little bit of volatility. But it did seem like, if you can harvest this, but there is a finite amount of anything, what I do know is that if there is a finite amount of something, demand will increase and it will go up. And
right.
So I did buy some on that alone. And I couldn't tell you that I understand, the algorithm that is Bitcoin,
mm-hmm.
but it intrigues the shit out of me. And, as an early adopter with the whole, what I thought was Mt. Gox, the whole Mt. Gox thing, when it went upside down and everything kind of vanished,
mm-hmm.
it did scare me, but I went back onto that thread because I wasn't like daily looking at the thread.
Mm-hmm.
And this was when I repurchased, I want to say I repurchased at, what was it? Maybe 5 years ago, it went down to like $4,000.
Right. Well, it just came down about 4,000. That was December of 2018, I think.
Yeah. Then it went up to 19,
right.
and then it crashed again. It crashed again.
So
it was before it went up to 19.
Oh, okay.
When it was, before it went up to 19,
like
because I bought it. I bought it at about 4, and it went up, and I was like, whoa! And then it went all the way back down, and now it's on the rise again. So I never touched it. I mean, I got my Coinbase app here where I definitely look at my Coinbase and I go, oh, okay, here, this is what it's doing. But if I were to tell you that I understand if, what, where, and why, I don't.
Well,
It seemed like an ingenious prospect.
I'll tell you a couple things real quick, just so maybe you understand things a little bit better. It is a cycle right now, because as adoption continues to add to it, it goes up and down, right? But what a lot of people thought, they Bitcoin, isn't that stuff that dropped like 85% and was a total sham? What people don't realize is it went up over 1,600% from the previous low before it dropped 85. And it does that pretty much every 4 years. And so, it started at pennies, went up to 20 grand. Now it's at 50, may very well break 250,000 by the end of this year. And then it'll probably come back down, again, maybe not as much as it is normal because of all the institutions that have been investing into it. A lot of big corporations are putting, 5% of their treasury into Bitcoin, hedging it against the deflation of the US dollar. So we're seeing a lot more big corporations buying it and holding it and accumulating more, which is pushing the value up because the demand is going up with the retail market. There are more people holding it, so there's less available supply on exchanges. So now that's Bitcoin. Then you have Ethereum, which is kind of like Bitcoin, but it added smart contracts. Okay, so that was like second generation. Third generation is basically taking everything that was wrong with the second generation, fixing it, expanding on it, and making it better, more scalable, more interoperable, and more secure. That's why I've been such a bullish Cardano freak for years now. So we'll get you educated on the blockchain stuff, and see what we can do to help you get your stinking Bitcoin, man, because that's insane. If you bought it at that price, and did you ever hear about the $40 million pizza?
No.
So there was a guy, it's a true story. A guy was on like Bitcoin Talk forums and basically posted out there, hey, I don't have any cash, but I've got some Bitcoin. I'll pay somebody. I don't remember how much it was at the time, but it was basically today's value of $40 million worth of Bitcoin for somebody to deliver Domino's to him. Yeah. So he basically paid $40 million for 2 Domino's pizzas at today's prices.
Yeah.
So listen, this has been such a pleasure, man. You are even cooler in person than I thought you would be. And when you said you'd come on, I'm like, this guy's a jiu-jitsu black belt. He's going to show. Like, he's going to come on board, because there's just something to that. There's a certain mentality that goes along with, martial arts and achieving such a level, especially with the people that you've achieved them with. And I knew this was going to happen, and I was really excited, and I'm very grateful. And I'm even more excited now about Amazon Prime and what they've got coming. Whatever that.
Well, I appreciate it, brother.
So
yeah, whatever.
Whatever that may be. Everybody, all you guys out there, and if you're watching this, you absolutely have to watch Born a Champion. It's available on Amazon Prime. You can buy it or rent it. I'm pretty sure. I know you can rent it, but I'm about to.
Yeah, you can rent it. You can rent it on every platform. I think it's available on demand, Apple TV, Amazon Prime, all of those streaming sites, and the DVD Blu-ray is available as well. For anybody out there, if you do happen to watch it, please send me some feedback. Let me know what you thought on any one of my social media accounts. It's like I said, this comes from my heart, and it means a lot to me. So please share your feelings, love it or hate it. I'm not just looking for the people that loved it. So whatever you think, reach out to me and give me a shout.
And if you
I do hope you enjoy it.
There's something wrong with you. Sean Patrick Flannery, thank you so much for joining me, man. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I know you're busy out there working on your project. Hit me up anytime you need some crypto advice of any kind. And for the rest of you guys out there, thanks for joining us. Make sure you like the video, post your comments below. Let me know what a cool guy this is. And when you've watched the movie, let me know how much you love it. I know many of you have already been letting me know all over the place. So I'm glad I've been able to pull something out for you. Until next time, guys, crow your coins. I'll see you again very soon. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so now we're going to talk about hot wallets specifically. We're going to give some examples of different hot wallets that you may or may not want to try out. There are some that I've found to be better than others. Some are more multifunctional than others. Some have built-in token swaps. Some are multi-chain wallets that, basically they support a variety of different blockchains. And there's a lot. So we're gonna start with 3 primary ones for me, ultimately, that I've kind of grown to like over the years. The very first one, actually, let's get to the easiest one, which is MetaMask. Now, I'm gonna say up front, I don't particularly like MetaMask, though it is easiest to use. It's one of the easier wallets. It is a browser-based hot wallet. There's a lot of functionality to it, but since Ethereum 2.0 merged, there's some other issues associated with it that I won't necessarily get in right now. That's not vital. But ultimately, it's a plugin that you download for your browser, and then it will operate from within your browser. And I will show you setting those up. I will show you setting these up in individual videos. But for now, I'm just going to go over what's available. There are a lot of different platforms like DeFi applications. There are a lot of different things that ultimately plug into your MetaMask with your permission. You have to click approve on these transactions and things. However, there's a lot of scammy stuff associated with these wallets, not from the wallets themselves, but with the way scammers and hackers can get access to these hot wallets. Because by clicking some different links that you might find either through phishing or otherwise, it could potentially open up ports and vulnerabilities in some of these things. And typically, MetaMask being one of the biggest ERC20 wallets out there, especially the biggest hot wallet out there, they're always working on patching things. Another thing that you want to look for when you're looking for these wallets is that you want to make sure you're getting the right address, and you never, ever, ever want to click ads. Like if you Google, crypto hot wallet and you see an ad for MetaMask, you don't click those, because generally those are hack. Those are, and Google, Facebook, YouTube, they're all super slow at removing bad stuff. I mean, I should say, I mean, if it's political, they'll get rid of it immediately. But if it's like a hack, or if it's, you know, something that's nefarious and affecting a lot of users, tens of thousands of users, and stealing their money, it could be a while until anybody lifts a finger. I don't know why it's the case, but we've found that. That's why they just stopped. At one point, they started making it really difficult to even buy advertising, and that's a whole other topic. But to be on point here, MetaMask is a good wallet, but it is definitely something you want to be very careful when you use. And that is primarily for Ethereum. And there are other blockchains like Binance Smart Chain and things like that that will function on MetaMask, but it gets a little more technical. And that's not something we're going to go over right now because I don't see you using any of that in the short term. Now, this is NAMI wallet, which is for Cardano specifically. It's very, very similar to MetaMask, but it's for the Cardano blockchain and the Cardano ecosystem. I use NAMI for like play funds and things that I'm experimenting with. Definitely not my main wallet at all. I won't even say everything that I do for the main bulk of my stuff, but it's definitely not NAMI. But it is a good wallet, and it makes things easy, and it basically functions in very much the same way as MetaMask. Now, for you, I would probably guess that Exodus may very well be one of the easiest wallets with the most functionality, and one that supports multiple blockchains. So manage and exchange 255 plus cryptos and NFTs on your web browser, mobile desktop, and hardware wallets. Get Exodus now. There's so much functionality associated with Exodus. It is absolutely a beautiful interface. It is probably my favorite multi-chain hot wallet out there. And again, if you were using something like Exodus and you put it on a computer that's not connected 24/7 to the internet, then it can act kind of like a cold storage wallet. You just don't want to be putting these wallets on any computer you're actively, regularly using, because vulnerabilities can pop up, and you don't want to, you don't want to find out later that you made a boo-boo somewhere, and the next time you check your wallets, they've all been drained and you're not sure why. That does happen. Okay. So be completely warned here. But this functions Binance Smart Chain, Cardano, I mean, a lot, Stellar Lumens, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Monero for privacy coins. I mean, basically the biggest projects out there will function with Exodus. I would probably suggest setting up your Exodus wallet before much else. That way you have something that's easy to understand with a really easy to use interface. And because of how easy the user interface is to work with, it'll start helping you make sense of some of the lesser pretty or user intuitive wallets out there, because you'll have a better understanding as to what's what. That's just my humble opinion. But you can also download this on a mobile phone. There's a browser extension. Basically everything a lot of these other wallets have, you can do with Exodus as well. Just make sure you back up your seed phrases for everything that you do. Make sure you keep them safe. If you're writing stuff down, don't keep anything wet or liquid around any of it. And then you should be pretty good. But these are the three main ones. Now, there are other wallets that are, you can look up top lists and things like that for some of these wallets. I don't use wallets that I do not see have a long history of being successful and invulnerable to hacks. So just because somebody says, oh, check out this wallet, this is really cool, it's the latest and greatest, I'm not touching it until it's basically proven itself over time, because I don't want to get in at the front of a new trend or some new wallet and there are a bunch of vulnerabilities that haven't been patched out yet. So be very weary of stuff like that. A lot of hot lists, top list things, you never really know. You definitely always want to be safe. You don't want to take unnecessary risks. So, and one of the other things that I'll leave you with is Coinbase wallet's probably pretty good, and potentially secure, but again, it's all tied to an exchange directly, which you don't necessarily want. I always tell people you don't use exchanges as a wallet. You use exchanges like a public restroom. You go in, you do your business, and then you get out. You don't leave anything important there, just what you don't want. So let be that as it may. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of good opportunities out there. There's a lot of good software, but one tip I would say is check Reddit. If you're an internet sleuth at all, and go to reddit.com, join the community for whatever blockchain you're most interested in getting involved with or whatever wallet, and look at the feedback. What is the public saying? What's the latest news? What's the latest going on? This is something I would implore you to spend a little time with and make sure you're downloading something that's safe. You're not just using random links thrown around the internet. You're just using Reddit to maybe get a little understanding as to, what is the current sentiment of the particular wallet you're interested in. And in the next couple lectures, I'm going to show you guys how to actively set up some of these wallets, what steps you need to take, and really just how easy it is. So we'll get to that in just a moment. You are live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Give everybody a couple minutes to get into the live chat, say hello, see what's going on. And I'm going to dive into some stuff you may have never seen before. I don't know. I think I've talked about it in the past once or twice. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting video today. I should have like music playing or something. I don't know. I'm not going to be covering a lot of news. Sly Dog, I'm ready. Good. There's some folks. What's up, AI? We are doing well. Jason Owens in the house. What's going on? How are you? DC, let's go, Crow. I'm telling you, I'm going to be showing you some stuff that is it might blow your mind. I'm not even kidding. Quite frankly, it's something I forgot about for a while. Alex, what's going on? You're going to get fired, man. They're going to be like, wait, why don't you ever work? And who's this Crypto Crow guy you're always talking to on YouTube's? Fill us in, Crow. Oh, I plan to. How much can you bench? I have no clue. I don't know. I am freakishly strong in some ways, and I'm like just not in others. Like I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know the last time I bench pressed anything. I don't use bench press as a metric for shit. Like, to me, that's all about show muscles. That's just me personally. I could be wrong. I know that if I really need to, I can kick a truck off of me. But I might not be able to like bench press my wife 100 times. I don't know. What's going on? I'm about to get up in it. Man, nice setup you got going. Clean. Yeah, that's actually my old setup. One of these days when my office is complete, I'm going to take a new picture of my new office. And you guys are going to be like, oh shit, Crow's grown. I'm waiting for some stuff because I have two 49-inch ultra widescreen Samsung monitors, and typically they're right and left of me with my camera directly in the center. But I'm putting one. I had to get this custom thing so that I can put one on top of the other. That way I have all this area open for lights, whatever I've got going on. And I'm painting the office black, so we got to take down all the art and everything. I mean, it's going to be a pretty cool spot for live streaming here soon. So, and I've even thought about not using green screen because, like, right now, my back wall behind me, it's all green. And so you're just seeing that behind me. It works pretty well, but yeah. Grown, you already 7 foot. I'm already 7 foot. I'm already huge. What's funny is the number of people that see that online, or they see it in an article, or they see whatever, and they meet me in person. They're like, "Holy cow, you really are 7 foot!" Like it's all a big lie or something. For I don't know what that's supposed to do. Those are my dream screens. Need another market cycle to afford those. They weren't really that much. I got them on Newegg, I think, when they first came out. I don't know why, but I'm thinking they were only like $800 or something. I don't remember, but they weren't super expensive. Like you would have thought, and they're badass monitors too. I mean, these are sleek as hell, but they weren't all that much. Maybe $1,000. I don't remember, honestly. So, all right. I don't want this video to be super long because I want people to actually tune in and watch this, because here's the thing. You know, I have been, I forgot about this because I used to study this before the peak of the last market back in April. And then when, and I was doing a lot of this stuff before we moved to Puerto Rico. And, you know, literally on the day, and I've showed it a million times now, you know, I'm trying to like boost my own cred, right? Because I feel like, you know, I get all these comments. It was like, how are you so underrated? How are you so underrated? And I'm like, I don't know. The algorithm doesn't like me. I think that's what it ultimately is. I don't think it's that the public doesn't necessarily dislike me. I mean, you know, bag holders of other projects that aren't Cardano can't stand me. But outside of that, you know, I just think it's the algorithm. And you'd think, Doug, but you'd be wrong. I'm going to show you something I don't think you've ever seen before. And you're going to see a whole bunch of gobbledygook on my charts because this is something that I've been working on for a while. But anyway, I just, yeah, I don't know. And I did call the peak of the market. And then you know, I see guys like Richard Hart and other guys that are like, I called the peak of the market. Yeah, a lot of us did. That wasn't the struggle. That wasn't really challenging. I'm one of few, if any, others out there, I'm not sure, that actually called a two-peak market on April 13th. 2021. I don't see a lot of people might have called the peak, yes, because of the pi cycle top oscillator or top indicator. That tipped a lot of us off that were in the know. But how many people do you know? Let me know in the comments. How many people do you know that actually said this was going to be a two-peak market on the date of the first peak? That's what I want to know. Who did that? About to clothesline myself on my microphone. So, you know, I don't know of anybody else that has. If I'm wrong, tell me in the comments. But I don't want to really take credit in the sense that I do think I have a crystal ball. Okay. And I'm going to show you exactly what that crystal ball is today in this video. And then you can start doing your own calculations and your own comparisons and so forth and so on. And, you know, and we'll go from there. But I'm going to let you on a big secret and something that I felt really, I mean, it enabled me to call quite confidently that this was going to be a two-peak cycle. And I'm going to go into why I don't think we're going to have another bear cycle after this. I don't. I think so much is happening, and I think we're getting primed. And there's a big question to ask in this video. And the question is Bitcoin's price and adoption, is it based off of a natural flow, a natural evolution of investment psychology? Or is there something more finite and orchestrated at play that has been in play since inception? And how is that going to continue changing in one direction or the other as more Wall Street, big tech, big names get into the space? And we're going to discuss some of that. So anyway, hello, Mr. Crow. How did you know how to sell when you did? Did you have a plan, or did you have a feeling it was time? I am going to tell you straight up, I did not have a plan. I had an emotional breakdown. I'm not going to lie, man. I was losing my shit. I don't even know any other way of putting it. I did call the peak of the market, but I expected the second peak, and I expected the second peak to be bigger than the first. But I didn't know exactly when that second peak was going to hit. And at the time, I was so discombobulated in Puerto Rico, and I was just not in my right mind. I was really, really, really struggling. I mean, the heat was a part of it. But it was just, it took me way out of my element in Puerto Rico. And I, you know, sometimes I say things that I didn't like about Puerto Rico. There was a lot of cool shit about Puerto Rico, man. Primarily it was just the people. I mean, the people there were just kick ass. I'm not, you know, And it's funny because here in Florida, I feel like everyone here is such a flake. I'm sorry if you're in Florida, I love you, but the people here are so weird, and it's like, what's funny is I've even seen TikToks pop up lately about Florida and the people that live in Florida. Never. I mean, yes, I'm 7 feet tall, and yes, I get random people coming up to me at random times and random places. Wow, how tall are you? Do you play basketball? I've been hearing that my entire life. But in Florida, I have had groups of people that didn't know each other, that didn't know me, swarm me at bars, restaurants, you name it, just grilling me with questions, trying to figure out how tall I am, who am I, who did I play for, who do I play for, what do I do, you name it. And the people here don't give a shit, man. Like, they just don't care. And it's like the filter, I have very little filter, according to my wife, and probably any of you in chat that actually know me. I see George Connolly in there. He's a personal friend of mine I've known for a long time. People that actually know me, no. I see an impersonator in here talking about 45 Bitcoin. It's all bullshit. Don't buy into any of my impersonators. I don't want anything from you. Okay. So, don't ever send me anything on the interwebs. If I'm asking for money or talking about something like WhatsApp or something in a comment, it's not me. It's an impersonator. It's probably some dude in like Iran or some shit somewhere in the Middle East trying to scam you. And I know this because I actually chatted with one, and I actually convinced him to send me a picture to prove he was real before I bought my handle back. He had a fake handle and I knew it, but he was trying to sell it to me. And I'm like, I don't believe you. And anyway, another story. Can you see a picture standing beside my wife? Yeah. I mean, we have all kinds of stuff on TikTok. We have videos, and people think that we edit the videos. We have one TikTok video that has like over 32 million views. I don't know if you know this. But my wife and I went crazy viral. I mean, we were all over Instagram, all over the interwebs. Everybody was talking about my wife and I. It was actually kind of funny. But yeah, like 32 million. She's got like 630,000 followers on TikTok, mostly from pimping me out in our height difference. So, and I will probably start doing more of those because as soon as I'm done with this live stream, I'm going to be doing some specific videos for TikTok. I'm going to start trying to build there. And I'm hoping that my TikTok, if I can grow that, then maybe it'll help me grow my YouTube and my Rumble. And make sure you're following me on Rumble if you haven't already, because once the numbers get to a certain point, I will be doing some really good exclusive stuff there. So anyway, let's just dive into it, because I think that, how did I know how to sell, or yes, I did not have a plan. I freaked out. I was like highly emotional because the first peak hit. I couldn't do anything about it because I was literally getting on a plane to Puerto Rico and everything was in boxes. And then I had to wait for internet service and all kinds of stuff to get set up. So I missed it. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll wait for the next peak. By the next peak, I was so out of my head. And I was just like, screw it. And then I watched it come down. And right before we moved to Florida, I put in a stop limit order at $2. And I'm like, if it hits this, then I'm selling a portion of my ADA. And it hit, and then it hit again. And I'm like, okay, we're going to go down even further. And then I started really wigging out, and I was just an emotional wreck. I'm like, if I hold, I'll generate this and that. How much further do I think it'll go? And I did a bunch of calculations, and I'm like, okay, it's at like $1.50. If it drops any lower, I'm just going to get rid of it all. And I did. I sold all the rest of it except for the 100,000 ADA on my staking node, the Crow node. I sold it all at $1.46. And then I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what if I made a big mistake? I'm not 100% sure. I was sure. That was the thing. I did know. And I kept talking to my wife about it every day, multiple times a day, like trying to get advice from her, right? And she's like, I don't know. You're the one that knows this stuff. You do what you feels right. And so, but I didn't want to announce it yet on YouTube in case I was wrong. I didn't want everybody, because listen, I know there's 134 people live, but I also know that a lot of you are wealthy. I know that a lot of the people that watch me are, you guys aren't a bunch of teenagers, right? I know who my audience is because I talk to a lot of you. I know some of you are billionaires. I know a lot of you are millionaires. I know that some of you guys that watch me are ballers, right? But I also know that you really pay attention to what I say. And some of you guys really do pay attention, and you listen and you act. I don't know how many times I've moved a market cap by $10 million in an afternoon because I did a video and said I like something. I know you guys have money, right? And I feel responsible to some degree by what I say. I don't want people jumping off a cliff with me if there's no water below. And so if I was making a mistake, I didn't want anybody just, Crow sold everything, I'm out. And then it shoots to the moon, a week later, and I was wrong. So it was about 2 weeks later, I finally did the video. I did exit because it was going down a little bit more. And then I got a bunch of flack. I got all this flack. I still do. People all mad. Oh, I sold. Like I'm the one that ended the market or something. I mean, it's all ridiculous, but that's the whole hashtag you're new. But anyway, did I have a plan? No, not necessarily. I was just basically going with gut and wisdom that I've established since 2017 and understanding where things were. But it was still an internal conflict for me because I didn't want to deal with the taxes of it at the time. It was just like, is it worth it? Is it not? And ultimately, yeah, it's worth it. It was worth it. So let's get into this, shall we? Because I want to show you guys some stuff you may have never seen before. So we're going to go ahead and remove that. All right. So I don't even know how long I've been live already. 15 minutes. Oh, gosh. People are going to miss all this because they're going to be like, oh, man, he's just rambling. He's not showing us anything cool. Yeah, I see you, Dunny. I get it. So I'll just sit here and stare at this monitor and wait for you to leave and patiently leaving me a dislike and a negative comment about how I ramble too much. Anyway, I kid. So what we're looking at right now is Bitcoin's weekly chart. All right. Now, what you're seeing here is 1,060% rise from this point here, which was the bottom or a bottom. Okay. This is like the second time we touched on the 200 weekly moving average. And then we touched it again here and so forth. And then this was the 2017 peak. We came all the way down. We touched, we bottomed at around 4,000 Bitcoin. And then we touched that 200 weekly moving again, and we bounced off of it before we got to the halving. Once we got to the halving, boom, we started accumulation, and away we started to go. All right. Now, between the final bottom, so I'm calling this the first bottom, even though it's not necessarily the first in that bear cycle. It's the last of that bear cycle, but the last point before we reversed. Telling you, when I show you guys this thing, it's another page, but when I show you, about what the hell? All right. So from here to the second peak of the market, all right, that's what this is. This is the second peak. It's a 1,060% rise over 609 days total. Okay. So you could kind of say that this was a bear or a bull market from here to here because we started to reverse and accumulate, and then boom, we started to go up. All right. Now, that's a 609-day period, at which point at the second peak, we started to come down. This blue line, these blue lines, this is all recent price activity of Bitcoin. All right. Now, what are you seeing here? What's this white line? It looks pretty similar to what this is, except for this extreme opposite reaction to the price here. But outside of that, it's pretty similar, but with about, I would say, probably a 20% variable or a 20% variance, right? And I think this is based off of time. Now, as I said, is the Bitcoin evolution similar to the NASDAQ 2004 to 2007 due to natural psychology cycles, or is there an orchestrated effort for adoption over time? Now, you're looking at this, right? Tell me, what's different? What's different? That's Bitcoin. That's the NASDAQ in 2004. Is your mind blown? Anyone? Is this thing on? This is the 2004 to 2007 NASDAQ cycle. It is almost identical to the Bitcoin cycle we just had? Mind blown? Anyone? Is this thing on? So I was studying this. This is all new. This is all this, days and all this other stuff. This is all new because I forgot. I wiped a bunch of stuff when I was in Puerto Rico. But this is what I was studying before I moved to Puerto Rico. And I was looking at the differences and the similarities between these two charts because they are very, very similar, though there is some difference. And so if we look at this is from 2004 to 2000, really about 2008, but this is a 793% price increase from the bottom to the peak over 1,200 days. This is half of that, and it's 1,000. So what we're seeing here is a price correlation in pattern, but not in time. And so there are some variables to this stuff that I've not been able to figure out or answer yet. And it's something that I want to crack because I really, truly, truly believe that there is so here's the thing. Like I have Crow Trader, right? It's my automated trading bot. I've used it a million times. I have a big community that uses it, and people are trading and having fun with it. And that's cool. But the really high frequency trading bots that have been used in Wall Street for decades, I believe that they have a much better means of establishing market cycles and market patterns through AI-driven trading. And I don't think people are considering that. And I believe that there is a pattern that has been established probably since Bitcoin's inception based off of previous traditional market cycles, traditional stock market cycles, and how those patterns have been utilized in some sort of algorithm to establish an adoption phase for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency since its inception. And I think we're finding these similarities now because enough has been going by in Bitcoin to start comparing it to some of these more traditional cycles of the past. They are virtually uncanny, people. Can you tell the two apart? Really? It's not likely. And I could leave either one of these up. And unless you're looking up here in the corner to see which one I'm looking at, you're probably not even sure which is which. And so when I look at that, what I did was I went to the NASDAQ and I started up here and I did a bars pattern, okay, which basically copies this price action, all right, from whatever point A to point B that I select. And then I pasted it here and I started it at the peak of this NASDAQ market and I just stuck it in there. So as you can see, this yellow line or this white line is the bars pattern from the peak of the NASDAQ until whenever, the next peak. Now, if we look at it, what does this show? Now, I have done videos years ago, 2 years ago, way before I saw any of this, and I calculated a $280,000 Bitcoin. I don't know how many of you that have been following me for a long time remember this. But if I take the NASDAQ price action and I throw it into this Bitcoin chart, where do I end up? Hold on, what's happening? Everything's getting weird. Why can't I move it? What's happening? Hold on, maybe it's because, yeah. All right, it's because it's, there it is. All right, Jesus, that's what I have to do. Look where this ends up right about $283,000 Bitcoin in 2027. How you like them apples? And even before I brought all this up and I was like, wait a minute, wasn't there a correlation between Bitcoin's price and the NASDAQ? What was that? And that's when I pulled this up and I started looking at it again yesterday and I'm like, son of a gun, this is so uncanny. It's not even funny. And what have I been saying in my previous Bitcoin price prediction videos, like the Bitcoin price 2022 to 2024. I don't know how many of you guys have seen that. What did I say? I said we were going to bottom out at the 200 weekly moving average, and we're going to trend sideways within this channel for the next couple of years until we get to the next halving. And if you look at the NASDAQ's price action from its last peak and you bars pattern that out, give or take a little bit, and it's exactly what I have been saying was going to happen. And that was based off of my own other technical analysis findings, not even related to the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ bars pattern price action from 2004 to that previous peak is what is setting this up now. I could almost shed a tear, people. Hold on a minute. But I'm not. Just to prove the point. Let me know in the comments what you think of this. Did I just show you something new? Did you just learn something that you can start studying and start trying to gauge a better understanding as to the market cycle? What do I think is going to be happening in the future? Well, let's take a look. See, so if I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking, okay, so where do we go from here? Number one, we've got a very long cycle ahead of us, potentially starting in 2024. Technically speaking, if this were to play out exactly, August 2023 would be when we really start to take off. Okay, so we've got some time, most likely. Now, according to the bars pattern of the NASDAQ here, we should have already bottomed out on this 200 weekly moving average, but we haven't. I think it's going to be somewhere around here. And my guess, now here's the thing, and this is the one variable that I'm not able to calculate in any of this, and that is volume. Volume transactions per day based off of the NASDAQ and how the volume affects the price on any given day and accumulates in price over the period of a week. That to me will likely be the deciding factor between when some of these things take place as it relates to the volume of the NASDAQ compared to the volume of today. Because I believe that volume plays a factor in market sentiment. And I mean, just fundamentally, I think it can offset things one way or another. All right. Now, when you're looking at this, what do I think is going to happen? Well, quite frankly, I think that this is going to play out almost exactly if I were to hazard a guess. And I think that when we get to this point, I think from here, what we're going to be looking at is a lot of the regulations that come into play in the crypto market. Okay. How do I see? This is a difficult video to do unscripted because my thoughts are all over the place. But think about it this way. We've got regulation coming, okay? Regulation that's going to really change the way we look at crypto in a big way. Because I believe that the regulation is going to get rid of a lot of the shit coins in the market. I think the 20,000 shit coins that we have right now are probably going to be dwindled down to a few hundred at best. And of those, I think stable coins are going to really take it up the backside. I think that we're going to, and I honestly think they should, quite frankly, because I don't like the idea of having a whole slew of random quote unquote stable coins when we're finding out that a lot of these stable coins aren't all that stable and they can be eradicated. A lot of people are saying, oh, Tesla's stable coin was taken out by big companies, big corporations with big wallets. Even if that's the case, a stable coin shouldn't be that fragile. That's all there is to it. And if there's nothing regulating the activities associated with the destruction of a stable coin, it could happen to any of them, which means to me, it's not stable. I don't care about the stability of a price of a token being able to maintain itself at $1. That means nothing if it can be destroyed at the will of any big corporation. Because if a corporation can do that profitably and quote unquote legally in some way, or do it and get away with it because of the current state of the crypto market, they're gonna. And so for me, I know that a lot of people are saying, oh, the CBDCs are going to control the world. Yeah, they are. You can either adopt it and live your life, or you could try to shun it and I don't know, deal with it as it is. Here's the thing, man. CBDCs are coming, and there's nothing anyone I think is going to do about it. They're already implemented in several countries. It's coming to the U.S. Yes, it's programmable money. Yes, it's controlled. Yes, it's trackable. And to some degrees, man, I actually I'm down with it. I honestly I kind of am. I know that I may sound like, oh, I'll use it against the crypto decentralized machine. No, I'm not. But as far as a stable token, yeah, I'll use the CBDC. I don't care if they track what I do with it from there. I honestly don't. If it makes things easier for me to be in crypto and get in and out of positions without worry of whether or not this stable token is going to fall through the floor or whatever, I'm fine with that. I don't really care. You can track my money. I'm not worried about it. I don't like the idea of them being able to turn off my bank account if I say fart too many times on the internet. That kind of stuff is insane. But I don't necessarily know that that's how things are going to be. And quite frankly, I feel like as long as we have the Second Amendment in this country, and I know that the tyrannical regimes want to like get rid of all of that stuff so they can just do whatever they want willy-nilly without having to worry about a revolt of any kind. And of course you've got the crazies out there in support of it. And yeah, we're going to have all kinds of events, I think, ultimately to try and push people to believe that this is the right thing to do. But ultimately, what happens to a country that isn't able to really defend themselves on any level? That kind of stuff scares me. I mean, there's a reason why our forefathers wrote that in, right? There's a reason why it's a thing. And there's also a reason why it's constantly being attacked by those in power as something that we need to get rid of. Okay. But when I think about things on the grand scale, I'm fine with we call a lot of this stuff a one world currency or a new world order and this and that. I don't really think to some degree it is about that. But I think as far as the CBDC, we are already seeing other countries adopting and implementing the CBDC tokens, and they're all their own. It's a CBDC in Japan is going to be different than a CBDC in US. And what's happening is we're going to start seeing how these regulations play into being able to use one in one country and not in another, because every country wants their own controlled currency. They don't want everything to be one and the same. At least I don't think so. There are a lot of questions that I still have, and I know that was kind of a little bit of a crazy ramble, but I feel like behind every good intention is a group of evil people that are willing to abuse it at every turn. And so when I think about some of the new technologies and the way the world is changing, it could all be for the better of all humankind. And I hope it is. But ultimately, it's the few who are always looking to abuse an element of power or control over a populace and ultimately end up doing so. That's ultimately what I have a problem with and how that can affect everyone else. So we'll have to see. But I mean, what do I think is going to happen from here? I think this is what's going to happen from here. And I believe that from here, I don't think we're going to have any more significant bearish crashes. I think from here, it's probably going to be a matter of like Wyckoff accumulation and distribution cycles in and out as we continue to climb in Bitcoin's price and adoption, because I think these new regulations are going to change the crypto paradigm to a degree that more and more institutional investors are going to be putting more and more money in. And as they're doing that, it's going to drive up the interest in traditional stocks to start tokenizing their stocks instead of having these traditional paper stocks, right? So, and once that happens, what's going to happen to Bitcoin? Well, if Bitcoin is one of the true digital golds and of store of value, especially as Bitcoin continues in its adoption and use case as that store of value throughout these market conditions. Because let's face it, right now, the market is about to go under a massive overhaul. Like the economy is already starting to feel this massive overhaul across the board. And once that has been concluded, it's very likely that the conclusion of that will involve the CBDC. It will likely involve digital IDs, and it will involve a lot of things that are going to take even more control and more privacy away from the public. But with that, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying I approve of X, Y, or Z. I'm just saying what I think is happening, and there really isn't much you're going to be able to do about it, quite frankly. This is my opinion. But I think that to some degree, it's going to add an element of control for all of us as well. It's going to be less concern. Think about it. If everything were attached to a digital ID and a CBDC and so forth and so on, and we're all trackable, who's going to hack you? And if a hedge fund has $30 billion in a particular cryptocurrency, who's going to have the balls to try and hack it if you're no longer able to get access to those funds or those blockchains or whatever, without some sort of registered digital ID attaching you to the transfer? Because that's what's going to happen. And even if hackers were able to pull XYZ crypto from XYZ location, what are they going to do with it? Because you're not going to be able to exit any of that. You're not going to be able to do much with it outside of black market trade. How far is that going to get somebody? What's that going to get you? A bunch of weed? Like, what are you going to do with the money at that point? So while a lot of this control and a lot of these like programmable elements in the crypto space and some of these centralized answers to some of these decentralized questions start to play out from a governmental and regulatory standpoint, I do think there's going to be a lot of positive that comes from it. And, but that's just my personal take. I could be wrong. As I always say, you just never really know 100% until it starts happening before your eyes. I think that the way a lot of stuff is happening right now is beyond crazy. I mean, personally, it's absolutely nuts. So anyway, so you mean the internet is dead? Well, what's funny about that is if you look at all of the content and everything associated with the internet right now, how much of it has been created by artificial intelligence bots? How alive is the internet actually? All right, so let's take a quick look at questions, and hopefully, if you're watching this, and you're follow me on TikTok if you'd like, follow me on Rumble. Help my algorithm. Is the message here good? Do you agree with the content? Is this something you think somebody should watch that make sure you share the video. Make sure you like it. Make sure you comment under it. These algorithms, man, they feed on it. If you're not liking the video or you're not posting comments, you're not subscribed, other people just won't see it. So if you think I'm trash, well, then good luck to you. You don't have to do anything to help. But if you don't, help as much as you can. I don't even want your money. I just want your clicks and your comments and all that fun stuff. All right, let's take a look at some questions real quick. We're at 35 minutes in. I definitely don't want this to be a full hour because people will tune out. A stable coin should only be tethered to world currency CBDC. No, I think a stable coin is going to be the CBDC. That's it. And I think that the CBDC tokens are likely going to be used as the entry and exit positions in all crypto exchanges, at least all US based regulated exchanges, and other exchanges are going to have their own CBDC. When you go into the crypto market, you're probably going to be buying in initially with CBDC tokens, not Bitcoin, not Ethereum, not Cardano. You're going to start with CBDC. The CBDC that's issued to you is going to be issued to your name and your AML KYC account that will someday likely be tracked by your digital ID that you're going to have to somehow log in. Maybe you have to push a button on your cheekbone before you can access. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what I think is going to happen. And then you can go from your CBDC and buy your Bitcoin or whatever asset you're trying to get. And when you exit those positions, you're probably going to exit into the CBDC token, which is then going to end up as a banknote of some kind. Quite frankly, I think once the CBDCs are ushered in across the globe, there's not going to be any banks anymore. We might have some local credit unions and stuff for the next couple decades, maybe the next decade. But ultimately, I don't really see the banks lasting too long. With the CBDC, you don't need that middleman anymore. You want a loan, you're going to do something like a Celsius network type deal, whether it's government owned, regulated, just like my interview with Alex Mashinsky. I know that the audio was bad on that. But just like he said, the government wants to know that they can deal with the good actors in the space. They want to get rid of all of the crooks. They want to get rid of all of the bad folks. They want to get rid of all of that. And they would much rather regulate and control and support through their control and regulation 4 or 5 good actors that they can control, that they know are going to do what needs to be done from a regulatory perspective, than have hundreds and hundreds of them running rampant. And I think that, honestly, there's a chance that, Celsius Network or some of these others, or maybe, who knows? But I don't think we're going to necessarily have the big box banks that we have today. If you drive around, you can see a lot of them. They're already going away to some degree. So, who knows? Wells Fargo may very well become a DeFi bank at some point in the future. You want a home loan? Here's how you're going to get your home loan. A lot of finance, I believe, in the future once the CBDCs have been truly integrated and regulation has been put in place, I think we're going to see DeFi go crazy. What I don't think we're going to see is this DeFi craze and all of these traditional markets and traditional stocks. I don't think it's going to happen on Ethereum. Why? Because Ethereum 2.0 is probably going to be a big joke. It's not going to help anything or change anything. And I think everybody's going to use Cardano. And I know a lot of the Ripple and the XRP, those guys, everybody, they're like, oh, it's going to be, and maybe it is. Who knows? I don't know. That's one thing I don't know. What I do know is I love Cardano. It's my favorite project. Always will be. Charles Hoskinson has met with congressmen and lawmakers to get ahead of the regulations. That's because Charles is smart. Charles is smart. You said you will retire if ADA doesn't reach $5 next bull run. Are you sure? I'm not worried about having to go anywhere. Let's just put it that way. Yes, I did. That tweet has had like 300 something comments and 1,800. I mean, it's blowing up everywhere. I'm like, listen, folks, I posted this knowing I'm not going to have to go anywhere. All right, so I'm going to leave it at that. I feel like I dumped a bunch of good information on you folks today, and hopefully you guys show me a little love in the comments and the likes and all that fun stuff. Help my algorithm, help more people see this. And did I educate you? Was this worth your 40 minutes of time? Let me know in the comments below. I really appreciate it. Till next time, guys, crow your coins, and I'll see you again very soon. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I am the Crypto Crow, and this is going to be a video that you're definitely going to want to watch through to the end if you have any interest in Ethereum or Cardano. And I've got a lot of supporting information here. I've got graphics. I've got all kinds of stuff to basically make the case that I'm presenting. And I want to preface all of it by basically saying that I don't have any problems with Ethereum. I'm not an Ethereum hater. If anything, Ethereum was my first love. It was my first relationship in cryptocurrency. And it didn't take very long for me to turn that relationship into a multitude of others simultaneously as I used Ethereum to explore so many other cryptos. And so it is what it is. And I still use Ethereum today, as many of us do, no matter what crypto projects we love. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to dive into this because this may get a little long. I don't know. We'll see. You already know when you watch this how long this is. So we'll see where we end up. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into this graphic that I made. And it's longer. I'm going to have to be moving this up as we go through. But basically, we're going to start off with some data. Okay. And this is all data that I went through and I pulled out of everything from CoinMarketCap, historical data to just a whole bunch of different resources. So back in 2015, Ethereum launched. Okay. So we're talking 7 years ago. So it's been around 7 years already for the most part. And it launched as a proof of work blockchain. So, a proof of work blockchain that has now been ultimately converted after all of these years to a proof of stake blockchain, because quite frankly, POS is better. I mean, it's just better across the board. It's more energy efficient, obviously. There are a lot of reasons why it's better, but they still don't have it right. But we'll get to that. By June 16th, Ethereum's price had gone up to $21.52. Okay. And its market cap was $1.2 billion, which is pretty significant. By January of 2018, and keep in mind, prior to this, Cardano obviously didn't even exist yet. But remember, Ethereum launched with smart contracts. Okay, that was the whole meat of it. I mean, it was basically saying, hey, this is like Bitcoin in that it's a cryptocurrency. It's on a completely different algorithm, ERC20. Everything's ERC20 based, and it's coded on using Solidity, a different programming language. It's faster, it's better, it's got smart contracts. Okay, you can do so many other things on this than you could with Bitcoin. So it's first to market with smart contracts, which is great. Now in 2018, It peaked out at around $1,291. Now, in some of these cases, you and I both are going to know that market peaks and the prices of which are going to be relative to the exchanges. Okay, there isn't necessarily a universal peak price. So depending on what resource you use, it'll say, oh, it peaked here or it peaked there. But on January 2018, we were looking at a $1,291 Ethereum. And that was at $125 billion market cap. Pretty substantial. Okay. Pretty substantial. Now, at this point, July 2017, Cardano was just $2. It only had a $480 million market cap. All right. And that was a little bit around the same time Ethereum was at around $21.52. Now, you'll also know that basically right after, not long after Ethereum went live, it had to hard fork. It had to leave Ethereum Classic behind with the new version of Ethereum because there were a lot of issues associated with it. And there was a major hack on an early adopting DAO that basically stole a bunch of money. And so the devs got together and they said, how do we get this back? How do we work this out? Well, we're going to have to fork the blockchain. And we're going to have to create a new version of it and do a whole bunch of stuff, which they did. But on the same token, they had ultimately had like six or seven other hard forks that are much more or less well known. Okay, as I tongue tie myself. But by January of 2018, same time frame as Ethereum hitting $1,291, Cardano basically reached its first big milestone, which was $1.33 at a market capitalization of about $28.8 billion. Okay, so it is pretty close at this point. But remember, at this time, Cardano still didn't have much of anything. It didn't have smart contracts. It didn't have staking. It didn't have any of that stuff yet. It was still more or less an idea with a bunch of people doing a lot of research, a lot of peer-to-peer research, peer review research, all that fun stuff. And it hadn't amounted to much yet. There were still a lot of bugs in Daedalus wallet for that matter. We didn't have a lot of light wallets yet either. We didn't have a lot of anything at this time where it had reached $1.33. Okay. Now, it went up, Ethereum, from its original peak to its next peak, which was about November 2021. It hit about $4,860. Again, in some cases, it went up higher than that, depending on the time frame. But it ultimately had gone up about 125% in terms of market capitalization. Okay, 125% to the new 2021 peak, and it went up higher than that, but so did Ethereum. Again, this is the resource data that I was able to pull. We know Ethereum was higher than $3. It was like $3.40 or something, and Ethereum was the same. But that's not really what's important. What's important is the overall growth scale, because by this next peak for a Cardano in August of 2021 at $3. It was up $91.5 billion in market capitalization, up over 216%. So you can see that if you were to compare Ethereum from inception and Cardano from inception, ultimately it starts to wane. So Ethereum's market capitalization has been going down every cycle in terms of its growth percentage, year over year, cycle over cycle. Whereas Cardano has been picking up steam substantially. And what we're seeing is, and I even say here, Ethereum's losing steam. Cardano's building steam. So Cardano is building and building and building. Now, in 2019, staking went live on Cardano with Shelley. And ultimately, that began giving way to people being able to buy Cardano or ADA, stake it to a node, and start generating a return, which was substantial. And it meant a lot, I think, and it's going to continue meaning a lot. And remember, at the time, the goal was just to get to 1,000 nodes. Okay, Charles would say time and time again, if we just get to 1,000 nodes, we'll be one of the most decentralized blockchains out there. Well, we're at almost about 3,000 nodes to date, and that's at this near bottom position in a bear market. The number of nodes has not fallen. We have not fallen in the number of nodes by, I don't know, maybe 100 since the most recent peak. What does that mean? Well, that means that people are believing in Cardano. They're not getting rid of their nodes. They're not reducing their pledges. They're not doing anything. They're holding firm because they know that Cardano is still in its infancy in many, many ways. And even with that being the case, it's still starting to build steam and outperform Ethereum. And I don't care what any of these VCs say or what these VCs think. It's all in the numbers. You just look at the numbers. Now, to date, Ethereum has had over 315,157 commits on GitHub. These are development commits. Cardano, on the other hand, has had more than double that with 899,102 GitHub commits, recently winning an award. And I'll show you some of this stuff when we get through this graph or this graphic. But ultimately, there is no other project that's more developed than Cardano right now. I mean, it is first in development milestones. It's first in pretty much everything when it comes to GitHub commits and so forth, which is a pretty big deal, is it not? And I find it odd that we still see venture capitalists out there still basically saying that Cardano is some kind of ghost chain. What are all of these people, thousands of developers and engineers, what are they all working on if it's just a ghost chain? And if it's a ghost chain, how come we're starting to see all of the same functionality we're seeing on other blockchains, but it just happens to be much more secure, faster, and with a lot of other functionality than other blockchains? So that's just a part of it. So as we continue to move down, you can see that Ethereum's proof of stake conversion and into Ethereum 2.0 created a lot of controversy that for whatever reason has kind of waned and shut down, even though there are a lot of issues with it. If you try to do ETH 2.0 searches in Google, you're still going to get a lot of old information because either there's just not a lot being written about it now in the bear market because there's still problems to be fixed as it relates to the Ethereum 2.0 conversion. But some of the other issues are that it's known now that it adds censorship. I mean, it's possible to censor the blockchain to some degree because of Ethereum 2.0, which I don't know if that was a planned feature or if that's a symptom of some of the things that they had to change. And that's not good. A decentralized blockchain should not offer built-in censorship. That's something you would see on like a centralized blockchain. And typically when you have something like that, that's what, people that want to keep other people quiet or restricted or limited, that's what they would use. Not something like a decentralized blockchain like Ethereum. So that and I don't know a whole lot about that yet because I don't really spend a lot of time diving into Ethereum anymore. To me, Ethereum is like, grandpa, you know what I mean? And there's just a lot more happening now, but to each their own. Again, I don't have any problems with it, but it is what it is. And on top of that, your stakes, when you stake to the Ethereum nodes now, your stakes at this point are still locked up and you can't pull them out. And the last I saw, which was maybe a week or two ago, they haven't even announced when you're going to be able to get your staked Ethereum back yet. Nobody really knows. And it's making a lot of people squeamish because people are, through the bear market, fine. However long it takes, maybe nobody cares at this point. But how many people staked their Ethereum to a node and weren't able to do anything about it at the peak of the last market? And what's funny is even with that, people were able to pull their stakes off of Cardano nodes because your Cardano stakes are not locked up. It's almost like working a new job where you get paid every couple of weeks. Typically, you don't get your first check for a while because you put in the work and then you get paid. You put in the work and then you get paid. And if you were to either quit or get fired, you typically have one more check coming. Well, in Cardano and the staking methods for Cardano, it's almost like, you stake, you have to wait a couple of weeks ultimately to get your first check. But if you pull, let's say I've got, 20,000 ADA on a node and I need to use that money for something and I pull it out, I sell it off and I get it in the cash and I go buy a bike or whatever. All that means is you get less of a reward at the end of that epoch cycle, as it relates to, you know, when you took that ADA out. So you're free to use your ADA and do whatever you want with it. It's not locked in for good. You don't have to wait for a certain date. That's typically, you know, when you have to lock something up, when you have to lock your capital up into something, to me, that screams, we need this capital, we need this locked up more than you do, you know, in the sense that they're trying to control their market for reasons that generally are not very good, is what I see from history. But that's another issue. As far as transactions per second, now it's, you know, the data I found said that Ethereum can run 15 to 25 transactions per second, which is okay. It's not that great. But the problem is that when Ethereum is in high use, and things start to get bottlenecked, you can wait hours for these transactions. You can wait days. I know at some point there are people, I'm pretty sure, will wait like a day or two for transactions to conclude. And that's, you know, the waiting hours or days for confirmations on a blockchain just because it's bottlenecked through high use. I mean, how many of you guys remember even early on with CryptoKitties and what that did to the network? I mean, that brought the network to a crawl. And so what we're seeing more of now in terms of volume is we're seeing DeFi applications. Well, these DeFi applications are popular on Ethereum because, well, there's a lot of stuff going on Ethereum. It's had 7 years to start building a lot of it, right? So, and if you look at Cardano, on the other hand, on September 2021, this is after the last peak, the most recent peak. Then we got smart contracts. So we still peaked out at $3. It was about $3.40. Both of these numbers are off. Okay. But at about $3.40, with a $91.5 billion market capitalization, that was at the peak of a market before it even had smart contracts in play. Now, what does that tell you? Its growth by market cap, cycle to cycle, is starting to outperform the growth of Ethereum, and it still hasn't even launched smart contracts yet. And by this point, 2021, you know, Ethereum's been around for 6 years with smart contracts. So what that tells me is that we're in and out with the old and in with the new scenario. And it's a scenario that venture capitalists absolutely are fearful of. And these venture capitalists that are spending all this money on Ethereum-based applications because it was first to market and they've invested so much, and they have all these applications or projects that have either launched or are in the middle of development or close to the end of their development cycles before they launch. You know, they're also pumping a lot of money into marketing these things. So like we've seen time and time again, when you've got venture capital money or you've got anybody with money and you're willing to pay to play in the media space, what happens? The media typically gets real loyal to the ones that are writing their checks. And so what we've seen is we've seen time and time again, to this very day, we see Cardano excluded from the argument when it's the biggest threat to the Ethereum ecosystem, not to mention everything else out there. I mean, let's be real about it. And so we see this a lot. And I've been trying to point some of that out recently in you know, shorter videos. But your staking isn't locked up. You can stake on the Crow node right now, pull it off tomorrow if you want, and then you're not committed for any long-term lockup. That's just the way it is. Now, the data says Cardano is capable of 250 transactions per second, which isn't bad. That's actually really, really good. But we're not really seeing that yet. Right? We're not really seeing 250 transactions per second. A lot of that, I'm sure, is, well, some of it could be limitations in the technology so far, because we're still waiting on Hydra, which is going to change everything. And obviously we're waiting on Voltaire. So we still have protocols for Cardano still to launch. And whether we're getting 250 transactions per second on Cardano right now or not, which really I don't think we are, we're probably getting somewhere between the 15 to 25, just like Ethereum, because that's just kind of where the market is right now. Are we capable of getting more? Yeah, I believe we are. And it's pretty quick too. You know, I can send an Ethereum transaction and it might take 5 minutes, 10 minutes to confirm. I send a Cardano transaction from wallet to wallet and it's like 30 seconds. So it's much, much quicker for these confirmations. And I'm pretty sure a block is minted on Cardano every 20 seconds. So every time one of those blocks is minted, you're getting confirmations. So it's much quicker. But Hydra is going to change everything on a grand scale. I mean, Hydra, ultimately the goal, and keep in mind when the conversation first started about Cardano and Hydra, the conversation was about just getting to 1,000 nodes and getting to 1 million transactions per second. But Hydra, as it is the ultimate goal is to turn every node into 1,000 transactions per second. If you've got 3,000 nodes, I mean, we can just do the math right here. You've got 3,000 nodes, multiply that by 1,000, and you have 3 million transactions per second. Okay? 3 million transactions per second. Multiply that by, I mean, that's a second. 3 million transactions per second. Is there anything faster than that? I don't think there's anything faster than that. I think I extrapolated that out at one point, and I think I got to like 86 billion transactions a day or something, which ultimately, if you have a truly decentralized blockchain capable of even 1 billion transactions a day, you're cleaning house. You're cleaning house through and through. Now, you throw some of this other functionality on top of that from your interoperability protocols and in your side chains and all of this other stuff that is coming. What blockchain can stand up to that realistically? I mean, and I'm asking you wholeheartedly, what can hold up to that? So, outside of this, too, you've got strong venture capital interest due to first market bias, which we see. I mean, every time you look at crypto media, crypto news, we see this bias. They have millions invested in the ecosystem and in media and so forth and so on, which ultimately helps them kind of fight the battle for, market share to some degree, because if they're able to control the media narrative, well, I mean, what do we know about media narrative? If you can buy it, you can own it. And if you own it, you can control a lot, right? And you can guide things to some degree. But while we're still seeing this narrative pump Ethereum's price and maintain its viability, I guess, to some degree, while these VCs are struggling, trying to figure out how they're going to get the money they've invested out of the projects, that there's going to be a transition with that. That's my opinion. There's going to be a transition. And a lot of this money, I believe, is already starting to kind of migrate into the Cardano ecosystem. We just haven't launched a lot of these projects yet. And then finally, Cardano's focused on enterprise level and retail level adoption. And ultimately, it's trying to provide systems for economies, countries, people, governments, basically anybody that can utilize a decentralized blockchain of this nature, which is pretty much everybody. It's just about getting these applications that are going to help bring on major use cases all over the place. But even if we had them right now, they wouldn't benefit from the full functionalities planned for Cardano, because we need Hydra first. When we get Hydra, I believe that is when we're going to start seeing some of the most significant changes to the Cardano ecosystem that's absolutely going to change the game across the board. Now, let's look at some other data here, because there's a lot more. And hopefully I'm not boring you and this is all making sense, because this is all really, really important, which is why I spent hours today pulling a lot of this stuff together, because it's stuff that I think everybody needs to be aware of. Now, currently Cardano's trading at $1,224. That's not terrible. Cardano is at 26 cents. And, I have a friend of mine and a lot of other people like, how did you know it was going to go lower? How did you know it was going to go lower? And I told everybody, when I started to average back in, I averaged back in at 50 cents with plans to buy at another low and then really go big on the next buy. And I haven't done that yet, but I did start to average in, and I'm very happy with the fact that I got my Cardano where it's at, even though I could buy double what I originally bought. That's fine too. I'm not really worried about that, because I'm more interested in making sure I have what I want before things really take off. And even though I believe that we're going to be down into the teens, this is my opinion, okay? But I believe we're going to hit the teens in Cardano's price in 2023. I've done videos before where I'm calling 2023 the year of the bottom. And you know, a lot of people scoff at this. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm not, but that's what I'm seeing. Now, if we look at leaders in AVG, dev activity contributors, counted in 2021, Cardano was number one by a mile. Third to Cardano was Polkadot, and fourth was Ethereum. Fifth was Solana. I don't know how or why, but there you have it. We see Filecoin on this list, Cosmos, and then Bitcoin towards the bottom, Chainlink down at the bottom. This is GitHub commits on Ethereum. Okay, this is a trading view chart that shows the GitHub commits. You can see it. This is an all-time chart. And you can see right here, 335,000 to date as of December 22nd. We can see the same data for Cardano. This is ADA's chart, 899,102 to date. Okay. And there's just so much data associated with how Cardano is closing in on technical superiority and market capitalization superiority. I mean, it's just happening, but it's happening inch by inch. Think about it. Cardano has had smart contracts for a year. Ethereum's had smart contracts for 7 years. And it's, you know, the supply metrics are different. In effect, you know, Ethereum has been inflationary for a while, and now apparently they're burning tokens to try and offset a lot of that stuff. But I don't really know how much that's going to help at this point. It probably will, but we'll have to see how those numbers really officially play out. But also at the same time, Cardano's out. Like there are no major venture capitalist groups or major whales that hold 50 or 51% of the token supply. That's a big part of its decentralized nature. The vast majority of these tokens are distributed throughout the world. They're being held by over 1.3 million different active addresses, probably more than that. But an active address is an address that has been utilized for something typically within the last 24 hours. Some say, you know, within the past 7 days. But these addresses hold Cardano, and it's a big, big deal. And those numbers are continuing to grow. Those metrics are growing. But what we're seeing here is the biggest application on the Ethereum network right now is Uniswap version 3 with $2 billion worth of volume. And you continue to move down, and it's all DeFi applications with, you know, in sixth place, you have a $1.1 billion Pirates of the Island. I have never even heard of this before. And its market capitalization is huge above, like, is this an error? I mean, it's down 14% right now. Yeah, something's not right with the number of unique active wallets interacting with dApps. Yeah, something about this is not right. 6? I don't think so. This is an inflated garbage thing. Something about this isn't right. So that data's got to be skewed, because you're talking like this Ethereum based collectible is not worth more than Uniswap version 2 or Sushi. No, I don't buy it. Somehow somebody's messing with that. Maybe these pirates are trying to pirate somebody else's crypto by like playing with numbers. Look at that. It's a total flat line over here with volume at $31.5 million. Yeah, it looks like somebody's trying to inflate some market value, but anyway, to each their own. And that's not to say that people don't or can't or may not. I don't know, but that's possible on any blockchain. So it's not the fault of Ethereum. But if we look at Cardano, MinSwap at 33.68 million, JPEG Store, which is a marketplace, a pretty nice one, that's 539. That's balance. You've got volume, 817,000, not even $1 million in volume every day on MinSwap. You got $236,000 worth of volume being traded on JPEG Store. Sunday Swap, 100. So the numbers are low. A, we're in a bear market. B, there aren't any significant use cases on Cardano just yet, because there is some truth to the fact that Cardano is not the easiest blockchain to build on. And when you're talking about microtransactions, it's almost pointless. You can't really build anything to utilize microtransactions on Cardano yet. You can do things with a side chain, but that's still a complex issue. And I know this because of my own development on Soblox, my social media platform. And there are going to be some issues if until Hydra is my point. My game, my Wargrim, my tabletop game. There are issues with developing things like this. So right now we're limited to ultimately DeFi and NFTs to some degree, even though you've got major projects like World Mobile Token, you've got Cornucopias with the Kopi token and things like that. And they're all building, but they're building different things, and they don't necessarily involve microtransactions just yet. And while they may be in the plans, just like with Soblox, it's not very viable just yet. But when Hydra launches and it continues to lower these transaction fees, and it increases throughput, makes everything faster, better, cheaper, all this other stuff, it's good that, like I said, it's all just one more element of how the game is going to change. We can look at the data here. Total staked on Cardano, 25.42 billion. 74.35% of the total supply is staked right now. That's insane. This is Crow node. This is my node. You can see I have this hearted. You can't really see it that clearly because it's all the way down at the bottom. You can see the line, but I have 22 million ADA actively staked to my node right now, which is fantastic. Average ROI for this ROS right now for the Epoch's 4.25. It goes up and down, but on average it's around 4.25, 4.5, which is pretty decent, especially considering it's consistent. Live stake, lifetime ROS. There were some other metrics without opening the window, but anyway, total staking addresses. So this is a metric. Total staking addresses, 1.24 million. That's just staking addresses. That's not the number of active addresses. The active address is going to be significantly higher than that. But we've got 2,952 pools right now. Okay. There was a little over 3,000 at one point. And this is some other data. You can see when you're talking about decentralization, one of the big things about decentralization, and it's a question I've always had, is the nodes operating the Cardano blockchain are what really make it decentralized. And these are all over the world. And so if everything is on Amazon AWS, and Amazon decides, we were told by some higher ups that we need to shut this down because we don't like the blockchain because of this, that, or another thing. And they can just shut down all of it, just like they have with different apps, like political apps, social media applications and things like that. They've done it already. So we know that's a big thing. 37% of the current Cardano staking nodes are built on Amazon AWS. Then you've got 14% on DigitalOcean. You've got some on Google Cloud, OVH, Microsoft Azure. You've got a whole bunch of different ones here. So it is decentralized for sure. There's one metric on here where they're not on data centers. You got 5% that are on other. I don't know, Hetzmer, DigitalOcean. I don't know where that is. There's one of these on here, and it was a pretty substantial number, but for whatever reason, I don't know where it went. And it was basically saying these aren't on it. These are basically like running out of somebody's house. And I thought it was like pretty decent percentage. But anyway, that's what we want to see, right? We want to see this spread all over the place. I would definitely love to see the Amazon AWS much, much lower and all of these numbers a lot bigger. I wonder if there's a way to convince people to do that. That's something I might have to talk to my developer about. I know where we're hosted. It's not on Amazon. So anyway, that's that. But there's a lot of different metrics and information. This is the Crow node. So if you like the content that I put out on Cardano or anything else, just news. I mean, we've won some awards and fun stuff. 1K blocks, 100 blocks, 10 blocks, first block, all that kind of fun stuff. I like those ribbons. But our metrics are pretty solid. Even in the bear market, I have not touched my pledge. I have absolutely no intentions whatsoever on touching any of that. So here's another little fun fact here. In particular, as of December 6th, the Cardano smart contract feature accounted for the highest growth rate compared to 2021 at 394%, hitting the milestone of 4,445. That's the number of smart contracts since inception in 2021. and it's growing consistently day by day by day. Native tokens on the platform accounted for the second highest growth rate at 192%, hitting the 7.3 million mark. There are 7.3 million native tokens that have been created on the Cardano blockchain. Elsewhere in 2022, Cardano's transactions amounted to 56.9 million, representing a surge of 139%, while wallets hit 3.8 million, growing 47%. Listen, I don't know what to say other than since 2017, I have been showing people, educating people on Cardano, on on the blockchain as a whole, as it compares and relates to other blockchains. I can't stress enough how much I'm waiting for Hydra to launch, because Hydra I truly believe Hydra is going to absolutely just change the paradigm of crypto for everyone. And once Hydra does launch and the new metrics, the new numbers come out, the throughput, scalability, functionality, all of these fun things, lower microtransactional possibilities, I will say, at that point, because it's just difficult to do now. Even with Cardano, with ADA being much lower in price, we have to get this down significantly to be able to do a lot of the things that I think are going to drive up the market capitalization of Cardano as a whole. And Hydra is going to play a significant role in that. And especially if you're talking about sidechain activity and you're just a lot of these other things that related to Cardano, we are in what is ultimately close to a bottom of a bear market. We're going to see this bottom in 2023. We're going to see the next halving for Bitcoin in 2024. Probably not going to see the next peak of the market until 2025, if we even have just a peak. We might have a peak and a drop. We might have a peak and another peak. I don't know yet. We're not there. But I know that we have years left to develop on Cardano, get all of these different things launched on the blockchain, and really start creating magic. And that is ultimately what I'm waiting for. Ethereum started off with crypto kitties, and there's a lot of gobbledygook. There's a lot of garbage on the Ethereum blockchain because it's easier to build on. Anybody can grab a Solidity book and learn how to, script some cool stuff and write a big hold, insecure smart contract and launch some DeFi application. And it all definitely benefits Ethereum to some degree, whether it passes or fails. But ultimately, we're not seeing a lot of that stuff on Cardano because it is a little bit more complex to build on. It does take a more senior level engineer, I believe, in a lot of degrees to build on Cardano, which is also why we're seeing more higher quality applications being built on Cardano. And I think that ultimately we're going to see much, much more coming down the pipe. And I think that if you're holding Cardano and you can see the changes in the market, you can, if you sit around on your own and you crunch all the numbers and you compare the two side by side, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that the growth of Cardano is soon to drastically outweigh the growth of Ethereum, which to me means at some point in the future, whether it's by this next peak, which it very well could be, we'll have to wait and see, or maybe even the following peak, Cardano, in my opinion, is definitely going to flip Ethereum. And I think it's going to be soon when a lot of these venture capitalists that have been in Ethereum, if they're smart and they have any technical understanding whatsoever, and they start crunching these numbers and they see the technology as it's unfolding, if they were smart, they would start hedging some of the potential future losses that they've invested into the Ethereum and the Ethereum ecosystem, and start putting that into the building and the development of the Cardano ecosystem. And that's not necessarily me just being biased for Cardano. I have my impression of Cardano that I've had since 2017 because of everything that I've read, all of the research that I had done years ago, that I understood the vision and I understood the goal to a large degree. And so far to date, all I've ever seen is successful milestone hit after another, and we're still not even finished. What do you think is going to happen if we peaked out at $3.30 or $3.40 before we even had smart contracts? What do you think is going to be different in the market capitalization of Cardano between now and the next peak, once Hydra, smart contracts, and everything else is into play? $8, $12, $15, $20? Where do you think we're going to go? I think the sky is absolutely the limit for the 2025 peak, if that's in fact where we peak out. And, it is what it is. Doesn't mean I have any disdain or dislike for Ethereum. I just have a disdain and a dislike for a lot of the Ethereum moon boys and the venture capitalists that, in my opinion, use shady tactics in their money to try and oppress and hold down superior technology that they deem as competition, which ultimately it is, and it's going to win. What side of the fence you're on when it does is entirely up to you. Until next time, guys, grow your coins. I'll see you soon. So now we've talked about centralized exchanges a bit. We've talked a bit about decentralized exchanges. Now we want to learn a little bit about derivatives exchanges or leverage trading platforms. Now, leverage trading platforms or derivatives exchanges, futures markets, that sort of thing, are basically exchanges that allow you to trade with leverage. And these platforms I absolutely implore you to stay away from until you are considered an advanced or pro level trader. Because if you venture off into any of these platforms, you're likely going to make a mistake and cost everything you have. And I mean that. To give you an example, I will show you. So I do some leverage trading myself. And for years, there was a lot of hoopla, myself included, was adamantly against leverage trading. But I'll give you an example of something. Let me open this up. I'm going to show you my exchange here. Maybe. And I don't know why this isn't showing. There it is. All right. So this is my BitGet. Now, BitGet is it's an exchange platform that they have actually paid me to be an ambassador for. That's not why I'm showing this to you here. It's just the only leverage exchange that I actually have activity on right now. So it's easy to give examples. But you'll see right here, I'm currently in a short trade that I got into basically right here. All right. And so I don't know if you need to see my face right now or not, but so currently my short trade is negative $918. And I got into this trade at 16,000. Now, I believe that the price is going to come back down, but I made this trade at a 3x leverage, which basically means that I'm trading at a value 3 times more than I actually put at risk. The higher the leverage that you put at risk, so let's say I made a trade for 8,500 and I went at like a 10x leverage. Well, that 10x leverage means that ultimately my gains could be substantially more because it's as if I'm trading with 10 times the capital that I am. But the downside to this is that if the price goes the other way, I could get liquidated. So on a spot exchange, if I'm buying, let's say I'm buying Bitcoin and I'm trading Bitcoin. If I believe the price is going to go down, then I'm probably going to sell my Bitcoin for cash. I'm going to buy back in when the price is lower and be able to buy more Bitcoin than I originally had, right? Well, in a leverage trade, it doesn't really work that way. It's almost like an all or nothing game in the sense that if the price goes up, I'm going to generate a lot more profit than I would just doing a casual spot trade because I'm doing it as though I'm using a lot more capital than I actually have. The difference, though, is that if I get liquidated, I could lose it all. Which is why a lot of people are in crypto, you'll see, oh, got to take your profit, got to take your profit. You got to use stop losses and things. So I am generally not one to use stop losses. It is definitely something that most people should do. I only trade with money I don't care much about. And not by that, I mean, if something happens, I make a big mistake. I'm not betting the farm. I didn't go mortgage my house. Nothing, it's play money. I consider it play money. A lot of it is I'm educating myself. I'm learning the ins and outs of something. But ultimately, some people could go up to, they'll trade at 100x leverage and basically lose it all or win it all in a matter of a minute. And, I've done calculations in the past, and I don't remember what they all are, but I think it like 100x trade, if the, like, let's say I were to enter a 100x trade at 16,000 and the price were to go up, I think it was 0.1%. If I did a 100x leverage trade short and the price went up 0.1%, I've just lost everything that I put that leverage short in. Okay. Because the higher your leverage, the lower your liquidation window. So like this trade, I'm only at a 3x leverage. So it's basically like I am putting into play more than I actually am. I think the trade was like $8,500 or something to that effect. And you can see down here, it's a 3x trade. My liquidation price is much higher. My liquidation price is $21,271. So the price would have to go all the way back up, and it's not to say that it can't happen, but the price would have to come all the way up here for me to get liquidated. So at that point, it's like, okay, do I believe the price is going to go down further than 16,000 or up higher than 21,000 first? What's going to happen first? Well, I believe the price is going to go down below 16,000 before it's going to ever go back up to 21,000. However, while that may be true, people that use higher leverage means that liquidation price is much lower and lower and lower and lower. The higher the leverage, the higher the risk. Okay. The higher the gain potential, but the higher the risk. I always tell everybody, anybody that's trading, leverage trading is a pretty normal practice. It's been going on for decades in traditional markets. You've got options. You've got so many different vehicles for investing, but leverage trading is a big deal. I don't encourage you to do it, quite frankly, especially as a newcomer. Now, outside of that, this isn't a leverage trading tutorial, so I'm not getting any deeper than that, but I just want to show you that that's basically what this is. And you can open limit orders and have trailing stops and all sorts of fun stuff, but I don't really want you guys getting into that until much later on, if ever. So that being said, the question is, all right, what else is there to know about leverage trading platforms? Well, number one, not all of these leverage trading platforms are honest. I mean, I'm just going to put it to you straight up. A lot of these leverage trading platforms, some of them have been known to have internal trading desks that trade against you to try and liquidate you on purpose. Because it doesn't really matter if you do well against their internal trading desk, that means they're losing. If they liquidate you, then they're ultimately keeping all of your capital. And while many will try to pretend that doesn't happen, it's been proven that it does. And with a non-regulated leverage exchange, which just about any leverage trading platform is going to be overseas, not based in the United States. And it's very likely that at the very least, they're going to have a disclaimer saying, we don't want you here. You're not allowed. We don't want to deal with your regulatory bodies because you traded on our platform. Some are a little more lenient. Some may just throw up that warning, but let you move forward. A lot of traders, they'll go to exchanges where they have to use like a VPN or something to mask their IP address and make it look like they're from like Switzerland or something so that they can actually access these platforms. So, depending on your leverage and your experience, you could either be a complete degenerate who just loves the rush of losing money, which obviously those individuals exist. Hopefully you're not one. I don't want to see anybody losing money in crypto. But, in some cases, people make a lot of money. But at the same time, this is what you have to remember when you're even considering using a leverage exchange. There are people out there with considerably more assets than you do that can more easily control the market against you. Okay. Your $1,000, $2,000, $10,000 leverage trade in either direction, if you're trying to be greedy and make a quick buck, it's much more likely that you're going to get liquidated on either a short squeeze or somebody stomping out a long. I just did an article today where 100,000 Ethereum was just 100,000 long on Ethereum was just stomped out in 1 minute. And so there are a lot of systems to that, and we'll get into some of that information, not as it really pertains to leverage trading, because again, I don't want you to really get involved in it. But it's definitely, there are people out there who intentionally try to liquidate longs and shorts and back and forth. And the job for people that do that is ultimately a market maker. And so when you get into the market maker trading course element of it, or the market maker trading element of this course by a friend of mine who I absolutely adore and is super sharp, you're going to learn a lot about how that whole system actually works behind the scenes, and their methodology, the way they think and why, and how it affects you as a trader. So, but on that note, I actually have some fun with it, because honestly, if I'm bored, I'll do some snipe trades. A snipe trade is like I'm watching a 5 or 15 minute chart. I'm looking for opportunities to make a quick trade, whether it's a long or a short. I make the trade, I get out of it. Typically, it's something I do over the course of an hour or two while I'm working on other things. Swing trades, typically anything above a 4-hour chart to the daily or whatnot. That's typically what's used for swing traders. They're basically getting into a position, looking to get out, within, hours to days, sometimes even weeks, depending on the market. So anything beyond that is generally just an investor, somebody that buys low, holds for years and then sells at the top. I mean, that's pretty much what I've been doing since 2017 for the most part, while I dabble in a lot of these other things. So it's fun to experiment with, and it's you can get a kick out of it, especially, I have some trades where I made like $1,200 in an afternoon. Cool, that's fun. And then like you see right now, I'm in a negative trade. It's down like $900. So, it's an ebb and flow, and there's definitely a system to it. I don't even utilize the trading system for that yet. I'm just going off gut right now. So having fun, but it is dangerous. I could lose everything, and you absolutely could too. So keep that in mind moving forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to discuss what I think is one of the most fundamental things to understand when it comes to crypto investing, and that is market cycles. Because if you don't understand market cycles, you don't know what they mean, you don't know why they're happening, then it's very easy to get scared out of positions. It's very easy to FOMO into positions. To give you an example, when I called the market peak in April of last year, I called it on Twitter, and a lot of people were just mad at me as though I was somehow controlling the market. I only have like 40 something thousand followers on, maybe it's 45, I don't remember, 40 something thousand followers on Twitter. I used to never really use Twitter. Now, when I called the market, a lot of people were thinking I was trying to FUD the market because I wanted to buy in cheaper before we went higher, and everybody has their theory. And none of it was true. I was just basically saying, listen, I think that the market has peaked. We're going down for a while. We're going to head into a bear market, but we're going to head into a second peak. This is going to be a 2-peak market. And I said all of this in the same day, I think within a matter of a couple hours. And I was literally getting on a plane to Puerto Rico when I tweeted this. So I couldn't do anything about it. I had everything locked. I hadn't sold. I couldn't sell. And I finally, once I finally got a little more situated in Puerto Rico, I started setting limit orders. And I ended up getting out of my Cardano position at about $2 after a $3.14 peak. People were losing it. I mean, just getting mad with me, thinking I was somehow the one pushing the market down, which obviously was not the case. So fast forward to now where, we're real deeply set in the bear market. Bitcoin, I think, is broken down into the 15,000 range. Cardano has dropped down to 33 cents. And people are asking me, when are you buying back in? Well, I already started averaging in around 50 cents, even though I suspected we were going to go significantly lower. I don't mind averaging in or out, which is what I generally do as a long-term investor. And because people don't understand the cycles, they don't understand exactly what's coming next. And, when you see the price at 314 and you're not really familiar with the time in between each cycle and what have you, well, you could have started buying in at $1. Maybe you started buying in, maybe you start buying in now or 70 cents or whatever. Not necessarily looking to have an average in or out plan, but basically just looking to go all in at a particular moment. And then when it goes lower, let's say you went in at 75 cents, not really understanding the cycle, thinking, oh, it's going to go up from here, right? It's so much lower. And then it goes down to 50 cents, and then it goes down to 40 cents, and down into 30 cents. Well, at what point do you get triggered and say, rather than average down your entry, you just sell at a loss because it's how low is it going to go? I can't afford to lose this money. Well, you only really sell what you sell, or you only lose what you sell at a loss, for one. And the other caveat to that is we basically say you never invest more than you can afford to lose, because if you're investing money you can afford to play with, you're not going to make drastic last-minute emotional decisions based on what's happening. So that being said, we're going to take a look at the market cycles, and I'm going to explain some things. So for one, you can see here the basic cycle of a market. Okay. You start down below and you can say, all right, well, we've got hope. Well, at the very bottom, this rally will fall like the others as the price starts to really go higher. This is after, a depression, right? So, stemming from the last cycle. So you can see here, it's a pretty big mess. So we're going to try and expand this a little bit so you can see it a little better. But you can see we have disbelief. Then you have hope. Oh, maybe things are going to go better. Maybe things are getting better. And then you have optimism. This rally is real. We're really moving, right? And then you go into belief and thrill. And then at the peak, you get euphoria. And that's where everybody's so pumped up and they can't possibly fathom the idea of the price going down, which is exactly where I called the peak of the last market. And everybody was so mad at me because they're like, oh, you're fudding, Crow. You're fudding. There's no way. And then boom, we start to crash. Like overnight, we lost a significant sum of money in the market cap. And then, we get some up and down activity, and then you have complacency. Then anxiety. Anxiety is exactly where I was. Even though I understand and I know, I still feel these things. I still get anxious. What if I'm wrong? What if something big happens to send things the other way? So forth and so on. You have denial. And then all the way down at the bottom here, you have capitulation. Basically, like the sky is falling. It's the end of the world. I'm done. I'm spent. I can't take it anymore. And then you have you start to move up and you get into panic. And how long is this going to take? And what's happening next? Then you get angry because you've spent all this time riding these market cycles, investing, accumulating, doing what you think, but you just don't understand the cycles, and you got caught up and you bought something at the peak with all the FOMO and the marketing just hitting you right in the face, and you bought in at the highs, and you basically just watched everything come crashing down, and you're pissed. You're angry about it now. And then that anger, ultimately, you get jostled around a little bit until you end up in depression and then disbelief, and then you start the next market. I basically call it chasing the dragon of crypto. You're chasing those new highs, which is why if you look at YouTubers on crypto, you can see the hopium videos always get the most views. The people who are unrealistic typically do much better on YouTube because it's the sentiment everybody wants to hear. It can't rain all the time. It's not going to rain much longer. We're almost at the end of this. We're almost there. But it never really seems to come until it does. And by that point, everybody's already capitulated. They're done. They're spent. Everybody's YouTube numbers have dropped. So what you're looking at now is the Bitcoin halving chart. You can see here, you've got the first halving, you've got the second halving, third halving, okay? Because this halving happens every 4 years, and it has since 2009 when Bitcoin was first launched. So every 4 years, what happens is the mining yield gets cut in half, okay? So, if all of the miners in the world are mining up 100 Bitcoin a day, you have a halving. Well, now that's dropped to 50 Bitcoin a day. And then in the second halving, 25 Bitcoin a day, and so forth and so on. It'll keep getting cut in half. I think the final Bitcoin is supposed to be mined up at like 2042 or something. Okay. And if it keeps getting cut in half, well, is it ever really mined up? Because it's fractional by like 100 million or something. So, but at the same time, once the mining is the minting of new blocks. But by the time that the mining hash rate, everything has gone so exponentially high that minting new blocks isn't necessarily a thing, because in 2040, there aren't that many blocks. It's all going to be about getting those fractions of transaction fees and things, right? So it's going to be a little bit different. But we're still in its infancy. Even though we're now heading into, 4 halvings, it's still very much in its infancy. And the next Bitcoin halving isn't going to be until 2024. So we still have like a good year and a half until the next halving. Well, what happens at the halving is, price changes quite a bit. And I'm going to show you ultimately what I see is going to happen. So we're going to open this up here, and I'm going to show you my chart. All right, so this is my Bitcoin weekly chart right now. And you can see how, we had the one peak and then the second peak, and then we continued working our way down. And here we are right here. Now, you're going to see, what I called the second peak. A lot of people are like, how did you know that? How could you possibly have known that? Well, I do a lot of experimenting, and I like to do a lot of different things. So I was actually comparing the NASDAQ 2003 on, and I took the peak of the NASDAQ and I did a bars pattern, and I threw it over my chart in Bitcoin on a weekly candle. And lo and behold, it lined up pretty accurately all the way back here. And so I saw a 2-peak cycle in the NASDAQ, and I'm like, and everything else lined up. So then I just went ahead and did a bars pattern from the peak at the end. And then I'm like, okay, how is the bear market going to go? And so far it's been pretty accurate there too. And there's a whole theory that I have on that, but that's another video or YouTube video. But anyway, here we are right now in this weekly candle. We've been dropping down to new lows. I have explained that I could see us wicking down to $10,690 at the bottom, and at which point we will have dropped 85% in Bitcoin's value from the second peak of the market. Technically, I think we could actually hit 9,600. Okay. At which point we'll probably climb back up. Now, if you're looking at this blue line right here, this is the proposed halving date in April of 2024. So what generally happens is I expect us to see potentially not new highs, but we will have climbed back a decent amount towards the previous high somewhere within this channel. And then we'll cross into the halving. We're likely to get a little bit of a dip post halving, which is pretty common. And then we start heading off into our next bull market. Okay. And we have seen this time and time and time again. This is what happened at the last halving. So if you look all the way back here, this is where I was planning my convention when Bitcoin was at $4,000, trying to tell everybody the same thing I'm telling them now. Listen, we've got another opportunity from the 2017 market where Bitcoin topped out at around 20,000. It came all the way down to 4. And the sentiment was Bitcoin will never see 8,000 again, right? And because people read these headlines and they think that's the case, they don't look at the overall, like, what's happening. Why is this happening? At the time, JP Morgan, all these major institutions, these banking institutions, funds, all these people were basically building their vehicles for, investing into crypto, establishing their own order desks and all sorts of things. And they were flooding the market, trying to keep the price down. And a lot of people that were coming from traditional markets believed it. And so the sentiment was, oh, Bitcoin's never going to see 8,000 again. And then suddenly, when JP Morgan and Diamond and all these guys, Goldman Sachs, all these groups, they got all their vehicles in place, their order desks, everything, all of a sudden, Bitcoin to new highs. The whole sentiment in the press changed. And then we saw the price start to rise, right? Because people are starting to come around. And then we went sideways for quite a while until the halving. And this is the same thing that happened in the previous halving cycles, but I have to zoom in. But it's all very, very similar, okay? So that is what a halving cycle is. That is what these market cycles are all about. And the thing of it is, these cycles genuinely it dictates everything going on in the crypto space. Okay. And at some point, some of these things actually play a role in the traditional financial markets as well. You can see confluence in what's happening in the Bitcoin price and then traditional stocks. Now, this is the Bitcoin difficulty chart. And, everybody talks about the having this, having that. And what nobody ever really mentions is that it goes beyond just the every 4-year mining yields cut in half. It goes beyond that because the difficulty in Bitcoin consistently rises every month. This is 2016 all the way back here. And you can see the difficulty in mining Bitcoin has continued to climb. We had some substantial dips. This was August of 2021. Okay. So this was around the peak when everything crashes. You had miners selling up. They were using old mining equipment. A lot of big mining farms were liquidating their old mining equipment. Hash rates dropped. But as the number of miners throughout the world running these nodes and so forth continue to grow, difficulty goes up because the algorithm is structured that way. So the more people there are trying to get a piece of the Bitcoin pie, the more difficult it is to get that piece. Okay. So it's brilliant, really. It's absolutely brilliant. But ultimately, this plays a significant role in the price action as well. So that's ultimately it in a nutshell. I mean, the mining are the halving system, the market cycles. This has been an every 4-year occurrence. Me calling the peak and calling the bottom before that's not because I'm psychic or I'm some wizard trader. It's just understanding what's happening. Now, as we move forward, and I'm going to leave you with this, as traditional markets continue to, what I believe regulation is going to continue, flowing into the crypto space. And I ultimately think that traditional stocks are going to be tokenized. We're going to see them either in the form of NFTs, security tokens, traded on U.S. regulated exchanges, probably something like Coinbase. Now, when this stuff comes to fruition, maybe I'll be a prophet at that point. But that's where I think we're going. Not only that, but I believe that regulations are probably going to push out a lot of the stable tokens in the market, like USD Tether and some of these others, in favor of like the CBDC tokens, which I'll get into in another lecture later. There are a lot of changes happening, and ultimately I see a merger of the crypto market and the traditional stock markets, and they all become one thing. And I believe that a lot of that is going to happen and stem from the crypto regulation that's going to be happening. That we already have some commodity securities, what's what. Nobody really knows 100%. It's always kind of in question. But once that gets boiled down and we figure that out, well, then I think the paradigm is going to change in crypto quite a bit. And I think that when that happens, the Bitcoin halving cycle may very well not play as significant a role in what happens in the crypto markets, because there are so many other variables to things at that point, when it's going to be more based on macroeconomic, global economic systems and situations, instead of just here's a mining algorithm that happens every 4 years. Everything gets cut. The supply gets cut in half while demand goes higher. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And that should hopefully put things into a little bit of perspective as we continue to move forward throughout this course. I'll see you soon.
First of all, thank you for having me. It is truly an honor. But you know what? The truth is, I saved the best day in the entire year for you. Valentine's Day.
That is true.
I'm here on Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, for sure. You know what? It's funny because I just took Kristen. Well, actually, it was Kristen's idea. She said, let's go to Melting Pot. So we went to the Melting Pot.
Perfect.
Was it Sunday? We've been to 5-star restaurants cheaper.
Well, Melting Pot is the best date night for Valentine's Day because you get to dip the hearts and the chocolates and everything. The fruits in the chocolate.
Yes.
Right? For those
and we
of
did
you
all that.
who are...
And it was great.
Yeah.
It was definitely we had a great time, and the best meal. Our server was cool as hell. I kept teasing him. And, but Yeah, like by the time I tipped, it was like $330.
You spent $330 at the melting pot?
Is that not normal? Because we haven't been there in years. And I'm like, how is this $330 with the tip? Like, I think I did tip them like 60, you know. So
That's
before
nice.
that, it was, you know, I mean, I'm not into crypto. I don't do math. But yeah, it was pricey. I only had like
Soon you
two
have to.
scotches, and she had a couple big ass glasses of wine. So that was probably the bulk of it. They brought her 2 giant buckets full of Cabernet. It's a holiday.
You know,
holiday
well, once you start putting alcohol in there, it adds up quick. And for those of you who don't know, if you don't live in the States, the melting pot is a fondue restaurant. So they bring these pots of like melted cheese and melted chocolate and melted everything. And then you dip things inside of it. So it's kind of like a cool date night place where you sexy dip things and feed each other. And that's exactly what Crow and Kristen were doing.
Of course. I was so sexy dipping my steak into the pot. I will say though, we've decided we're only ever going to cook steak in some form of chicken broth from now on.
No way, really?
Yes, way. It was amazing. It was so good.
Oh, no, you can't always do that. You're telling me you don't like to go to a steak restaurant, have a nice steak?
Well, yeah, sure. If we go to a restaurant, but like at home, I'm going to I bought us a fondue kit a long time ago. We used it once and I don't think anybody wanted to clean it. So we threw it away.
You don't want to do that at home. You want people to serve you.
Yeah.
Especially on Valentine's Day.
See, we're low maintenance. We're not all bougie like you, Mona. You're in Orlando. We're in Cape Coral. We're just a bunch of white hairs over here eating fish tacos and drinking our Pabst Blue Ribbon. We've just become one of the locals.
Dude, yes, I'm right next to Disney. All we do is go around the world and drink. We're a bunch of drunks over here.
Chris is going to Orlando this weekend to do some big. She's got another salsa thing. I think it's some social or something. I don't know.
Tell her to come and find me. I'm going to salsa with her. I look like I'm wearing a salsa outfit. Guys, just so you know, I'm not naked. I swear. Look, I have clothes on. Okay. Just because my framing is weird. Like I'm wearing yes. Anyways, I'm a good salsa dancer. I think
really?
Kristen and I, yeah.
You should just go to the salsa thing. She'd love it if you went. It's
we can twirl and everything. I got it all down. I'm very good. I can move.
She's actually really, really, really good. Like she just did that big competition in Miami and she won like a whole bunch of those dances.
Is she Hispanic background? Because she looks Hispanic a little bit.
Everybody says that. And we have this inside joke when she gets pissed off that she becomes Latina Karen. Because like she went out and yelled at some people that were blocking the road out there, and she started getting her like Puerto Rican inflection down, and I'm like, who are you right now? And I'm like, you sound like we're still in Puerto Rico. She's like, I'm Latina Karen. She was all angry, and so it's become this thing. She wishes she was Latin, but she's freaking Irish. So
no way. That's where she gets those green eyes from. Blue eyes, green eyes. What? Yeah,
she's got green eyes and. You know, she dyes her hair jet black, but it's typically pretty dark. But yeah, she wears the big earrings and everything, and everybody thinks she loves it when people think she's Puerto Rican. She loves it.
She could definitely pass for Puerto Rican. And just so you guys know, the first time I met Crow, it was at the Central in Miami. And of course, like in the crowd of 500 people, there's no way you can miss Crow. Because when Crow walks in, there's like, everybody's looking like up there. And then there comes this little tiny, really gorgeous, pretty, and the first was her eyes. Like her eyes, I can see Crow's height and this little petite thing's eyes, like just shining, laser beaming.
Yeah.
And it's like, how tall is she? 5'5", 5'6", 5'5". Okay, 5 foot. And what are you, 7 foot tall?
Even, yeah.
Yeah, so you guys can imagine this picture, and just the combo is so intriguing. You're kind of like looking up, and then you're like over here, and I'm like, you guys are a very intriguing couple. Tell me more.
I mean, she pimped me out for like a year on TikTok, and that seemed to work pretty well. So
Oh, I would be capitalizing on that all day. I absolutely. She's a smart girl.
Yeah.
100%. You guys are characters. I would put you in my documentary, or I would make a documentary around you guys, or some kind of film or movie or something.
Yeah, we would she would have some fun with that. I mean, I can't even say on air what my wife's nickname is, but yeah, we're very well aware of our size difference. And so is everyone in the TikTok comments, apparently, because I don't know how many, like, oh gosh, so many memes. So anyway,
we digress. We
We finally are here. So here's the thing, like, and you had me on your channel a while back, and we were talking about me, which isn't all that interesting. I feel like everybody's heard my story now for 5 years. And, like you said, when we were at Decentral, I have this really weird pain in my jaw. I think I'm chewing too much gum. I've legitimately burned through. Yes, you are. I've burned through 2 full boxes of juicy fruit in a week.
Why? I even caught you chewing on one of your shows, and my producer kicked in, and in my brain, I'm like, Crow, no chewing gum on camera, please. This is your producer.
I know. I totally, and you're totally right. And I watched it. I'm like, oh my God, I'm annoying the shit out of myself, because I have that weird thing where if I hear people eat, I just want to grab a knife and start hacking. So like, I can't listen to people eat, or the mouth noises and all that. Or in like a movie theater, I just want to like go nuts. So yeah, I was doing that to myself, and I've never chewed gum. I spit out my gum before we started this, but yeah, I have this weird thing with juicy fruit. I can't stop, and I'll eat 3 pieces at a time for like 10 minutes, and then I'll replace them, and I just keep going and going and going. So anyway, but like my jaw's hurting.
You know how I know you're old school? You chew on juicy fruit.
Yes, like my grandfather did when I was like 3 or 5. He always had a pack in his dresser. So one of these days we're gonna do a face-to-face, and it's gonna be a riot, because we're gonna get some drinks.
Can we have Kristen too? Huh? Can you be in the middle, and then Kristen and I, both of us.
Oh, you know what? That would be an absolute riot. Oh,
everybody's gonna tune in then.
Yeah,
aren't you guys?
I'm sure, and I'm sure the comments would be quite interesting afterwards as well, like they were last time. So yeah, I was sitting on that panel, and I remember just watching you walk in, and you had this like pink suit, and like gym shoes, right? Like, I want to look professional, but I want to get where I want to go fast. It was like, I don't want to miss the story. Like, wherever the action is, I'm going to be there. And then you had this, your partner, your somebody from your work or whatever, and you guys were like this little tag team duo or whatever. And I was just like, this chick's looking for dirt. Like, I just had this thing where I'm like, she's like, who is she? Because she looks way too professional for a crypto thing. And I was just like, I had this whole preconceived notion as to who I thought you were and like what you were about. And then sure enough, and that woman was like just starting to attack BitBoy, and and of course he takes the stage and like wants to set the world on fire, and I'm like, dude, just chill, let it go, like, relax. And it's like, I get it, but boy, you were right there, like, I got this shit, I'm ready to go. And so like later, and
front row recording live, here we come. That's exactly why I said in front row.
And that was wise.
Yes.
I still think my joke was the funniest part of the whole thing, because the whole thing looked like a Jerry Springer marathon. And when I was like, Ben, you are not the father, and that chick got so pissed, like she didn't get the joke. I don't need a father. I don't want a father. And I'm like, everybody was like, you don't get the joke. Calm down. Like, but anyway,
it was tough. There were moments. We all got nervous. Tell me you didn't get there were nervous moments. Like, I got nervous for a second.
I mean, I don't think I was really nervous. Sometimes I feel like, Ben, what do you do when you're trying to do so many things to be helpful and supportive, and you have a big platform that you've grown yourself, and the bigger you get, like I just watched the whole thing about Notch, the creator of Minecraft, and it's like the bigger the game got, the more people just wanted to attack him all the time because of the things they didn't like, and everybody gets so emotional about the smallest things, and it's like I feel for Ben in a lot of ways. Huh?
pointing fingers at whoever they can because they've lost so much money.
He gets so much flack. So I felt for him, and I, you know, but. And I think he made the right call because security was about to take her away. And I was just like, just let it go, man. Don't be that guy, you know, like he was really worked up. And I know he wanted to be like off with her head because, you know, she's just really just attacking him out of nowhere. But, you know, he took the high road on that and he was just like, just leave her alone. And then I think they even talked after the fact and like other people have talked to her. So, you know, it is what it is. But I never really I don't think I got nervous. But I was just like, okay, like everybody needs to just go share a doobie or something somewhere and relax a little bit because, you know.
It's true, but you know what? We live in such a crazy time right now. And unfortunately, when people lose money, it gets very emotional, right, for them. And nobody wants to ever point the finger at themselves, right? Like nobody forced you to click buy, right? You made that choice. So I think because people have lost so much money, I'm a former reporter. I've seen some crazy shit. People get emotional and God forbid, like, I mean, it crossed my mind. I'm like, what if this girl has whatever in her bag, you know, and just like is emotional and has lost thousands of dollars and I don't know, starts doing crazy shit in this room.
Oh,
and
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Like what if somebody shoots, you know? Like,
I mean, she was surrounded by people.
People are crazy. Yeah. And it got a little heated but thankfully people like you kind of were throwing humor in there. So we were laughing and then it would get intense. But yes, I was front and center and that's what I've been taught to do.
Yes.
I've been taught to sit right up front because you never know what happens, especially at crypto events.
Because if you're the one that gets shot in a freak accident, it's just a bigger story. Right. If you're like right up there in front of everybody else, you become the hero or the martyr. I don't know how that works, but yeah, I never went to film school or reporter school, but yeah, I guess I could see how that'd be a benefit.
Oh my God.
No,
you know
but
I love hanging out with
getting
you.
to know you and realizing that you do have a reporter's background and you did do the legitimate, here's my lines and all of that fun stuff. And it's like, that's cool. I have a face for radio. So I just, when I see people like you and I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can totally see that. And then the more you realize, like, you're like a metaverse freak and you're like all about old school tech, which is fine. If you really want to follow Ethereum, but it's like, we're going to get you, to the third generation, and so we'll get you there, but ultimately you are a legitimate, like, crypto enthusiast, like all of us. So yeah. And
I will rest my case on Ethereum versus Cardano in a little bit here. But first of all, let me go back to the pink outfit, and I'll tell you why I have a pink outfit. Because initially, when I started attending crypto events, I was like, I'm old school. Okay, guys, earmuffs. I'm in my 40s. Okay, so I'm old school. So she's
lying. She's getting some sort of AARP benefit in Orlando by saying she's that old. She's not. She's not in her 40s.
No, thank you. I am. I don't know what happened, but it's just the matter. It's my avatar. This is my avatar. But so I start going to these events and I'm like, oh, okay, I need business cards. Shit, I don't have business cards. So I go and like spend all this money on fancy business cards. I even got these like metal business cards. Stupidest thing I ever did. So when the first crypto event I went to, it was permissionless in South Florida. Amazing event. You must go, must attend. And every single person that approached me and started a conversation with me came to me because they wanted to say something about my pink sneakers, right? So my pink sneakers became my business card. I was like, screw this shit. I don't need this business card. Everybody's talking to me because of my sneakers.
Right.
And my pink suit, right? So
I'm
I was
sure
pink
that's
sneakers,
totally what
pink
it
suit.
is.
I swear I was like flashing pink.
Yes, it was
It
all
was
because of the pink suit jacket.
50%. How about 50
there you go. There you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
50-50. So then I said, you know what? Instead of spending money on business cards, I'm going to spend money on bright ass outfits. So now I have an orange jacket and orange sneakers, green jacket and green Jordans, and pink jacket and pink Jordans. And then I think there's another color too. But anyway, so if you see me at events, what's that?
It worked for Matthew Lesko, the crazy old guy with the big bright suits about government grant money.
I swear it works like a charm. You guys need to try it. You'll see. Just people love shoes, especially guys at events. Like everyone loves shoes, like cool shoes though. I'm not talking about like heels and red bottoms and stupid shit like that.
Yeah. I never thought much about shoes.
I remember exactly what shoes you had on. You had Gucci loafers on and no socks.
But I'm not a shoe person. I think it's funny because everybody else seems to care more than I do.
The man who was wearing Gucci loafers.
I just thought they looked cool, and I thought they looked understated. So I'm like, yeah, that's my style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 7 foot tall, wearing Gucci loafers. We see you.
Yeah.
Anywho, so yeah, to go a little back about me, as you mentioned. I'll get a little serious now. I am a former news reporter and producer and for a local channel here in Central Florida. I left news about 5-6 years ago and started producing local TV commercials. I loved news for what it taught me. It taught me storytelling. And I'm very grateful for that experience because storytelling, you use storytelling everywhere. Everything that you do, you are telling a story. In crypto, we're telling a story. In the metaverse, we're telling the story. Gaming is storytelling. Film, commercials. When you write a code, you're telling a story. Everything is storytelling. But the thing about news that I didn't like was that I couldn't be creative, right? And I wanted to be creative. I wanted to have a creative freedom. And news didn't allow me to be creative. News was very cookie cutter. It was very one size fits all. It was, you either have to be left or you have to be right. And you will write something or you'll report on something, but it has to go through 5 different hands. So I got my experience, but I knew that news wasn't going to be a long-term thing for me. So in producing commercials for TV, I found creativity there. And while I was doing that, I wanted to build some passive income. So I started buying dips. And when I started buying dips and I wanted to find the projects that I wanted to spend my money on, I had to read white papers. So I started reading white papers, which at the time, I didn't understand anything that I was reading. But I remember the best advice someone once told me was, they said, just keep reading. And I'm so glad that I kept reading. And in reading those white papers, I would decide then if I want to invest in that project or not. Mm-hmm. So reading those white papers gave me a lot of knowledge about Web3 and the metaverse. And people started asking me to tell them more about the projects they wanted to invest in. So I saw a huge gap between this rapidly growing Web3 and crypto space and then the masses who knew nothing about it, but they were so eager to learn more, right? And at the time when I got into it, there were no women at all. I didn't know any woman who could not only like understand it, but also speak it and then explain it to other people. So I started using my broadcasting and storytelling skills to educate people about, decentralization and crypto and NFTs and the metaverse by starting a channel. And this is all recent. I started a channel last year. So if you go to my channel, Metaverse Express, you see I only have 2,000 followers. So you guys can help me out with that. Mm-hmm. But I started, and I actually shifted my focus toward the metaverse. I was in DeFi first. But the more I got into it, I realized that, you know what? Gaming and metaverse is going to be a lower barrier to entry for people. It's going to be so much easier to lure people from Web 2 into Web 3 through gaming and the metaverse. I felt like DeFi was going to have a very long road to go, and it's going to be very hard to get the masses who are not even willing to hear the word crypto and NFT to self-custody and hand, and take the ownership of and the key of their own finances in their own hands. I think that's going to be a tough road ahead, but I thought metaverse was going to be a lot easier. So I started investing in that, and I started kind of educating people in that area. And I would say I facilitate information between metaverse brands, blockchain gaming brands, and the 99.9% non-crypto natives who don't understand what a wallet is, or, what in-game economies are. So that's one side of what I do, but my ultimate goal here is to build a new news media outlet that caters to the next generation, Gen Z, because currently this new landscape of news that we have is not working, and it's done. Gen Z is not going to consume news the way we were consuming news. And I think it's time for us to reimagine this next iteration of news media and what that's going to look like in this digital world. So I collaborate with people, like-minded people like yourself, and projects in this space to create this engaging and informative environments for people to not only stay informed, but also learn about these concepts and how they can apply these Web3 concepts into their own businesses. So
yeah, I think Joe Rogan does it best, really. I mean, he's taken us out of the whole here's a 2-minute drop about some sort of event that's going on, and also here's what you should be thinking about it. And then him taking that and saying, no, that's wrong. People are not as stupid as they used to be. They've grown accustomed to this. They tune you out. They don't trust you. Let's have a conversation that is more transparent about what's actually going on. And the thing of it is that he has the luxury of being able to entertain, educate, and have conversations with or about people that are already popular for one reason or another, right? And as YouTubers in the crypto space, we're from the bottom up. We're typically trying to educate people on stuff that they don't know exists. They don't know anything about it. And we're trying to generate interest for these projects to kind of help the economy grow. And so it's an uphill battle for us, for sure. But, I think that your talents and skills, relevant to the way you can, craft these videos. I mean, you spend so much time. Like I'm like, you spend too much time on trying to make things so perfect. And I'm like, kick back a couple beers, throw on a t-shirt, and just talk to me, and it's just,
I'm here. I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing it.
Yeah. It's like, because here's the thing, while we might look at things as in the kind of vein that, we have to educate all these newcomers, 95% of the people that are tuning into us are already pretty well versed at this point in crypto, because the people that are brand new to crypto, they're not really poking around YouTube, following particular people religiously, right? These are people who are just casually clicking around. And I feel like guys like BitBoy, Altcoin Daily, I feel like a lot of these channels, because they're so big, they take precedence over everything else, right? So you're pretty much going to start with one of their videos. I mean, because they're putting out so much all the time, and they're so large that everything else just kind of filters down into like a niche, right? Yeah. People like to listen to me because I'm just not about the bullshit. I'm not crafting every video precisely to be a certain way and changing my frames and playing all those little tricks. I'm just an old dude talking shit about crypto, and you either like it or you don't, right? And then you have, so many of us have our own different way of telling that story. And I think, I love your ideas about creating like a news media or like a news outlet and have it focused more around crypto. But honest to God, one of my biggest things, I've always thought it'd be great to actually launch a 24/7 news channel that is just covering everything in a non-biased, here are the facts, but it's structured in a way to educate, entertain on facts alone, leaving left, right out of the equation. But, you know, at the same time, bringing people into the metaverse or blockchain in like more subtle, passive ways. You know, I don't know. I think that's the future. So
no, it is. You're absolutely right. And frankly, we all have to realize that the next generation is, if the next generation is going to spend time in these digital environments, and we often talk about what is going to create an ideal metaverse environment and who's going to create the most ideal metaverse environment, and what does that really look like? And frankly, an ideal metaverse environment is an environment where people, you and me, and an 18-year-old, a 20-year-old is going to want to spend hours and hours on that platform. And so if you want to create an environment like that, I need to be able to shop in this environment, play games in this environment, attend a concert in this environment, watch a movie in this environment, have my Zoom meetings in this environment, watch my news. So take me from here to there, to order my Amazon, and then it gets delivered to my house so that I spend hours in this environment, right? And so I come in from the news angle and say, we need to go where Gen Z is spending time. Gen Z, unfortunately and sadly, is not riding their bikes on the streets like we were when I was 8 years old. They're not on the streets anymore. They're on the digital streets.
Right.
So you have to go down where they are. And if they're playing that game, and if they're watching that movie, and if they're watching the hip hop artist or whoever it is, they also should be able to go and get their fun news, not left, not right, but factual news that frankly is about the metaverse, that's about gaming, that's about the things that they're interested in, and the world as well, right? But we need to bring it all in one place. And we need to now change the traditional model. The traditional model is not going to work in the industrial internet era that we're walking into. So that's kind of what my vision is. And I'm actually speaking at NFT NYC in April on this topic. So yeah, I mean, I love to know what people think, what your viewers think. You know, how do you guys want to consume your news? You know, is it Twitter? I mean, that's where most of us are consuming our news nowadays. Nobody is.
I don't even.
Where do you
Twitter
get your
to me
news?
is. I honestly, I just look at news aggregators and I just kind of go through stuff. You know, I'll plug in like, what project do I want to see the news about, and I'll plug it in and see what comes up. You know. And I even thought the other day about maybe setting up my own RSS reader and just like pumping it full of stuff and then just creating my own aggregate for news. Because you know, Twitter to me, I don't know, a lot of the way social media is to me, it's so toxic, right? I mean, and it's not. It's not so much about like the facts. It's not so much about the news. It's about the snarky comments and the, you know, the finger pointing and the tribalism, because a big part of the news is also the community engagement, right? And how the community engages with that news. And it's like the loudest people are almost always the most negative, right? Or well, the most negative are generally the most loud. And so it takes over any positive sentiment. I mean, look at the Mr. Beast, you know, he just helped 1,000 people see, you know, and all these crazy people are like giving him hell for it. You know, it's like, it's so disgusting. So, you know, I would like to think that there's, I don't know. I'd like to think that there's a way to bring, and the other part of that is that just the instant gratification, this constantly like scroll up for 2 seconds, scroll up for 2 seconds. You're paying 2 seconds, 5 seconds attention to figure out, is this important? Is this good? Is this what I want? And you know, there's so much to that. I almost feel like news at some point is almost going to be like a passive stream. Like it's not even going to be a deliberate intent to like search for or watch it. It's just going to be
Yeah.
something you're hearing passively while you're shooting ogres in a virtual world somewhere. Like, you know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
okay too. But I don't know. Like everything that you were saying, I was thinking cornucopias, and then I'm thinking, okay, so when I'm in cornucopias and I'm building my islands, or I'm building my land, I'd love to have a steady news stream of like maybe my Twitter account or my Facebook account or my Soblox account, maybe at that point where I can just kind of passively see, ding, this is happening. All right, cool. And then if I want, I can just interact with it right while I'm like dropping a log for my house, like whatever. I mean, that to me is a real metaverse. And that's how you ultimately create like this fourth dimension to your iPhone, right? And I think
absolutely.
that's really the goal, or should
and
be.
It has to have, and speaking of cornucopias, one of the things that Josh is coming out with, I think they already came out with, which by the way, we should reach out and do I don't think they have announced it yet, but we should get together and maybe work with them and do an announcement, all of us together. They're going to announce their educational world that they're creating, where you can actually learn to earn. Fascinating concept. And I know that they're about to announce it. I don't think they have yet. But to go back to news, remember, news is the first pass in history, right? So news is history. And how history, when we look back to, John F. Kennedy's death, or, just whatever has happened in history, it usually first comes from news. So news will always be there. It's just that this next iteration of it, what is that going to look like? And it's very close to what you are wanting to see. I think that's what people want too. People don't want appointment watching news, like we used to, 5 o'clock, Dan Rather, whoever it was, and let's watch world news. Never again it's going to be like that. Mm-hmm. We're going to be in cornucopias, and we're going to be in, learning and earning. And then there's our news there too, where you watch news, you learn, and maybe there's earning opportunities too. I definitely see DAOs playing into this infrastructure of next iteration of news. I see NFTs being a part of it. I mean, remember, news is all videos and photos, right? So I think NFTs have a huge part in this new structure of news. So it's a very interesting conversation to have. Do we know exactly what it's going to look like? We still don't know. And it's very surprising to me that, CNN and ABC, and these guys are not here and building it already. And I think it's because they haven't really figured out advertising, because news is very much directly connected to advertising. And until we figure out advertising on the blockchain, news is not going to come in.
And well, I think what's in the news is directly related to advertising as well. So, or what's not in the news, rather.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So first comes advertising, then comes news. Mm-hmm. But I mean, and advertising is going to be a huge part of the metaverse too. And what is that going to look like? I think we're just still very early. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
I mean, because all the advertisers are going to know everything about you, everything you do in this metaverse. All that information is going to be data everywhere you go, any virtual shop, any virtual outlet, application, anything. So, I mean, I've been thinking about going back and watching Minority Report just to remind myself, because, they had all those futurists that were kind of breaking down, like, what does the world look like in 20 years? And that's what they based the technologies associated with the movie on. And, and it's like, I wonder what would happen if they did that today. What do we look like in 20 more years?
It's scary. And how crazy that came out. What year was it? It was in the 90s, right? That came out.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been a while. It might be 20 years old.
Yeah, and they already called it. They called it back then, and we're now living it. Yeah. And I was just going to say, don't think for a second this Chat GPT is giving you all the information you need, but don't think for a second everything that you're putting in there is grabbing information of you too.
Right.
So yes, absolutely. I mean, the more digital we get, the less privacy and the more of you will be dictating what they're going to sell to you.
Right.
So it's very double-sided, right? But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. We're still, I'm going to say, a few years out, but I want to have these conversations on stages at the events to ask people, to kind of give them something to think about.
So
How
what do you think
want
your role is going to be in all of that? You know, you have these ideas, you have these things in this kind of vision in your own mind, I'm sure, as to what you would like it to be. What are you like? What's your goal? Like between now and 2025 or 2030, how do you see, you know, Mona bringing all of this stuff? How are you going to manifest, Mona? How are you going to manifest all of this stuff?
Crow, I'm going to be the Oprah Winfrey of the metaverse. How about that?
Oh, wow. Well, if Epstein calls you to take a flight on his airplane, you might want to.
He just rolled over in his grave, by the way.
Yeah, hey, powerful woman, and she did a hell of a lot of stuff. I will say that in terms of, she did pioneer a lot of things, I think, for whatever that's worth.
A network.
But,
I mean, she created a network, and I think those networks will also be needed in the metaverse. I mean, I now, as a business owner myself, having my own production company, I've learned a very valuable lesson, and that is that you can't do it alone. You need a team, and I've always learned to look for the best of the best in the genre that I'm looking to grow and build a team in, and bring the people that I don't know how to do everything, right? But there's somebody out there who knows how to do what I don't know. So even for my own business,
Mona, in case you need anybody.
Wait, you know how to do what?
I know how to be very tall. So if you need somebody to fill that, I'm pretty capable.
You have an amazing broadcasting voice and face, by the way.
I do. I have a face for radio.
Do you remember Delilah? You guys would not know because you guys are all Gen Zs. Love you all, but we're the OGs. But do you remember Delilah, late night Delilah?
No.
Like the lady that had deep, like sexy voice at night, and she would play you would call her and she would play any music you wanted her to. You don't remember that?
I vaguely remember something like that, but I never listened to the radio much as a kid.
Oh my gosh, she was so popular. You are like the male Delilah. You have this like sexy, deep, like if you close your eyes and listen
right, baby.
to
Keep talking.
See? Doesn't he not? Does he not? He does.
I'll be the white Barry White. What did I just? Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh, the movie we just watched on Netflix. It was so good. Was it Seth Rogen? No. I can't even remember his name now.
What was
Eddie
it about?
Murphy and You People, and somebody called him the White Barry White. And I was like, wow, that's hilarious. So anyway, yeah, silly joke. If you haven't seen it, doesn't make any sense. But
no.
Yeah,
no, I haven't.
Well, if you need a deep sexy voice for a late night crypto talk, you just let me know.
Oh, you're in. It's already done.
Am I
in?
You're already in, like Flynn. So
that voice, yes.
When you say you need a team, I've always it's like everybody that I know in the YouTube space that are doing really, really well. Their channels have just boomed. They all have teams, and I'm like, I don't have a team. I'm just me. There's so many things that I'd love to do, but I don't have a team, and I'm really learning that in order for me to achieve what I think I want to, I really do need to put some kind of team together. And but I am super serious when I say I would love to have kind of to figure out some sort of news. Because like I have a friend in broadcast, and he like does work with different developing networks and things, and you could buy time, you get sponsors, you lay it all out, you've got program. I mean, there's so many different things. Like when I was in fight promotion, I was doing time buys with different networks, and DirecTV was that was expensive. But I mean, there's so many different deals that can be made, and ways to kind of piggyback off of what other people are doing in terms of time, market share or the reach for a particular network. And you're growing your digital version yourself online while you're also kind of piggybacking off of more terrestrial platforms. And I mean, I think there are a lot of ways to do it. The thing of it is, I don't think that like a CNN or a MSNBC or a Fox News, for that matter, I don't think any of these groups are going to change enough to become that future of news, to become that future of all of this. It's going to be a new platform with new people, new ideas, and the newer generations. That's where this is coming from. It's not coming from these old farts. I mean, all these networks are owned by like the same 3 people anyway. So like everything that comes down, it's all by some white hair off in the Bahamas somewhere. Like, this will be funny. Tell them that this guy sucks and watch what happens. It's like a joke. It's all a joke.
Go tell everyone they're UFOs.
Yeah. Hey, look,
we're getting invaded by UFOs.
I don't know. I would love to see you do it. I think you can. I want to see you do it.
And I would love to, when we talk about Cornucopias, I mean, I have my eyes on Cornucopias as well, because I think they're well positioned for something like that. I think Gala Games is well.
Uh-oh. I think we're coming back. What happened?
And the right team together. I have the knowledge of news infrastructure. I know what news how to build a news media business, right? It's just a matter of bringing the platform that's already in existence, like Cornucopias, like Gala Games, that have some of these infrastructures like the NFTs, the economies that are already built, and then you bring the news aspect to that as well. So I think it really is about finding that right partnership and building the team to kind of put Web3 news in the forefront of it all. So we'll see. We're in talks. We're looking. And we're still new. I mean, and it's still early, so we'll see.
Yeah, that kind of stuff I know takes a long time. I mean, it's a lot of cultivating a lot of things over a lot of time. So it's not anything I'm sure it's just going to pop up tomorrow. And I know that there was a group that was working on something like that in the crypto space. I know Crypto NDO was a part of it. I think Ben, BitBoy was a part of it. I mean, they got a bunch. I don't think they ever asked me. I don't remember.
But see, here's the thing though, and I don't mean to interrupt you. I actually got somebody messaged me and they said, hey, Ben is looking for a reporter, but that's not what I'm talking about though, right? So they're all if they're looking for reporters, they're looking for reporters to report on crypto and the same stuff you get from CoinDesk, right? I'm saying, guys, we need to go down in the trenches in the metaverse and create digital news in the metaverse. Right.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. But I was just saying that I know that there was a company, and I can't remember, and this was a couple years ago, might have been 3 or 4 years ago. And they were trying to get all of the different YouTubers at the time to start contributing exclusive segments for a new crypto news network. And I'm pretty sure they had a terrestrial deal as well. And it was like a big thing for like, I don't remember, 30 days. And then I don't know whatever happened to it. I didn't hear anything about it again ever since. So I don't know. I don't know what came of it, if anything, but I haven't heard anything about it ever since then. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think it's a fantastic idea. And that's the thing too. I'm always hounding like Josh and Rob. I'm like, A, what am I building? B, where's the centralized exchange listings? And like, what all can we do in this? And like, what can we build? Because I mean, I would love to have I really want a 24/7 stream. Like ultimately I want a 24/7 stream where it doesn't matter what time of day or night, you can just tune in and you're going to learn some shit.
Yeah. And it's on a loop, right? Yeah. It's on a loop. And wherever you are, whatever platform you're on the Decentraland, you're in Sandbox, you're in Spatial, wherever you are, you can access it and you can see it and you can get your news and you can even build studios. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to give away all my secret, guys. I'm sorry. I digress.
Is there software that would take like 50 videos and autoplay them on a streaming loop? Is there anything out there that does that?
50 videos of what?
Me. Like if I were to take, you know, some of my best videos, because there are a lot of people that love to just listen to me at work. They don't even watch me because why would they? But they want to listen to me, right? And so they're listening at work. I'm like, well, what if they could do that anytime by hitting the same button? And they can just, and I could just be talking about anything. You never know. It could be one of 50 different videos out there.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends what I mean, you do have to choose a platform though, because where are people going to?
Well,
to
like if it were
that?
just a 24/7 live stream on YouTube, but that stream was coming from something that was rotating a catalog of videos for me.
Yes, you can do that. I taught Spatial can do that. I spoke with them. They will pull it from YouTube and they will put it. They can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I would totally do that right now. I think that might be a fun idea.
YouTube and then loop it.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll look at that. And then I can just over time, I can even say, hey, you YouTuber, can I throw this video of yours and that video and just start a whole collection of it's like a 24 stream of all the best content from like kind of almost like an aggregator for the content of all the YouTubers that I respect. I think that'd be a really cool way to get something going.
And then you can, and then initially you test it and see, you know, what works and what doesn't. And then at some point you token gate it and you collect everyone pays you ADA and they pay me ETH. And
wait a minute, what did you just say? And then you can go stake it and never see it again.
Oh God. And with that, we're running out of time, everybody.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. Cause you know, Ethereum, Shmirium, whatever. No, I mean, I'm sure it's going to do fine. I mean, people are going to make a lot of money with Ethereum. There's so much money that's been invested in that ecosystem. They're not going to let it dry up just to replace it all with something better.
Are we going there? We're going there? I think we're going there.
You know, I mean, it is what it is. Not everybody could be Crow.
Listen. I am, you know what? I'll say my piece and I'll rest it there and then we can run out of time if you want to. Mm-hmm. I'm not against ADA at all, by the way. Just
of course, why would you
be? Somebody record this. I'm not against ADA. In fact, I own Cardano. I stake ADA. I'm a big fan of Charles. I hope one day we sit down and we can have this conversation.
Isn't it nice to be able to stake your ADA and be able to pull it out whenever you want and use it if you need to? That's pretty clever.
Yes, it is. No, I have, and I honestly love Charles because he's a visionary, he's innovative, and I know that he's going to continue to push boundaries. But to be honest with you, Ethereum for me is pointing to an industrial revolution on the internet, and I think that's where we're going to. Similar to what was it? How the Stream engine, right, was the input required to kickstart the industrial revolution. Ethereum's new crypto economic engine is truly, I feel like, is unlocking this new era of economic productivity for the internet. And that's what makes it so exciting. That's what I'm excited about when I talk about Ethereum. And actually, this is a whole topic and conversation to have, but Ryan from Bankless, he's a ETH maxi and I talk to him often. He just, a few weeks ago, he had a video on this. I highly, highly suggest everyone to go and check out and learn about ETH's, I don't even know if I should say this on Crow's channel, but to learn about Ethereum's economics and how its crypto economics allows for achieving an adaptive and natural state of balance, even when stupid people build Ponzi games on top of it, right? And an example of that is ETH's issuance rate, which again, Ryan talks about that. You guys need to check it out. But to connect this to our own economy, when you look at the relationship between the Federal Reserve and the commercial banks, when the Fed Reserve interest rate or raises interest rate, the commercial banks also raise interest rates, right? But the Ethereum's this elegant homostatic for balancing its own economy is exactly the model we need to so that to kind of prevent humans from having to interfere in our own economy in the first place. Isn't that what we all want?
Right.
And if we're building this industrial or this industrial internet, I am looking at who can help the economy in that way. I don't know if Cardano is working on that, or if Cardano is positioned for that. I know Ethereum is, and that's why I look at Ethereum in that way. But so if you guys want to tell me that Cardano is too, hey, I'm not here. I'm not arguing with that. But I think Ethereum's super engines will point to this revolution. And I rest my case.
Yeah, and listen, I like Ethereum just fine. I really do. I don't really have any problems with Ethereum. I never have. I mean, like I've said before, if it weren't for Ethereum, I wouldn't even be in crypto. So I give respect where it's due.
Can I also add, you guys have all forgotten that ETH is the dominant collateral in the DeFi economy, right? And as that collateral grows in value, credit availability, more credit is going to be available in the DeFi sector as well, right?
Well,
so if
here's
ETH
the thing.
is in value, go ahead. Sorry.
I love my AMG, and if it weren't for a Model T, my AMG would likely never exist. So it is
What are you trying to say?
I just. There's levels to this thing, you know? So
yes, it is. There's levels to this shit. That's what we say.
That's right. But listen, I have Ethereum, you know, and I'm not like, if I have a choice, I'm not necessarily running out and buying Ethereum. I'm going to pick up my ADA first. And there are other projects that I'll probably buy before I buy Ethereum. But like, if I do a paid segment or something, I'll let people pay me in Ethereum. And then I convert it to ADA. Sure. So like, you know, I mean, it has a use case. Sure. No, I mean, I do joke a lot, but and you know, I don't ever say, oh yeah, no, we shouldn't talk about this. Like, I'm all for anything that improves people's lives and empowers people to make money. You know, empowers people to do whatever it is they want to do. You know, there are some development hurdles on Cardano that makes it a little more difficult for just anybody to grab a book and a keyboard and start coding away and building applications on Cardano. I think a part of that is by design, though, hopefully to keep a lot of these bad actors out of it. It's just like, you can build something on the iTunes store, which is a lot more heavily monitored and regulated, or you can just build malware and throw it up on Apple or Android Play. You know, and so that's kind of the difference to me. It's like everybody and anybody's throwing random shit all over Ethereum. So of course it's going to increase transactions and on-chain data is going to look pretty, but how much of that is really relevant and how much of that is actually good for the you know, the ecosystem and so forth. So and you know, I'm not saying that it's not going to also continue to be improved over time, and both of them are. I mean, Ethereum and Cardano are going to continue improving over time, and you know, until Hydra launches, until some of these key elements of Cardano launch and have proven themselves viable, you know, anything could happen. But I do think that once some of these major development milestones really kick off, I think the race is going to get much more narrow, and you know, we'll see. And
I wish, you know, though, I wish there wasn't a race. I wish it's kind of like when you're so early into this that there shouldn't be a race. It should be, hey, what advancements are you guys making? Let's bring it all together because we're all trying to do the same thing.
Well, Cardano is doing that. I mean, Cardano is establishing interoperability between Ethereum, and they already have it. I mean, you can migrate tokens from one to the other. You know, there's a lot of things that you can do. And I honestly think that one of the main reasons why there's a quote unquote race between blockchains is because it's almost this idea that, well, if the transaction fees to do X are really high on this blockchain, well, then there's a race to lower those transaction fees while increasing throughput, scalability, and all these other things to make more transactions go through quicker. Ultimately, it's like a lot of this race is just about having superior technology that further empowers its users. And so we call it a race, and it's not necessarily a tortoise versus the hare kind of thing, but it's like, who is going to empower the public more to achieve more with the least amount of friction? And I think that ultimately is the race. In my view, some people are just like, well, I hold all Ethereum and Cardano can go to hell. And some people are the other way and vice versa. I'm not really like that. I think people should absolutely invest into and buy absolutely anything that they are passionate about and will continue to fuel their own education through it. It doesn't matter what that is, even if it's Solana for some people. I mean, some people love to get punched in the face. I mean, that's their prerogative, but that's just where I'm at on all that.
You have this whole US element too, and which one of these chains. I mean, I feel like there's going to be a government chain and a freedom chain, and who will be in which for US citizens. That's a whole another conversation to have. And wasn't the purpose of all this wasn't a decentralization, and is CBDC what will be implemented in the US and a digital dollar, and then what would the role of Ethereum or Cardano or Solana be then, right? So a whole new topic and conversation that we're going to have on the next episode.
Yeah, we will definitely, we'll make that a point for the next one. Mona, it's been such a pleasure. It's always good to see you, chat with you, talk to you. You're always such a joy. I will definitely let Kristen know to pull you to this salsa thing when she gets down to Orlando, and I'll make sure she. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna shoot lots of video that I can show everybody, and I'll just basically make your salsa clips part of this interview. No, I'm kidding. I won't. We're gonna name
the title of the video "Tiny Little Dancers."
Tiny Little Dancers. Do I get to put on big funny eyeglasses and like a big flamboyant outfit? I'll be Elton John singing about my tiny dancers.
Yes, we're gonna be the tiny little dancers.
That'll be a really good thumbnail. I think people will appreciate that. What is today? Is today Tuesday? Pro. It's Tuesday. It's Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. It's Valentine's Day every day, not just today. So make sure you take care of your boo every day, not just on Tuesdays.
Take care of your boo. On that note. I will see you guys very soon. Yeah, it's about that time. I'm pretty sure. Are you drinking White Claw? Is that what that is? What are you sipping on over there?
It's Celsius, man. It's Celsius.
Celsius. Every time I see that, I kind of cringe a little. There's a Celsius nightclub over in Florida, or the Fort Myers, Florida, and every time I walk by that, I'm like, oh, Celsius, such a bad taste.
Oh, my nightclub days are over. Nowadays, I like a nice dinner, some melting pot, some fondue.
Yes. Yeah, at home in bed by 8:30 after a really long night.
Let's not even go there. He's being sarcastic, making fun of me, by the way.
We go out and we're home and just ready to watch Netflix by 10 o'clock. And it's that's when all the young people are just getting out to the bars and the nightclubs and wherever else you are. So I hear you. I tease you, but we're not too far off. So Mona, it's been a pleasure. I will see you, chat with you very soon. The rest of you guys, crow your coins. Have a fantastic week. And I will see you soon as well. All right, cool. That was cool. All right, so now we're going to talk about airdrops. Now, airdrops can sometimes be like money falling from the sky, but nothing's ever truly free. And with airdrops, while enticing and while sometimes fun and potentially legitimate, anytime I see the word airdrop for something, I run. Especially if there's a call to action to participate in that particular airdrop, and I'll explain why. An airdrop is ultimately when a cryptocurrency company maybe launches a sidechain token. Maybe it's necessary for use in their new ecosystem or what have you. And they're typically dropped to user account wallets for free. Typically based on a ratio of the number of tokens you own from their previous project or whatever their primary token is. And you'll see this. I don't really see airdrops as much anymore, but they are still a very, very much a part of the ecosystem. However, what has happened is that a lot of companies will go out and they'll launch these tokens, and then they'll start preparing and releasing information about a sidechain token, and that they're going to do an airdrop. Well, what typically happens and it doesn't have to happen this way, but fraudulent companies will then go and try and beat them to the punch and take advantage of that FOMO. They'll take advantage of the news releases, and they'll launch a fake company, and they'll launch a fake Twitter account, and they'll do all these things. And then they'll use bots to bump up the volume of the number of followers to make it more legitimate. And because it's virtually impossible, well, it has been virtually impossible to get verified on things like Twitter unless you meet a certain little limited criteria. It's not about protecting anybody. I can tell you that. I have impersonators all over Twitter, Facebook, everywhere. Nobody seems to care. And so because it's so difficult to get verified, these impersonators and fraudsters are able to capitalize on that. And they do, to the tune of tens of millions, if not more. And what they'll ultimately do is they'll put out something on Twitter or email or spoofing or whatever, and they'll say, hey, we're going to be doing our airdrop in 10 minutes. If you want your tokens, click this link. And then you go and you click that link, and they'll say, okay, in order to receive your tokens, we need your seed phrase. What do you do with the seed phrase, folks? Nothing. You do nothing. You never share your seed phrase. If you're following instruction to this point, you're taking that seed phrase, you're carving it into a metal slate, and you're throwing it in a safe deposit box or a safe in your house, or you're burying it somewhere in your yard. You're not keeping it readily available to throw at every airdrop. Because then what happens when somebody has your seed phrase? They wipe out your entire wallet. They can wipe out your entire wallet in seconds. So, and we see evidence of this as this is from May of 2022. Fraudulent Luna airdrop spotted a day before Luna 2.0 launch. And it's ultimately what they did. They basically said, hey, send us your information. We're going to make sure you're a part of this airdrop. We're going to send you your free tokens. And different ventures do it in a different way. Sometimes it could be a matter of just a link. You click a link, it opens up your wallet. They can take stuff out of it. Sometimes they want your seed phrase or your seed key. They'll say upload, like if you're using MetaMask and maybe you have an actual JSON file. They'll say upload your JSON file to receive your airdrop. All of these are methods of unlocking your wallet. Don't do them ever. I don't care how good anything sounds, anything it seems. I don't care if you think you're going to make $1 million overnight because you bought, $100,000 worth of a particular token, and you see a big airdrop coming and you want to make sure you get your stake. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay. That's all there really is to this. Because if you already own those tokens and they're sitting on a wallet, a legitimate airdrop doesn't need anything else from you, because they can read the wallet addresses already that contain tokens. So if you have your tokens sitting on a wallet already, if it's an ERC based, like an Ethereum based wallet, or it's like a MetaMask wallet or something like that, which I only ever use for play money. I never use for significant storage of anything. But if you're using one of those wallets, you own these coins. You don't have to do anything else. You'll just see the coins pop up. However, there's also something that I want to point out. You know what? Maybe I'll do that in the next lecture. But ultimately, you're going to see a lot of crap coins pop up on your wallet because of this. Because it doesn't take much to know this user has X amount of tokens on this wallet. Because they wallet scan on different blockchain explorers. So stay away from those tokens. Because there are cases where people have opened or clicked or tried to use tokens that just magically appeared on their wallet, and somehow it created a backdoor to that wallet. So don't do it. Okay, but I'll probably cover that in a future video. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good evening, wherever you may be. I am the Crypto Crow, and today we're going to do a pretty significant lesson in Wyckoff accumulation and distribution schemes. I've done videos on this in the past, and they a lot of these kinds of videos, people look at indicators kind of like underwear, I guess. They use them a couple times and then they throw them away. Maybe not everybody does that. So we're actually going to be covering some of this stuff and going into this because it's very obvious to me that the Wyckoff schemes have been playing out over and over. for quite some time. And so we're going to go over a little bit of history. We're going to go over what makes the Wyckoff popular, a little bit of how it was created and what everything means. And then we're going to look at today, what's going on in the market today, what makes sense, what is to be expected. And, if you've been watching my videos lately, as I've been referencing Wyckoff in my charts, you might be a little surprised by what I present because I may have it wrong. And I'm going to explain to you why. But first, we're going to go into a little bit about it. So basically, the Wyckoff schematic was created by Richard D. Wyckoff, who lived between 1873 and 1934. And ultimately, he created this system of trading by watching people like J.P. Morgan, who was it, Jesse Livermore, and others. And he basically created this collection of trading practices, things that he witnessed the big boys do, as they were kind of trading or even, quote, maybe manipulating the market in some ways. And ultimately, it's a system by which the major whales with major money and assets are trading the market to take advantage ultimately of the retail investor. I mean, that's ultimately what it boils down to. That's why they call it dumb money. You've got smart money who are making the moves that are creating this cause and effect. And then you've got the retail investors who are just trying to play catch up. A lot of them end up chasing candles, kind of, firing it off in the dark, not really sure what's happening. And that's kind of the idea of it, is to kind of keep you chasing your tail but not fully understanding what's happening. Now, I will also say that nothing in crypto trading, especially crypto trading, is 100%. And as a matter of fact, while I've been using Wyckoff for quite a while, on and off for years, even these patterns can be broken. And so what I'm actually starting to do now, which I will end up doing a follow-up video about this later on, if you subscribe and like the video, maybe leave some comments or questions, and I'll address those in a follow-up video. But what I'm ultimately doing is I'm experimenting with other indicators in conjunction with Wyckoff to see if I can use other indications of market cycles from the past to dictate where the Wyckoff may start, ebb and flow throughout a schematic, which schematic is most likely taking place, and basically get even a more just a more confluent system of a variety of different indicators. Because all an indicator is it's basically one point on a map, right? I mean, and that could change. And so you want to have multiple points of confluence before you make any significant trade for the most part. But this pattern basically trades on a multitude of laws, okay? And we're going to start going into these first three major practices before we kind of dive into the actual patterns themselves and start dissecting them a little bit. So here we are, the law of supply and demand, obviously, which everybody is familiar with. Okay. It's the whole reason why Bitcoin and the halving, every 4 years, it's why everything is a cycle the way it is for the most part. It's basically the law of supply and demand. The first law in the Wyckoff method, the law of supply and demand, primarily assumes that if the demand increases, the prices will increase. But if the demand is lower than supply, the prices will decrease. An increased price indicates that more traders are buying, and the decreased price indicates that there are more sellers than buyers in the market. Wyckoff method involves a simple charting method to determine the effects of the cause. In simple terms, Wyckoff introduced useful techniques of representing trading targets primarily based on the duration of both the accumulation, the gathering of coins, basically, kind of like a bear market cycle when you're trying to accumulate and bring all of the money into your pot, and the distribution periods, which is basically, where they're looking for exit liquidity to drive the market up while they're basically dumping. As a result, a trader can determine the extension of market volume after breaking out of the period where price breakdown is expected to pause, or the trading range. Now we're going to go into number 2 here, the law of cause and effect. This is basically, where they're messing with your head. The law of cause and effect assumes that certain events cause the non-random difference in supply and demand. In other terms, the distribution period leads to a downtrend, and the period of accumulation results in an uptrend. Traders use this as a filter to set their price targets. This is one of the most important laws described by the Wyckoff method and is regularly used in financial markets. Precisely, the law of cause and effect indicates that the demand is higher than supply, since the prices increase as it shows that more people are buying the coins. On the other hand, if demand is less than supply, prices fall, indicating that fewer people are interested in that product. So, and this is also played significantly by market makers. If you really want to learn about market maker trading strategy, there is a woman that is phenomenal with it. Her name is Trade Travel Chill. She has a fantastic course online. She's an Aussie. She's from Australia. She has an accent. I love it. But she does fantastic work. And she's very straight up too. She doesn't get emotional. She looks at the numbers. She studies heat maps to understand where price action is likely to go. She charts it all out, and she's really solid. Honest to God, she's probably the most, I was going to say the most impressive female trader I've seen, but she's honestly one of the most impressive traders, period, that I've seen in terms of her knowledge, her interpretation of the market, and the tools that she utilizes to gather data while she's making decisions. So you definitely want to check her out. So keep that in mind. Now, I don't know if she does much with Wyckoff, but her methods are very much specific to market makers. She wants to know what the market makers are doing. But the thing of it is a lot of market makers utilize Wyckoff accumulation, distribution, all these different schematics to do exactly what it was designed to do, to basically take your money, to liquidate longs, to liquidate shorts. So keep that in mind as you continue your research into trading. The law of effort versus result. The third law in the Wyckoff method, the law of effort versus result, argues that differences between price and volume indicate a variation in the market trend. If there is a harmony between volume and price action, the trend will continue. However, if there's any difference between price and volume, the market trend will eventually stop or change its direction. For example, the Ethereum market strengthens with a higher volume after a long bear trend. The higher volume indicates a strong effort and low volatility. So despite the continuous variations, there are no more notable price drops. These types of trends are a clear indication that the downtrend is over. So that's definitely what we need to look at as we're looking at the price right now. Are we going to continue in a downward trend? What phase of accumulation are we in right now? We're in one of two. There's no doubt about it, because you're looking at one. This is a previous accumulation, and this is a confirmed accumulation one pattern. Okay. Now, you can see kind of the ebbs and flows. You can see where it begins, and we're going to dissect this a little bit. So we're going to go into the first one. And another element of this whole Wyckoff system is basically built around the composite man. Basically, when you're trading and you're charting and you're playing mind games with yourself and you're getting emotional, the reason why it's so frustrating is because, a lot of people, even a good friend of mine, he's like, Jason, I'm buying in right now. He's like, just watch. He's like, as soon as I buy, the price is going to drop within 15 minutes. I guarantee it. And what's funny is he's right, because he's very, very emotional. He blows my phone up all the time with a million questions. He wants me to tell him, like, basically every breath I take, because he wants to feel confident. And sometimes I just let them stew it out, and I'll just say, relax, because the market, while it's volatile, always seems to come back to where it was at one point or another. It never seems to just hit one spot and that's where it's at forever, right? So there's a consistent ebb and flow to the market on a regular basis, which is why I don't chase candles. Because typically when you're chasing candles, once that buy volume has been, fulfilled, that's when we start getting these pullbacks. And there's typically always a pullback after a run up. And vice versa. We get oversold quite easily as well. And when we've sold too much, then the buyers start to kick in. And that's what creates this ebb and flow to the market. So as we're looking at this, this is actually a Wyckoff distribution. I'm sorry. So this is a distribution. Down here is the accumulation. So this is basically a perfect cycle. What's the time frame on this? So 2021, Okay, so this is all within the same year. And these are daily candles here that we're looking at. So initially, we started off with a Wyckoff distribution that sold off into an accumulation pattern. This accumulation pattern is why people like Warren Buffett and others say you buy when there's blood in the streets, because this is the blood in the streets. You can see it right there in red. This is where blood is in the street, and it's hitting basically all-time lows or new lows for the cycle. And that is when it's, you hit that spring and boom, away we go into another bull cycle. And then we do our thing here, and then we end up in another distribution cycle, which is basically where, there's plenty of exit liquidity. A lot of people are up here thinking, oh, the price is going to go even higher. It's going to go higher. And then we distribute. And then we start to dump. And then we can go sideways for a while before we head into an official accumulation scheme. Now, this was the double peak of the 2021 market. This is where we were. And if you chart those out against the schematics of Wyckoff, you can see that they measure up almost identically. Very, very, very solid. Now, here we are entering into current market times, right? We were basically up here. We were sideways for a little bit after we hit a distribution phase. We went more or less sideways. Again, this is on a daily candle, and we started to come down and come down and come down. All right. And then we ultimately, about here, we started seeing the price where this was the first bottom, right? And everybody was like, oh, the bottom is in. It's like 17,000 something. We wicked into it. And that was all she wrote. A lot of people were like, oh my gosh, we're going to the moon from here. And of course it does. It turns around, and it went all the way back up to 23,780. And then it turned around again. And then we just went pretty much sideways and up a bit until we got to around 25,000. And boom, we came all the way back down to a secondary test in the phase B of this accumulation pattern. And I'm going to go into what these ST, AR, all this, I'm going to go into what these mean in a minute. But I wanted to basically show you what's happening, because once you learn these patterns, there are 4 different schematics. And the trick sometimes is figuring out which one is happening, which is what I'm looking at them now, and I'm thinking, we could be in an accumulation 2 pattern, not a 1, at which point we may not see this spring. Because when I charted this out, we went sideways for a little bit here, and then we got another, I wouldn't call it a peak, but we got another bump up where we were basically testing a lot of resistance up here. Then we came back down, and then boom, we tested it again. Now, over the last several days, I've been basically saying, okay, we are obviously in a Wyckoff accumulation pattern. And you can look back on the videos over the past week or so where I've talked about this. And I am one that thinks that we haven't seen the final bottom yet, that we could, in fact, get a new low. I could very much be wrong. The bottom could, in fact, be in. It is what it is. We'll figure it out when we get there. But I have been trying to figure out what is most likely. The majority of indicators in the market right now are basically pointing to the bottom having hit already, and we're basically going to start moving sideways and up until we get to the halving in 2024 and take off. And it's very likely we could end up somewhere around $35,000 range by like April of 2024 as we run into the next halving, and then we'll get a little spill down before we start our trajectory up. But in the meantime, I'm trying to figure out when is the best time to basically load up. And so as I'm looking at this accumulation pattern, I'm coming up here and I'm thinking, okay, we are at a point where, so down here, I said, I see us getting a new low from here because we're in an accumulation pattern. And unless we were to close above like 25.2, 25.3, somewhere thereabouts, in other words, we have to close above this here, which is $25,258. If we close on a daily candle above this line, then this accumulation pattern is likely very much rejected, and we're not going to see a new low. However, there's another caveat to that I'm going to share, because as we are working towards this, we're basically seeing that there's another pattern that this could be. And I'm going to show what that is right now. So this is the accumulation schematic 1. This is what I've been expecting us to be in, what I have charted out, and what I have ultimately this is basically what I have mapped out, where you can see that we might be peaking out here, and then we can get a new spring, which this new spring would be a new low, and there we go. So that's it. So what I think we might actually be looking at is this. Now, if I flash these two, what is different? One has a spring, the other doesn't. So in an accumulation schematic 2, you can see this LPS, LPS, SOS, and then back up. Now, everything up to this point where we see the LPS in phase C, everything is identical. Everything is identical. The only difference is, are we moving sideways or are we getting a new low? And that is the question right now, because either one of these could be playing out right this moment. And I'm not sure which is which. So that's what I've got my eye on. We're either going to get a new low, or we could basically come down and retest somewhere around 17.5, and then that's it. But either way you slice this cake, we're still probably going to be coming down somewhere between 17.5 and 18.5 before we go back up. And that's what I am charting out at the moment. Now, you can also chart these, which are the distribution schematics. You've got distribution schematic number 1. You can pause the video if you want to use this as a reference. And then you've got distribution schematic number 2. Do you see the difference? One has a new peak, a new high, the other one does not. And these are the tactics that are ultimately used to mess with people's minds in a nutshell. And so that's ultimately what we're looking at. Now let me get rid of these real quick. There we are. So that's basically what we're looking at. So we're gonna dissect some of the terminology a little bit in here. I've got my reference materials up. There's too much information to have all at once. But we're gonna dissect some of the key symbols in here and what these mean. And then you should be good to go. There are books. I have books on Wyckoff. I've got a 2-volume set that's actually really, really informative, because just understanding the Wyckoff schematics is only part of the battle. There's a much deeper element to this that includes volume and other indications. Volume can really help when deciding what direction these schematics are going to play out in the future tense. And so that's a whole other element of Wyckoff, and there are many others as well. But when you start an accumulation pattern, okay, such as the one we're in, you're going to see the price, it starts all the way up here. We go sideways for a little while and we come all the way down here. This PS stands for preliminary support, where substantial buying begins to pronounced support after a prolonged down move. Volume increases and price spread widens, signaling that the down move may be approaching its end. So you can see the significant down move. We got this preliminary support, and like it's explained, that downtrend stopped. We went sideways for a little while, and then we even got a little bit of a tick up. Okay, because generally when we see a significant move to the downside, we get a little bit of a reversal. From there, we moved all the way down to the selling climax. Okay, the selling climax is basically what it means. People are done selling. Okay, people want to buy and move the price up a little bit, and it's going to go a little sideways. The point at which widening spread and selling pressure usually climaxes, and heavy or panicky selling by the public is being absorbed by larger professional interests at or near a bottom. Often price will close well off the low in a selling climax, reflecting the buying by these large interests. So that's basically what you're seeing here. Okay, this is a point where, you know, hey, the retail traders, they're selling because they're like, okay, this price is going to keep going further down. I've had enough. I'm losing my money. I can't take any more. Oh my gosh, this is the selling climax. A lot of the people have already sold by this point, and they're selling into the hands of the institutions and those that are in the know. And so those guys start buying, which starts moving the price up a little bit. As they're buying, you get what they refer to as an automatic rally, which is AR. In an automatic rally, they occur because intense selling pressure has greatly diminished. A wave of buying easily pushes prices up. This is further fueled by short covering. The high of this rally will help define the upper boundary of an accumulation TR. So you can see we get that automatic rally. And then what happens? After this selling climax, you get a secondary test. Okay, that's ST. You've got the secondary test, and then what happens after you get another, like a local bottom? Well, you get a reversal, and then we go up a tick. Now, once we've established this kind of new or high in the pattern, well, of course, we're going to start moving down, and a lot can happen in this area, but ultimately, the lines match up, and you can see if you're comparing them chart for chart. So let's take a look. I'm going to make it small though, but I'm going to bring this in. I'm going to make it smaller, and you can hopefully compare this. Where is it here? I want the accumulation. There we go. All right. So hopefully you can see this a little bit. We're going to put this above my head, but you can see how clearly this stuff ultimately matches up. And you're going to have some deviations here and there, but they're not going to break the highs and lows of the pattern overall. And so it's very easy, especially in hindsight, to jot these patterns down. The tricky part is doing it live and trying to figure out which direction the price is likely to go at any particular point in time. So for me, what I like to try and use these schematics for are dictating highs and lows of a particular phase in a market cycle. And that's ultimately what I'm going to, and then, in conjunction with other indicators that can help establish a confluence between multiple indications of potential price action. That's ultimately what I like to do and what I'm looking at. So from here, you can see that the price continues to move down and it goes sideways for quite some time. And then we get a hard crash. Okay. This went from 21.5 all the way down to what many believe was the bottom, the official bottom of this market at around 15.5. Okay. We might have wicked below and it was somewhere around 15.5. This was the secondary test in phase B of the overall schematic. You can see phase B above my head. It's a much wider range, and there's a lot more that can happen in this phase B. But the secondary test is when the price revisits the area of the selling climax to test the supply and demand balance at these levels. If a bottom is to be confirmed, volume and price spread should be significantly diminished as the market approaches support in the area of the selling climax. It is common to have multiple STs after a selling climax. So you can have more than one of these. And ultimately it looks like we do, but it doesn't really matter ultimately that much. I just basically charted it all straight to where the peak was. Now, looking at the accumulation pattern more, what do you see? Well, we see that this area here, actually I'm gonna have to show you on the chart because I can't really point at it on, so I'll line this right up. So basically right where that first point is about where we're at right here. Okay. Now from here, we're going to go down. How much we go down, I don't know yet. We could either hit this spring. If we're an accumulation 1 pattern, we can create a new spring, which will launch us into another test phase, and up we go. And like I've said in other videos in the past, we could basically spread this path out to line up directly with the next halving, somewhere around 30,000 or so, or we could get another distribution phase after this accumulation and go from there. But I'm guessing this might be a more of an elongated schematic, but if it is, this whole thing would have to play out over the course of basically a year. I don't see that happening. I can see this concluding and then us basically sitting sideways for 6 months before a new pattern gets introduced to the market. So that's why I said, unless we close on the daily above this $25,200 mark, we're not going to, which I don't think we're going to do anytime soon. I think we're going to continue moving down. But the question is, which I'm going to be waiting for confirmation with, and I'm going to try and figure out other ways to decide this. Are we in a spring pattern, or are we not? And this is ultimately the alternative to that. We're not going to get a spring that's going to launch us up. We're not going to get that new low. We're just going to go sideways for a little while. So the point that we're looking for here, and that goes into the phases. Let me see here. Where am I? There we go. All right. So if we end up going sideways instead of getting a new spring and a new low, we're going to basically be in this LPS zone, okay? This LPS zone is the last point of support, the low point of a reaction or a pullback after a SOS. Backing up to a last point of support means a pullback to support that was formerly resistance on diminished spread and volume. On some charts, there may be more than one LPS, despite the ostensibly singular precision of this term. And that's ultimately it. So one way or another, we're going to be going down, and it's just a matter of how much. Are we going to get into a new low, or are we just going to end up in a new last point of support and then go from there? But that's ultimately Wyckoff in a nutshell. Okay. And there are more elements to this, and there's more you can dive in. Check the links below for some very good information on Wyckoff accumulation distribution. There are some really good books that I could suggest. Let me know in the comments below if you're interested. If you do want some books on this, I can link you to some. I won't even bother with affiliate anything. I'll just point you to some of the books. This is what I'm using. And I'm going to continue trying to add indicators to this that can help me establish confluence that I can effectively act from, even on like a 4-hour time frame. The daily time frame, from what I've seen, is definitely the best, because the higher the time frame you're trying to establish signals and points of interest on a chart, the higher the time frame, typically the more accurate they are. So hopefully this video helps you at least get a pretty decent understanding as to why I utilize Wyckoff, why I think it's very key, very important. And listen, you can back test the Wyckoff patterns against historical charts and see if you can pick them out. See if you can chart them out. See if you can cross reference an accumulation 1 pattern to an accumulation 2 pattern. What are the differences? What are the differences in volume as you hit each ebb and flow? And that should help you really kind of decide what might be happening as you're moving forward in an unforeseen market. When you're trying to map out something like I've done here, basically mapping out an accumulation 1 schematic when it could end up becoming an accumulation 2, but we probably won't know until the price is somewhere around 17 or 18 or 19,000 anyway. But the point of the story is that at least I have an idea, and I have a pretty solid foundation that tells me it's likely the price is going to come back down to that point. So at this point, even if I get a confirmation and I'm able to really average in at $20,000 or less at Bitcoin's price, that's good for me. At least this charting schematic helped me understand that was likely an outcome in the not so distant future, so that I can start planning ahead for that. So hopefully this video helps you. I hope my video finds you well. If you like what I'm putting out here, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the alert notification, and drop a comment. Let me know what you think or any questions you have. And until next time, guys, enjoy your weekend, grow your coins, and I'll see you again very soon. So one of the aspects of cryptocurrency are the way to acquire new tokens, right? Or new coins, or whatever you might want to call them. Some do it through mining, through proof of work algorithms like Bitcoin, previously Ethereum. Now Ethereum has moved over to proof of work to try and compete with the latest technology, which is proof of stake in Cardano. And there are other methods for generating tokens, such as a Masternode. Now, a Masternode project, or a Masternode is basically, how do I explain this? It's like a network of nodes or computers operating kind of like wallets, but in order to be applicable to generate a passive yield for a particular cryptocurrency, you have to own a certain amount of the coin to begin with. Okay. And I'll show you what I mean here. So this is a website called masternodes.online. Okay. And this is basically a directory of all of the different Masternode projects out there. And I already have this tabbed for the highest minimum worth, because one of the most successful masternodes out there is Dash. Okay. And to launch one of these masternodes to generate a passive yield, it would cost right now $34,198, which is actually really cheap for a Dash masternode, because the lowest I checked last time I was looking at these, it was like $80,000. So it's dropped significantly. And of course, we're in a bear market where the valuations of everything has gone down substantially. But ultimately, that $34,000 is the cost to acquire 1,000 Dash tokens. So basically, this masternode is saying in order to generate a yield, you need to own 1,000 Dash tokens in order to launch this masternode. And based on the current price of the token, it would cost you about 34 grand. And that can change by the hour, by the minute. It's always different. The standard return on investment is 6.14%, and that's paid out in Dash tokens. Okay. So, and this goes on down the list. Some of them will have higher yield. Like this one showing a 54.29% return on investment. This one is a Sapphire. SAP is showing a 57.58%. Costs you $8,461 to launch one of these because you need 200,000 tokens. The point being is they're all different. And when you're looking at masternodes, you have to look at certain elements of these to find out whether or not, I mean, it goes even deeper than this, but just if I'm looking down this list, what are some things I'm going to look for right off the bat? So like this one, Rapids, it's a fraction of a penny, but you need 10 million tokens to launch this masternode just to get a 0.02% return. And it's going to cost you almost $17,000 to launch this masternode. There are only 247 of them active right now, I'm guessing with team and hardcore people. And there's no volume. So there's basically no trading volume. I don't even know where you get these tokens. And that's basically it. So that crosses that right off my list. We can move down the list here. Global Smart Asset, GSA, currently trading at 79 cents. Not sure where. It's showing the volume as $3. And so you need 5,000 of these tokens just to launch this masternode. Here's another one. This is actually one of my favorite masternode projects that I've held, and it's treated me very well in the past. I don't currently hold it, but I will likely dive into another one, and that's Divi Project. And Divi Project, they split up their masternodes based off of your minimum required. So like for this one, it might cost you, where'd it go? Divi Project. Yeah. So Divi Silver, it costs you about $30,450. You need 300,000 tokens to launch this masternode at about 1.90% yield. Market capitalization is around 36 million, which is pretty good. Volume, however, is still a little low at $173,639 a daily trading volume. So, but the tokens are basically a penny a piece. Now, from here, what you might want to do is you want to, these masternodes pay out in their native tokens. So with this, you'd earn Divi tokens. With Dash, you're earning Dash tokens. So you have to understand, and this is going to be different for every one of these masternodes, which of these masternodes might be more worthwhile based off of their use case. So you would want to look into like, well, what does Dash do? What's the point of it? What is Divi Project? What does Divi do? And that's basically a matter of going into the website and trying to understand like more about the project. So this shows like weekly income paid out to all Divi master nodes, monthly, yearly. It gives you all the financial stats. And generally speaking, you're able to go to their website to find guides and tutorials, because setting up each masternode is different. There's no one way for everything, right? Every masternode is going to have its own specific requirements, its functionality. One of Divi Project's big claims to fame is the fact that it's super easy to set up the masternode. But this is all, it's all relative to your technical experience. Masternodes are generally very fruitful, but the question is, what use case does the masternode token actually offer? And will that demand increase over time, ultimately increasing the value of the tokens? So masternodes, in a sense, are kind of like, it's like playing its own market, because a lot of masternodes, when they first launch, the costs are very, very low. Some of these masternodes, it might only cost you $100 to launch one. And then, maybe that $100, that's the cumulative price of having 100,000 of those tokens. So what happens when those 100,000 tokens goes up to $1? Then it becomes $100,000 to launch that same masternode. And so, and at the same time, you're building your computer that you're running the masternode on is basically building another node to this total network of nodes, all working together, processing transactions, so forth and so on, doing a lot of different things to improve the security of the network, so forth and so on. That's why you're generating this yield. So ultimately, that's masternodes in a nutshell. The trick is understanding which of these has the potential for real growth. Brand new masternodes, like I said, are generally pretty cheap to get into, but you have no real assurance as to whether or not they're going to go anywhere, if the project's going to go anywhere. And then it becomes more of a token evaluation of the team, of the project itself, the company. How long have they been in operation? What has their price history been like over the last year, 2 years, 5 years? How long have they been around? Have there been any hacks? So that is all a part of doing research in masternodes. But running them can actually be pretty fun, because it is a passive yield. And if you make the right bet on a masternode, Divi, to me, has proven itself pretty successfully over the years. I've met members of the team personally. I've had some of them on my channel in the past. That's not to say that Divi is the end-all be-all. Their primary use case is for remittance, basically the ability to transfer funds from point A to point B internationally with minimal fees. And they're building a lot of relationships in the banking industry and things of that nature to continue to grow their use case and their reach and their expansion. So it's definitely something I would encourage you to look into. I'm not telling you to buy it by any stretch, but if anything, it might give you a good grounding understanding of what a masternode token looks like, and kind of some of the things to expect. Dash has proven itself to be very, very profitable for many people. However, if I remember correctly, in the last peak of the market, I don't think the price even got back to its original all-time high from like 2018. So you might want to look at some of that. So like, this is the price in 2018. These Dash tokens were over $1,000. They were $1,200 a piece. And then you see here at the last peak, they only got to $400 a piece. Still pretty significant. So, if you're able to get them at the price they're at now, which is $34, even if each one of these got to $200 at the peak of the next market, you're probably going to do pretty well. And it's probably fairly likely that it'll get somewhere around there. I'm just guessing. I'm not a big Dash token guru. But when you're talking about a market cap of this size, when you're talking about this kind of trade volume, you're talking almost $60 million a day in trade volume. That's pretty significant. And that also means you're able to get in and get out of that particular token with relative ease without suffering slippage. Slippage being, if I'm trying to get rid of, $100,000 worth of Dash tokens, and the order books say that there's only $20,000 available to either buy or sell at a particular price point, well, to get rid of that whole 1,000, or $100,000 worth, that price may either go down as I'm selling it or it could go up as I'm buying it. So the lower the volume of a particular asset, the more difficult it is to get in and out at the price you're seeing, on CoinMarketCap or your trading window, your chart window, your trading view, that sort of thing. So keep that in mind. You want projects that have high volume, because without that high volume, you're very likely going to start selling something at 30 cents. And by the time you've liquidated all of it, especially if you're using a market order instead of a limit order, which we're going to go into in other lectures here, then the price is likely going to drop on you. And that $100,000 worth of tokens, you may have only been able to exit at like $80,000. So, but that's Masternodes in a nutshell. It's definitely fun. It's kind of like treasure hunting in a way. And, if you get the right pick, man, you could be generating some pretty significant return on investment. You're talking about like a passive influx of cryptocurrencies. And so it's a matter of picking the right one. Some people just love and swear by Masternodes. I've had my fun with them. I like them. But I don't dabble as much in Masternodes nowadays. There you go. So here we are. You're just now starting to dive into the cryptocurrency journey, and everything sounds intimidating and crazy, and there's so much to it. But before we get too deep into a lot of this stuff, where we're going to make things much more simplistic and easier to understand and wrap your head around, the one key thing that I want to start addressing is security. And that's one of the reasons why I'm putting this up towards the top, because I think that there are certain practices that you're going to need to start getting used to as you continue to move forward in your cryptocurrency journey. Believe me when I tell you, the easier it is for you to access anything, the easier it is for a hacker or an intruder to do the same. And so you're going to have to adopt, especially if you have large sums of crypto that you're planning on investing in, or holding or accumulating, whatever, you're going to really need to adopt these. And some of them are going to suck. I'm telling you now, some of them aren't going to be exactly fun. The things that I have had to do to keep myself secure after 2 hacks, I go crazy. And I tell you right now, I'm sure there are plenty of things in the world that can give you a really terrible sunken feeling of just complete invasion. But for me personally, one of the most terrible feelings was when I realized my computer was hacked and a Russian hacker had access to my account or my computer all night, and held my YouTube channel hostage, was on my Twitter account tweeting at me. I'm telling you right now, it was insane. Luckily for me, because of some of the things that I've done in this, they didn't get anything of value, and they did shut down my YouTube account. But there are so many things that I've adopted since then that I'm sharing with you here. I am telling you right now, as the first video of this segment, the first video of this list of videos, do not ignore these. Do not ignore these. I don't care if they're time consuming. I don't care if they make your investments and the things that you do a real pain in the butt. Do not ignore these. Okay. Hopefully I'm making myself abundantly clear. The very first thing that we're going to talk about right now are your passwords. Quite simply, you don't save them in your browser. And that is something that, well, let me put it to you this way. You don't want to save passwords for anything of value or anything that would cause you harm should it get out. And that's one of the key things. You don't want to save useful or valuable passwords in your browser, because there are a lot of reasons for this. Number one, let's say you're clicking around in your email, somebody sends you some email and it says, hey, check this out, I thought you might like this. You click it, boom, you might have just opened up a port giving somebody access to sub 7 your account. You don't even need to know what that means, other than they now have access to your entire computer. You never know when clicking something is going to give somebody access. And in addition to passwords and not saving them in your browser, there are a few other things that I want you to consider. I'm gonna supplement this list. 8 characters minimum. Okay, I I don't think I've ever used any less than 12. And the reason for this is the higher the number of characters you use in a password, with the more variety in the password units, the more difficult it is to brute hack something. Okay. There are a lot of software packages out there for brute forcing passwords. If somebody wants an account access of yours enough, they can sometimes get it. It depends on what the account is, where it is, what kind of server it's on, what the website is, what the website security is, so forth and so on. But more often than not, you're going to find yourself, if you have a website that you own or whatever, there are a lot of methods from which people are able to brute force passwords. The number of characters in your password magnify the number of attempts into the millions when you start getting into a 12 unit password or more. So typically, and I always use letters, numbers, different symbols, and they're nonsensical. Okay. So, and oftentimes, even if you're using a password and an opportunity comes up, where you're told, hey, we can create a random password for you, it looks like a lot of gobbledygook. Often, that's probably a pretty good one. But you want to make sure that it has no less than 8 characters. Keep away from dictionary words. That's a really big one, because a lot of brute force attempts will ultimately use words that are known. Okay, easy words. If you've ever seen the movie Hackers I think it was the 80s, it was one of my favorite movies. God, admin, stuff like that. The different passwords that people use are silly. The names of your children, your maiden name, just different things that are tied to you personally. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Now, you're going to ask yourself, oh, Crow, so what if I do all this? I have a 15-string password and it's a bunch of numbers and special. How do if I can't save it on my browser, what do? You get a ledger book, and preferably a hardbound, even a lockable ledger book. And not only that, but I would suggest making 2 copies of it. Keeping one put away, whether it's in a safe deposit box or something like that, as a backup should something happen. But ultimately, you want to be writing your passwords down in a book. Yes, you want to be inputting those passwords every time you log into a financial account. You just don't want them saved in your browser. Well, why else don't you? Well, because another tip here is, let's say you've got 5 websites, okay, that you access frequently. You're using the same password in every one of these websites, okay? Maybe one of them saved in your browser because it's really important, but the others aren't. Well, you still messed up, because not only should you be using a completely different password for every major account you utilize, you're not saving them in your browser, but you're writing them in your book. Why? Well, because if you use the same password, let's say I created a big long password for my financial account, but then I use that same password on some silly, could be anything, any kind of other website. Maybe you use it on a website where you buy printing or t-shirts or whatever. If that website gets hacked, and the database of user data, which we see all the time, gets hacked, now they know your username is attached to this password on this website. What would you as a hacker likely try next? Other websites. You can do email searches. You can go to other websites. Depending on the kind of data that is stored on the database that they hacked, it could say, well, you like to use this website and these are your other interests. And then they can start looking at other websites, some of the most common websites, like maybe your Facebook account. All they have to do is plug in an email address in that password and see if it accesses some sort of social media account, maybe your Twitter. So that's why you never use the same password more than once. Okay, so these are some pretty key things. No family names, which, a lot of people like to use their kids' names and things like that. You don't want to do that. Use special characters in words. Like, this is an example of what they use Charlie. So they're trying to spell Charlie. They use, like a numeric code, a number 4 instead of an A, exclamation mark instead of an L, a number 3 instead of an E. Now, here's the thing, though. Hacker, this is all leet speak. This is pretty much, hackers created this, okay, as a fun way of talking to each other on like IRC chats and things. You know what I mean? This is all leet speak. This is hacker leet speak. So they're obviously very well aware of these tactics and things, but it could be an A or a 4. And you're basically increasing the number of variables that would be necessary to solve in ultimately a string that is unguessable. So, and the longer a hacker has to spend time trying to brute force your password, the sooner it's likely they're going to give up. They're not going to, especially if it's just some random thing. They don't know if you've got anything. They're just curious. Using passphrases, not passwords. So oftentimes people will use like a string of like I ate brown cheese, number, symbol, whatever, right? And that can sometimes be just as difficult to crack as something completely random, but ultimately it's more about the number of strings that you're using, a number of units, a number of letters and symbols and things. Using numbers to finish words, which we've already gone over, condensing favorite sayings, removing the vowels and adding numbers. So basically, in a nutshell, it's all about just creating as complex and unguessable password for anyone that might know you, anyone that might see you, have any idea what your interests might be, so forth and so on. You're not saving them in your browsers. You're writing them down in a ledger book. You're creating a new password for every single website or account you have. Period. End of story. On to the next lesson. All right, so now you have your MetaMask set up and you're like, I don't know what to do from here. Okay, it's simple. Basically, to send and receive transactions with your new wallet, you've got some buttons up here, okay? So you've got your send, and then you actually have your address right here. So let's say a friend of yours is wanting to send you some Ethereum to get you started, right? And they say, what's your address? Well, when you're in MetaMask, all you got to do is click here, copy to clipboard, and that's it. And so if I were to click send, it's saying what address to send to. I'm just going to copy that address right there. Now it's telling me there's insufficient funds for gas. Now the reason for this is because there's literally nothing on this wallet yet. So I haven't sent any Ethereum. You have to have Ethereum in the wallet to send transactions, because every transaction you send on the blockchain has a gas fee. And the gas fee fluctuates. It changes all the time. And that's one of the big issues with Ethereum, is that it does change all the time. The higher the number of transactions going through on Ethereum in any given moment, the more expensive it is to send. And the reason for that is because when you're sending a transaction, you can actually increase how much you spend in gas fees to speed up the transaction. And it almost becomes like a throughput auction. Okay. So oftentimes, especially at the peak of a bull market, we end up in a situation where it can cost more in transaction fees to send whatever amount you're actually sending to somebody. So it's a little crazy. So that being said, but that's it. And then you'll put in the amount you're going to send of whatever asset. In this case, it would be Ethereum. You'd punch in, like 2 Ethereum. That's currently worth $2,580. And then you would click next. And that's pretty much it. So, and the same goes for if somebody's trying to send you a transaction. That's your account right there. You're just copying that address, and you can track your activity through here. So every time you send or receive a transaction, it's going to show up in this little activity log. This is going to break down any assets, any cryptocurrencies that you have on that wallet. You can click here if you wanted to buy something, so you can use Coinbase Pay or basically a lot of different on-ramps for crypto, more popping up all the time. But typically what I tell people, especially early on, is you want to use a US-based regulated cryptocurrency exchange as a fiat on-ramp, because those are insured more often than not. So something like a Coinbase or a Kraken or maybe even a Gemini, and those are going to be your primary fiat on-ramps. By that I mean, without any cryptocurrency in your wallet or somebody to send you some from an exchange to get you started, you're not going to be able to do much with the wallet yet. So what I always say is you might want to go to Coinbase, set up your account there. There'll be links in the description, I'm sure, under this video. And when you set up your Coinbase account, you'll be able to add a credit card or a bank account, and then you'll be able to transfer fees. Now, sometimes it could take a week or two, especially for new accounts, for funds to clear before you can make any purchases. So know that. And, you know, if you're planning on doing something in the future, making a buy, waiting for the crypto bottom, whatever, you might want to get your account set up now so that you're freely able to do that with your USD, your US dollar currency readily available to make those purchases. And then you can send that to your Ethereum wallet or your Cardano wallet, like your NAMI, or your Exodus wallet, or whatever wallet you might be using, your Ledger, so forth and so on. But that's pretty much it. And the thing of it is that when you're using these, they all generally work about the same. The only differences are the addresses may look different. So, you know, comparing an Ethereum address, which looks like that. So that's your Ethereum address. Typically they start with 0x in the front. If you are using your wallet and you're trying to send to an address and it doesn't begin with 0x, it's probably not an Ethereum address. And Cardano addresses, for example, are like 3 to 4 times this long. Okay, so it's a huge paragraph of letters, numbers, and so forth. And up here, you'll be able to add additional networks, but we're not going to dive into that because it's not likely you're going to be diving into most of that as a new user in crypto anyway. But you can also lock your account. So let's say you're using MetaMask, you've done a couple transactions, somebody sent you something, you wanted to confirm it, or what have you, and you're like, okay, I'm done with this computer, my kids are about to go do their homework, I want to lock the account. If you click that, it will automatically log you right out of the wallet, so you're not going to be able to get access to it anymore. You can also create additional wallets or import additional wallets, and they will just show up here. And that's pretty much it. You can connect your hardware wallet, which we'll probably touch on in a future lecture. But for now, that's how easy it is to send and receive a transaction using a crypto wallet. The only differences are typically the way the wallet addresses look, and ultimately it's all a send and receive, and that's about it. Jason Appleton. Yeah. I've had my Twitter account long before I ever got into crypto, even though I never really used it. We are live. We are live. So I'm going to have to refresh. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. And copy link. And, oh, we're going to fuck up YouTube tonight, Charles. There you go. I sent you the link, and there I can. All right. Wow. Oh, and chat's already filling up. What's up? Caw. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Listen, just to forewarn everybody, I'm going to forewarn the people that are actually in here now. I have been drinking. Charles has not, apparently. So we have to. I've already forewarned him. But we're going to do this. We're going to break YouTube. It has been, man. It has been. We chat on occasion on Telegram, and we have. You're so busy. I feel like you're like the hot chick that just won't let me touch her leg. Sometimes I'm like, hey, and we keep missing each other, and you'll send me a message, and then like 2 hours later I'll see it, and I'm like, son of a bitch, because I don't have my notifications on, because I have 1,000,001 people that message me telling me, what do you think of this shit coin? Like, so I just don't have my notifications on. It'll drain my phone, and then I miss the good ones. But tonight we've done it. What's in North Carolina? How much time do you legitimately spend on an airplane every year? Oh. Okay, hold on a second, because they're saying they can't hear you, and they're saying you're muted. Now, wait I can hear you. I just ran into this before. Let me see here. I know, chat. Damn it. They can't hear you. What did I do? Windows capture. Everybody's telling me en masse there's no sound from Charles. I forgot that this was a weird thing, because I got a new computer, and then I reset up Zoom and everything on this system, and I finally got it right where I wanted, and then Zoom created a problem. I know. Charles is muted. I get it, people. I'm going to figure it out. We need another drink, somebody says. Yes, you're probably right. This is going to be a crow is smashed. I'm a little buzzed. I'm not going to lie, but we're going to still figure this shit out. So, okay, so I got to figure out why Zoom is giving me no audio. And hold on a minute. Dang it. Audio, output. What is, let me see, maybe this is it. There's the microphone, webcam, line 5. It's not giving me much option. How about that? Damn it, no. What is happening, Charles? Charles, fix my computer. Here, I'm gonna unplug this in the meantime. That way at least people can hear you on the microphone.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Drunk tech support. Oh, shit.
If we can't get it to work, I can get you on my stream. I can just send you a StreamYard link. You can join through that.
Fix it now. Try now. Cardano should fix your audio. Here, I'll bring these a little closer until I get it. I'm gonna get this figured out. It shouldn't take me very long. I didn't realize it was a problem before, so I'm just gonna default all these other audio streams and then see which ones pop up.
Okay.
And desktop. Oh yes, they can hear now. I can hear him.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Now that I've unlocked about 30 different audios. It's okay now. Yes, we hear Charles. We can hear him now. Okay.
Everybody can hear me. Hi, this is Charles Hoskinson broadcasting live with Jason Appleton from warm, sunny Colorado. Always warm, always sunny, sometimes Colorado.
Oh, man. Now, okay, so, yes. You know what I should have done? What I should have done is I should have done it, yeah, okay. It seems like everybody's in their hearing. Okay, what a fucking train wreck. I told you we were going to break YouTube. It's just not necessarily in the way we want it yet. So yeah, they can hear you as long as I just let you talk directly into my microphone. So that's good. All right. So, and I'm going to have to figure this out for next time, because I ran into this situation recently with a friend of mine I had on, and have you ever used Slob's OBS?
No, I use StreamYard. It's such a better platform.
I went to that and I checked it out and because I saw some of the little gadgets you were using in your chat during one of your AMAs, and I'm like, that's cool shit. And then I went to the StreamYard and I'm like, man, they're kind of pricey, and like you kind of, the way their business model is, I was like, I don't know, and I was afraid of missing out on some of the other fun stuff that I can do.
Well, I just wanted something easy because I like click 3 buttons and I'm good to go. And, you know, I tap the screen and I can simulcast to Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. And I just don't have time to fuck with this stuff. And so I just said, all right, I'm just going to.
Yeah, because it's a lot of fun, as we're learning tonight.
Right.
And that's the thing, like anytime I change anything, you have to go through and fine tune, fix every little detail. So
Exactly.
Yeah, it is kind of, maybe I'll check out StreamYard for the next one. I'll have to make a note of that.
Yeah, it works for me. Whatever works for you, man. It's there's 500 of these damn things. It's like microphones. You got Yeti, you got Rode, you got Shure. And there's like a holy war between all the different people about what is the ultimate microphone.
That is true. I'm using a nice big fat Rode right now. My elephant suppository is in the garage, which is probably better off there. Dude, there is so much. And I haven't even checked it since I've been back downstairs. I know we were starting to fall back a little bit, like with Bitcoin, and I watched ADA kind of go from close to 17 cents down to like 16, and I'm like, you know, and everybody keeps asking me like, do I buy now? Do I wait? And I just kind of explained to everybody, man, like you're better off just averaging in. There's so much shit that you guys have going on. My developer and I have been racking our brains because I told him I want to build on Cardano's blockchain. I really, really want to have like the first big thing that I launched to the world. I want it on Cardano.
Right.
I really do. Like with such a passion that it's kind of driving me nuts because there's nothing but air and opportunity. And I've been struggling trying to figure out what Cardano is going to need. But we'll figure out at some point. There's so much big shit happening, man. Like what? Well, you know what? First of all, yes, I'm a little drunk, man. You fucked up by telling, hey, yes, okay, we'll do this tonight with Crow drunk. Especially when you're sober, because I know what it's like to deal with a drunk person when you're sober. And you pick this night, and you're like, okay, let's do it. And I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah, I've been working for like 22 hours straight, so I'm kind of work drunk. It kind of all evens out.
You're so exhausted that you just feel intoxicated. I've been there.
Yeah, work drunk.
So what have you been doing? Like you said, 22 hours. What the hell do you do all day?
Oh shit, man! It's been crazy because we have so much stuff we have to get out before the end of the year, and then there's so much stuff going into Q1. And you know, people don't get this, but I run a company of 250 plus people, and only half of those people work on Cardano. We have a whole commercial arm, we have a research arm, and these other things. So there's like daily operation. We have 110 deals that we're right now negotiating in the commercial pipeline. You know, and there's a lot of stuff in Africa going on right now. Like we have this one deal in Ethiopia, and we're almost ready to close it. Like everybody's ready to sign, but there's a civil war going on.
Pretty much.
And so it's like, well, you can't really yell at them like, come on, let's get this done when there's like a civil war going on. You're like, okay, I understand, but we've been waiting 2 months to close it. And it's big. And there's a lot of little stuff like that. And then there are a lot of technology things and engineering things. And then we're a founding member of the Haskell Foundation. So we're doing all that stuff. Plus we're on the Hyperledger committee. Plus we're part of the W3C and the Div. We have an identity product called Prism. We have a whole pipeline there. Then we're affiliated with the University of Wyoming, and then also the Wyoming legislation, you know, all the laws in Wyoming and that type of stuff. And that's just all the Cardano and IOHK stuff. And there's probably 10 other things. And then I have other businesses. Like I have a consulting group that I run, and then I have a mushroom farm I'm setting up.
Mushroom farm.
A fucking mushroom farm. Yeah, I grow lion's mane, all this other shit.
Are you going to keep track of your mushroom crops on Cardano? Like, is this?
Oh, you betcha. I'm going to put up mushroom. I'm going to do supplements, lion's mane supplements, and all this other stuff. And the whole supply chain will be blockchain based, of course, on Cardano. We even have product for that called Tala Trace. We build that with beef chain, you know, because we're tracking 1,600 cows right now on the Cardano blockchain, and we're going to probably get that up to a few 100,000 by middle part of next year, and then eventually all the sheep in Canada. So there's a lot of, you know, like little things. I also own a game development company, you know. So
wait a minute, what?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, that's
So,
been my dream forever.
well, if you want to do something on Cardano, I tell you, video game stuff on Cardano should be a lot of fun to play around with. So when I was a kid, I played all these old games back in the 90s,
Maniac
and early
Mansion.
80s. You know, like Gateway to the Seven Frontier, Treasure Seven Frontier, the Gold Box Engine, and then things like Legends of Valor. You know, I played the original Doom, the original what is it, Return to Capital, the original Wolfenstein, that kind of stuff. So it was like 90s DOS game, right?
You didn't play Maniac Mansion?
What was that?
Maniac Mansion?
I did. I played
Okay, all
these
right.
games. Yeah.
That was my shit back then, man. Maniac Mansion.
So you know what I've been doing is I've been buying the intellectual property of the video games that I played when I was a kid, and I'm just going to remake them. So the first one I bought was Legends of Valor.
Legends of Valor, yeah.
Yeah, for 7 years I played that damn game because it has no ending, and I didn't realize it didn't have an ending. So I kept trying to win the game, and I was like, "There's got to be a way to win this motherfucking game." And then I found out there's no ending. And I was like, "I will make an ending." So I bought the game. So I own the IP, and I'm going to make the whole thing. I wrote an ending for it, like that. So there's just a lot of little stuff that I do.
Was that a point and click adventure? I never played that one.
It was actually the inspiration for Todd Howard's Elder Scrolls.
Really?
So Skyrim and Arena and Daggerfall and Morrowind and Oblivion, all those games were based on Legends of Valor. So it wasn't commercially successful, so the studio that made it went out of business, but it was the first open world 3D RPG. And it was so cool. Like, you just started, there was like no points. You were like instantly being attacked by things as soon as the game started. You could catch diseases. You could be haunted by spirits. You actually had a food and water requirement, so you could starve to death in the game or dehydrate to death in the game.
So it's a survival RPG, one of the first survival RPGs. Yeah.
It was a pretty simplistic plot. It's I said, shit, whenever I get money, buy this thing, and I'm gonna do it proper. So I got money, so I said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it proper.
I've always wanted to remake Ultima Online in like a modern, like Diablo kind of isometric, updated graphics. That was my first big MMO. You know, like I still want to do that. Like someday I would still love to completely remake Ultima Online in like a true form, not like the garbage that like Richard Garriott did with his latest whatever.
Well, after he went to space, it kind of got to his brain, right?
Yeah, oxygen's thin up there. Hey, but everybody has, I look at him like, guy made his money, and he brought so many people into this new MMO genre, because after that I got into EverQuest. And that was like, wow, this is 3D.
I did too.
Yes,
I did too. I had an enchanter and a wizard. High elf, always high elf.
I was necromancer and a shadow knight.
Hell yeah, man! What race?
Dark elf.
Oh, dark elf. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
I miss those days. That the magic of those days was just something. Like even in Ultima Online, I go back every once in a while. I'll go start a new account just for the hell of it. Mm-hmm. And the jittery movement of your character as you hear the freaking cats meowing and that whole world. But there's something so nostalgic about that I just want to hear it. You hear the footsteps on the wood, and there's just something about it. I love it. It was a magic to me, and nobody's ever created the rarity system that game had. Nobody's ever been able to create anything like it since, and I regret that.
You always look back with like for example, Legends of Valor. The first thing I did when I bought the game, I tried to reach out to all the core developers who created it, and it's like King Tut's tomb or something, because like half of them are dead.
Oh my God, really?
I know. And I'm like, oh, this is a bad deal. And then the only guy who's left, he's like, I will never speak of this game again. I'm just like, whoa, what happened during the development of this game that makes people like die or like never speak of it again? So I couldn't get my hands on the source code. I own the intellectual property, but there's no source code, so I disassembled it. So I used this old NSA framework that they used to disassemble malware, and we disassembled the code. We managed to backward engineer everything from the source code, and I actually looked at all the dialogue trees and the graphics assets and these other things, and it's extraordinary how simplistic the game is under the hood. And I remember playing it as a kid and just thinking, God, this game is so amazing, it's so incredible. And then you look and you're like, wow, there's really not a lot there. Everything from the combat system to how magic works, these other things. So, in terms of blockchain, though, for video games, you can use it for DRM, you can use it for non-fungible assets like unique game assets, these types of things. You can use it to save the world state, load from that. So it's a beautiful thing because it can create kind of the centralized server that keeps the game state secure, reliable, but you don't need a centralized backend for it. So in essence, you can have kind of like a decentralized MMORPG. You could potentially even create a resource layer where the game world is peer-to-peer and hosted in peer-to-peer capacity, and the infrastructure providers who host to get compensated by an in-game currency or something like that. So, did you ever play EVE Online?
Oh, dude, you should look at my kill board on you. I'm Malachi Appleton on EVE, brother. Check that out.
Yeah.
I have like 490 kills and 10 deaths. Like,
so back when I was a mathematician and I played EVE Online, I was like, what is the point of this game? They're like, oh, it's a big open world thing. And I was like, wow, it's got a real economy. So I had a friend who was really into programming macros, and he said, you should try out auto hotkey and set up a bunch of bots. And I realized that you could buy Plex cards on EVE Online to basically fund your accounts. So I did a calculation and I said, well, hang on a second here. If I'm an ice miner and I macro mine ice in high sec space and sell it on the open market, if it's mining 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I can make enough money in 5 days to buy a Plex card, which means that I get 25 days of profit. And then, of course, I can scale that. Because
you can't really do that now, though. Because those high-sec kamikaze pilots are... They what is it, Bob, the cult of Bob or whatever? But the Hulks are strong enough to take those kamikazes. And so if you train up a Hulk pilot... So anyway, and long and short is I ended up getting, I think, 8 accounts running concurrently with a macro miner on each of the accounts, and I mined a shit ton of ice, and I did this whole fucking Dune thing where like the ice must flow, the spice must flow. It was kind of like Arrakis, and it was just getting so crazy. Instead of doing mathematical research, I was just like, I wonder how I can modify my macro to go ahead. I was like, I gotta stop this game. This is crazy. So I shut down all my accounts, and the price of ice actually went up like 20% or something after. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I was mining so much ice at the time, and it was pretty early in the game history. It's like EVE was a great time waster, so I haven't touched it since.
So that was before like the big barges and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's such a different. The last time I logged into EVE was, I don't know, it might have been 6 months ago, just to say hi to everybody. I was part of this mercenary group, and oh my gosh, we just murdered. I mean, it was so bad. Sometimes you'd feel guilty, but it was a lot of fun.
In low sec space?
No, it was a high sec. It was called Vendetta, VMG. We were the Vendetta mercenary group, and groups would like pay us, billions of ISK to go blow up somebody else's thing or to go start a war or whatever. And I mean, it was high sec, but when you engage in war with other high-sec groups, it's everybody's free reign.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You can hack people, yeah.
So we would just, initiate like 100 wars a day so that everybody was red to us, and then we would just murder everybody.
Yeah, that's some good swarm stuff right there, man.
Goon swarm, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are good times, though. That's funny. I can totally see you playing EVE Online, too.
Yeah, I'm always trying to optimize things, and the whole macro mining was just... It was an addiction, and I was like doing spreadsheets and these things to try to figure out how much ice I was going to make and how much profit would make. I guess it's a total violation of the end user license agreement in the game. They don't like you using bots, and they try to ban people for using bots.
Yeah.
And these types of things.
Well, and if you try to sell your account for real money like that, they figured out.
Yeah.
They really.
Well, I did the same thing in EverQuest, though. You remember the aqua goblins that they had in nearby the Dwarven City? If you kill them, they drop platinum. And so I actually set up a macro mining bot, which would go and harvest the aqua goblins. And, and it would spend like 10 hours, 15 hours doing that at nighttime and just farming them. And you wake up and you have a whole bunch of platinum. We have like 500 to 1,000 platinum per night.
Which was insane because most accounts had like 4 or 5. I mean, like early on anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a lot of fun.
Well, when I played Ultima Online, there was a guy that I ran into, and he said he used to make like $100 a day by farming Ultima Online gold and selling it for real money, and that's what he did for a living. And I was completely blown away at the time. Like I had no idea that people would spend real money on this in-game gold. And then
Right.
he was like featured in a book about it like 20 years later.
Well, that's what Brendan did, the CEO of EOS. That was his background before he went into EOS. I think he ran a gold farming company for a while, or something related to that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody's got a backstory.
Wow. So what are we? So I guess I should ask. I don't even know what you're going to say or what you can say, but like it looks like a lot of stuff is building up for December and January. And I watched your AMA, and I kind of touched on it a little bit today. And you're like, oh, we've been saving a lot of juicy stuff for December and January, and then you just kind of peace out, like drop the mic, like have a good Thanksgiving, eat your turkey. I'll be back later. Like what's happening? Like,
well, I can't say anything. We're just about to announce all this shit, man. We're just about to announce all of it. We got some big announcements in December. I think people will be very happy and excited about. And there's probably a few things in January that I think people would be real excited about. But overall, every month, like stuff is coming out, and it's just nice to see it all come together because we just been working and working and working. And as I mentioned, like every day is a drag. Every day is just get your ass kicked. And it's frustrating because it feels like it's never done. But when you get really close to releasing it, like I remember we announced Shelly in May, that was like a year of just constant work. And then that day was so awesome to be able to go to the product update and be like, hey, everybody.
When you announced that shit, I was like,
oh, yeah.
You were like just grinning ear to ear, telling all of the tar monsters to go F themselves. Like,
yeah.
I remember watching that because
fucking Chico hasn't said anything in a while. You notice that?
Yeah, I know why, but I can't say. Like, let's just put it this way: it'll be nice if everybody can just get along and coexist. It's a good thing because I can't say anything about any of that stuff here, but we'll chat later. My face is so red, dude. This is only my third one, like for real. This is my third one.
Kelly, you got to drink Glenmorangie Signet. That is the best whiskey. That when I'm on a wet year, that's the whiskey I drink. It's a damn dry year, so I can't drink anything.
Wow,
the world's worst year to be for a dry year. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I don't know what made you. This was just by default. Apparently, you just decided
I rotate. So I do a wet year and a dry year, a wet year and a dry year, and it's a thing I do to prevent myself from becoming an alcoholic. You're a CEO of a company. You're just in constant stress. You're in a constant getting your ass kicked and. You just drink. And so you say, well, I should probably not do that or else it'll kill me. So I do a wet year and a dry year to break up the pattern and it keeps the wet years light. And the dry years, obviously, you're not doing anything for yourself. But 20.
Dude, you picked the wrong year, man. And I watched your video where you were talking about the QFS blockchain and you were kind of debunking the nature of that. And I thought it was pretty good stuff, but I was kind of like, man, there's still a part of me. I'm like, is there any chance in hell that this is going to come out in the Supreme Court and they're holding on to it?
No. I mean, the reality is that everybody for the longest time tries to make the Trump administration superhuman. I mean, they couldn't even prevent Omarosa from, secretly recording General Kelly when he was firing her. I mean, the reality is this guy was just a total outsider. He come on in and he was just fucking everybody's shit up and everybody hated him. It was bipartisan hatred and the media, Silicon Valley and everybody else wanted to get rid of him. Despite that, he still got 74 million people to vote for him. And so then on the way out, everything he does makes total rational sense. Why is he like, the election's all rigged and Dominion and all this? Because the minute he leaves, he's going to create Trump News Network. That's why he created a feud with Fox. That's why he's on Newsmax and all these other things. He's going to create his own media empire. He's got 30 million built-in viewers. And then he's still a threat to run in 2024. So the Republican Party has to somehow make a deal with him not to run. And so he's going to mint billions of dollars over the next few years on the way out. And he's going to have a kingmaker status where he gets a huge influence over who the next nominee is going to be and their appointments and a lot of the congressional elections, like Lauren Boebert and all these other people, they drink from his cup. So he's playing it perfect for what he wants to do, and because he understands media, he understands reality TV, he understands drama. The problem is that he's not so good at the actual execution management side of it. That's why he's got. Look at the difference between George Bush when he had his Gore thing and what Trump is doing with Rudy Giuliani. Okay, you got Giuliani out there like fucking leaking hair dye, just doing this. And when Bush was fighting Gore, some bitch had Jim Baker, the former Secretary of State. Baker's a killer. I mean, he negotiated with the Soviets and he's killed people. And so they had Jim Baker come there. He's like, and he had this hardcore legal team, and his brother's the governor, all this shit. Of course, Bush is going to come out and win that. And Gore didn't stand a fucking chance. Here with Trump, it's like he lost in Georgia, he lost in Pennsylvania, he lost in Wisconsin, lost in Michigan, lost in Arizona.
Charles, we're going to fight, man. We're going to fight. It's going to be you and me in the ring, because I'll tell you right now, I have a tinfoil hat, and it's big. And my tinfoil hat says that this election is not right. Just not right. And now there may be, like, I understand a lot of the hatred, I guess you could say. I understand there's a lot of discontent with Trump. But man, if you go back 20 years and you start putting ABC together over the last 20 years even, and you look at everything that's been coming to fruition and what it's all leading to, I don't believe for a second that, yes, we had an outsider come into office. We had somebody who was not a career politician, and maybe he has failed at a million different businesses, but most of us entrepreneurs have.
Yeah, the thing is, he just didn't know how to wield the power that he did. It was the same with Barack Obama when he came into office. He was another kind of an outsider. He was only a senator for a few years, and he never ran anything in his entire life. And suddenly he's the most powerful man in the world, who's running this gargantuan bureaucracy. And he walks in like he's got a 12-inch dick because he's got a super majority in the Senate and the House, and he's like, I can do whatever I want.
I've seen pictures that tell me someone else might.
Yeah, and so anyway, he comes in and doesn't do anything to Wall Street, barely gets his healthcare bill passed, and it just gets shut down. And that's the nature of Washington. It's a machine. There's the military-industrial complex. You got the diplomatic-industrial complex. You got the health-industrial complex. You got a lot of mouths to feed in that thing, and you got to be a swamp creature to understand all that shit. So Trump comes on and he says, "I'm going to run this like a business. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm the president." And what happened is everybody, they treated him like an infection. And the immune system of Washington.
You said it right there. I believe that 100%. He's treated like an infection, but an infection to what?
We talk about the election being rigged. It was rigged in a sense that I've never in my life seen everybody against the president. The media was against them. Social media was against them. The corporations were against them. Like, for example, Moderna and Pfizer. They knew in October that their vaccines worked. They didn't say shit. They waited 2 weeks. They're like, we're going to wait till after the election to announce it because they didn't want him to get the bump. He knew that. They knew that. And Trump also knew they worked because he has Moncef Slaoui. And Moncef, oh yeah, these vaccines work. So Trump is sitting here like, there will be a vaccine before the end of the year. Sure enough, December 12th, the vaccine's going to ship. But they didn't say shit about it because they didn't want him to get credit for shipping a vaccine. And, then the media is just running in 24 hours, a 98% negative coverage.
So let's just say that what you're saying is true, which I believe it is, but I think it might be for different reasons. Why do you think all of these groups, whether it's the controlled media, who are basically owned by the same, 6 people, the big tech companies who are just censoring the hell out of everything from anybody that's not Biden's camp, or the Democratic Party, and why? And man, this spammer keeps creating new accounts. My glasses aren't fake, dumbass. I don't know what the hell. Oh my God! It's that arrested 7 times guy from. He follows you around. Oh my gosh, dude's a trip. Apparently my glasses are fake too. I don't know. They're actually not fake, just so you need to know, for inquiring mind there. My other glasses that I got were broken by somebody, and so I'm back to my old ones. But anyway, listen, man, here's what I think. I think overall, all politics are bullshit. I think it's a big play for the public to get the illusion of choice. And I think that ultimately there's one grand agenda, and it doesn't really matter what side of the fence you're batting for. They're all kind of pushing us to the same place.
But I did participate in the political process. I worked in the Ron Paul presidential campaign, and I remember there were some crazy shenanigans there in that whole thing. We got a lot more votes than people let on, and the Republican Party shut us out. And I had some friends who worked on the Sanders campaign, and they had the exact same story, especially in 2016. Bernie got screwed there. So there are definitely shenanigans. I mean, we're a country, 300 million people, and the only person they can find to run against Trump is a 78-year-old guy with dementia.
Thank you.
Come on now. And
why is that the case?
Yeah, well, it's because, when he goes to bed at 5 p.m., his administration can go and run the whole show. And you're right, Trump was his own guy. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's competent and capable. It just meant that he wasn't part of a more globalist agenda, and didn't play nice in the way that things tend to work.
Exactly, a globalist agenda and didn't play nice, and that's why all these globalists want him out. Yeah,
and they did. They got their mission accomplished. I mean, look, they did everything kitchen sink. This is the impeachment, media come against them, all this other stuff. You don't need to rig the election system. Because the reality is the presidential election is very close. It's maybe 50, 100, 200,000 votes in the right place. Mitt Romney would have been president if I think 75,000 votes were switched in different places. So if all you got to do to move those votes from one direction to the other direction is just, have a money advantage, have a media advantage.
Or just own part of the voting machines.
Well, they say that, but actually we build voting systems for a living. And, the Dominion machines do have some potential issues, but when you vote on a Dominion machine, it prints out a paper ballot. And so they have a digital copy and a paper copy. And when they do a hand count, they hand count the paper copies. And then there's reconciliations of the voter rolls and all these other things.
Well, it sounds like reconciliation has been the dumpster or the burning yard.
Yeah, but again, you have to find the evidence if you're going to do that. And
you can't find it if it's being burnt, Charles.
You can't just say fraud, though. And remember, it's a very decentralized system. There are 150 different standards in 150 different places, and there's all kinds of checks and balances. They're at the county level, at the state level. There's different voting systems. Some are paper, some are digital. And I agree, paper ballots are problematic because you can sell your vote. They're also problematic because if they send them to the wrong address, someone can vote on your behalf. And
right.
Did the signature checking not work and all the chaos? Oh, sure. Yeah, there's a lot of problems like that. But remember, the election system is not about absolute fidelity. It's about average fidelity. It's okay to have 1% fraud or 2% fraud or these things. It's just like when you run Walmart. You expect that 3-4% of your inventory is going to be stolen. It's just the way of doing business because you're such a large thing. There's millions of people, 100 million people coming in every week. So similarly, you get 140 million people doing something. You're gonna have the transvestite dwarf weirdo come in and bondage to your own vote.
There's nothing wrong with being a transvestite, folks. I'm sure Charles agrees.
Oh, yes, of course not. But you get the point. It's like you're going to have anomalies everywhere, and
anomalies make the world go around.
But you can't then say, because there are anomalies, that implies 7 million, 8 million votes are wrong, or
But what if it does? That's the thing. That's my question. What if it does? See, I'm not even like...
Why didn't they take it from the Republicans then? Why didn't they just create a blue wave? Because the media set up a blue wave. They said that there was going to be a landslide victory for the Democrats. Mm-hmm. Why did we have splits where some people voted for the Republican senator or congressman but voted against Trump?
Well, what I know is that some of those states straight shut down because there were so many votes apparently for Trump that the algorithm that was written for that software on those damn machines.
Oh, that's what they say. And
is it? I don't know, man. I'm curious to see what comes out in court. I'm just saying, what are you going to say if it all comes out in court? And they're like, this is a big deal. This is happening everywhere.
So they filed over 30 lawsuits. They've lost all but one. And the one they won was a minor procedure. And then Giuliani says two things. He's talking to both sides of his ass. So publicly he says fraud, here's all this stuff, the evidence will be presented. He goes to the court and the judge directly asks him, is this a fraud case? And he says, no, it's not a fraud case. So why are they saying a separate thing in court than what they're saying in public?
Maybe they're just trying to make sure that it all goes before the Supreme Court because they don't want to have to deal with all the local judges that are Democratic and they're going to vote, basically make decisions on a partisan kind of way.
Hey, you never know. You might be right, but and that's why I reserve judgment on these things. But I'm a show the evidence kind of guy. It's the same thing with the vaccines. It's like when people asked me 6 months ago, "Are you going to take the vaccines?" And I said, "I have no idea. I have to see the evidence come out." So now the evidence is coming out very rapidly, and I can look at everything. I can look at how the studies were constructed. I can look at the side effect profile of the phase 3 clinical trials. I can look at the dosage recommendation. Everything. It's all out there. Right? You can stack the paperwork to be Sears Tower level. And the other thing is, before I get a vaccine, 40, 50 million people are going to be vaccinated. And we're going to have at least 120 days of safety data on the vaccination. 90% of your serious complications of the vaccine that have long-term effects usually happen in the first 40 days. We're looking at the history of vaccines for the last 100 years. So I have all of that before I get an injection. And I can look at that data set and say, okay, does this make sense or not? And it's the same for voting. It's like if you're going to allege voting fraud, we do see it. We do work in African countries. We do work in Eastern European countries. I do work in Southeast Asia. I'm very attuned to fraudulent activity. We see a lot of this shit.
Yeah.
And there are telltale signs of these types of, from statistical anomalies to other such things. And the problem with the U.S. election system is that it's always fraud when you lose. In 2016, the Democrats lost. They said Russia hacked the elections. 4 years of looking, they could not identify a single vote that Russia switched from Democrat to Republican.
Which is funny that we actually spent 4 years on that, and Trump's getting a lot of shit for spending 2 weeks trying to find all the craziness going on with the election itself. That's the whole. You said it for me right there. The double standard. Just everything is so rigged. It's funny because people are wanting to go over to the Trump channel right now, wondering if they're actually talking crypto over there. I think that was pretty clever. I was like, okay, touche. We're just shooting the shit at night with me being a little bit tipsy, which I really never am, and Charles being completely sober, which is bullshit, quite frankly. You talk all this shit about scotch and whiskey, and he's completely dry. He's totally dry, folks. I don't know.
There are some fun things. I'm looking at some of the comments in the chat here, like the UFO comment. I think that's pretty cool stuff. There's a lot of shit leaking about UFOs these days.
Well, hell, they're coming out and they're just basically releasing a lot of it now. I mean, some of this stuff that they're flat out. They're flat out. Ow, shit! I just crushed my finger. Oh, the crazy dude's back. I'm wondering if I'm gonna find this dude in my bushes one day, and he's gonna have a pair of my underwear and like, Crow, I love you, man. I love you.
There's another thing. It's like you're like 7 feet tall, and your nickname was Tower of Pain. Why would anybody fucking mess with you in person?
Oh, I'm sure it would be all out of love from what I'm seeing. I don't get many trolls because everybody knows I'm pretty straight up. But every once in a while, you get some of those crazy dudes who forgot their meds and they just, I don't know, they just keep popping up. What's funny is this dude is anywhere you are. Anytime, if I'm in one of your AMAs and I'm like, Crow your coins, and this dude just starts popping up with all kinds of craziness, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, where the hell did you come from? Now you're here, and so is this crazy dude in my bushes. I'm like, I don't know, Charles, what's happening?
Oh shit! Did you see this comment from Ocean Wi-Fi about the monolith in Utah? Did you hear about that?
No.
Oh, did you ever see 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Yes, I fell asleep though. I think midway through that.
Remember the monoliths that all the monkeys were dancing around? That black thing that was just hanging out there with the weird music.
We'll say that I do. I know about the Georgia Guidestones, but I don't know about the monolith. And
you just in the movie, they had that black thing that all the monkeys were dancing around. That there was a black rectangular structure.
Okay.
They found one of those out in Utah in the middle of damn nowhere. There was a helicopter pilot just cruised around and he saw something. So they landed and they went and took a look at it. And they're like, what the hell is this? Why is this in the middle of nowhere? There's a fucking 2001 Space Odyssey monolith.
Can you see it on Google Earth?
Yeah, you just Google it. The 2001 Space. It's the craziest thing.
I'll have to look that up. What freaks me out is the Georgia Guidestones, because that's what.
Aloha, Charles from Makawa, from Divine Art. Divine Art, I gotta ask, have you been to Komodo's Donuts? Are they still selling them?
Komodo's Donuts.
I grew up in Makawa. That's my hometown.
Makawa?
Makawa.
Man, I'm from Kentucky. Actually, I'm not. I was actually born in California, but I literally bought more Cardano just now. Let's go. Yeah, I get so many people, man, and it's like I've been talking about Cardano now for so long, and oh my God, this dude has no life at all. I wish you could just ban IPs, but apparently you can't.
Does he have to create a whole new Google account?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's creating a new Google Gmail account, and then he comes into the chat and just spams the exact same thing. I'm like, I think this dude probably should seek help or call somebody. But anyway, I don't know. To each their own. Whatever gives you purpose, dude. I don't know. But yeah, I don't remember what the hell I was saying. So you were getting ready to like announce all this crazy shit that's coming over the next 2 months. I think that's.
Oh no! I'm not gonna announce anything. I'm gonna get it out of me. I'm gonna get it out of me. But it's gonna be good. You're gonna like it. It's gonna be huge.
Yeah. So what does your wife do? Are you? You're married, right? You're not?
No comment. No comment.
No comment. Okay. You're polyamorous. Is that what we're saying, Charles? What's happening?
I keep my personal life out of my.
Okay. Well, because I've always been kind of curious. Like, what does he do when you're working 22 hours? If you were married, maybe you're not. I don't know. But like, what the hell does this woman do with her time if you're like working for 22 hours? My guess is she's painting all the artwork in your office at the very least. And I see the one on the bottom right there behind you that actually looks cool, but it kind of looks like something from Pulp Fiction.
Are you talking about the album cover? That's "Wish You Were Here" from Pink Floyd.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I have stories about Pink Floyd in my youth. Orange Crush. Cardano credit card. I don't know. Is there a Cardano credit card, Charles?
You know, the foundation was supposed to do that under Michael Parsons years ago, and they kept promising it. They kept trying to deliver it. It never happened. And, you know, one of these days, there will be a Cardano debit card.
Man, I can set you up. I can set you up with a company that can implement it just like that.
Everybody says that, Jace. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Everybody says they have a debit card.
Well, you know, I have pretty good relations with Ian and Dan over at Turnio, and they're the ambassadors for Visa. And you can't even get one unless you go through them for Visa.
That's your venture. If you want to do one, go do the DC fund. Get some funding for it. They're all set up, ready to go.
I don't even know what the hell the DC fund is. I see you talk about it. I'm like, I don't know anything about it. And even if I did go there, they're not giving me shit. They're like, dude, you're a fucking YouTuber. We're not giving you anything. But I can get you set up. I know that. I can connect you directly, and you can have a Cardano credit card ready to rock.
Cardano credit card.
Hey man, I'm gonna need one. I'm gonna fucking need one, and I know everybody on my channel is too someday.
Yeah. Cardano card.
Yeah. What are you laughing about? I'm serious.
It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm so skeptical. I've been burned so many times on that. I've negotiated 7 deals where we were going to have a card. 5 of the companies went belly up. 2 of them, they delayed a whole year, and then Visa pulled it. It just never happened.
Really?
I tried. Yeah.
You know why? Because they haven't spent the last 2.5 years building their model, building their technology, and doing everything that I can connect you to.
You got a guy. He sent it to Jerry Frankie Scottos. He's my Greek chief commercial officer. He does this stuff. We'll try again. 8 times the charm. But I've been burned so many times. It's like I'm covered in scars, man.
All right, man. I'm
like Brad Pitt and Fury. I'm all fucked up.
I'm gonna set it up. We're gonna make that happen.
Okay.
As buzzed as I am, I'm gonna make it.
I will give you the first card. I'll have a fucking vanity card made with your face on it if you get it.
I'll make it happen. I'm gonna make it happen. Yes, absolutely. I need a Cardano card. Yeah, everybody on my channel wants the Cardano card because you know what? Come 2021, 2022, we all want to buy our Lambos with our Visa cards using Cardano.
Oh, Rick's here. We're going for number 1. Hey, Rick.
Mm-hmm. We are going for number 1. What's up?
That's Rick McCracken. That's the Cardano Effect host.
Okay, nice. Guinness Stash. Hey, Charles, really cool. IOHK joined the Oregon Trail Trace Alliance. Anything cool you can talk about the Oregon Trail team and Cardano team are working together?
Not yet. Can't say anything there, but I'll certainly mention it in the AMA.
Damn, you just got stonewalled, sucker. Thanks for the $10.
I was not aware that we joined the Oregon Trail Trace Alliance. That probably happened beneath my office, but I can talk to Jerry tomorrow about it and ask him. Or it's not Oregon Trail, it's Origin Trail, I think. But we have a product called the Tala Trace for supply chain track and trace. So if we did something there, it's probably that we join that. But there's a lot of mid-level decisions that get made. They don't always percolate up to me. But I will answer that in your AMA, sir. In my AMAs.
All right. If you ain't first, you're last. Yeah.
Okay, so how does this dollar stuff work? Do you actually make money? Is it like when it's $10 and $5? Did you just make $15?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah. I like to think it's because I'm pretty.
Hey, go to your Google account. I gotta set this up. I have no idea how to use it.
Oh, like you need $15, you bastard. Give me a break. Hey, yes, everybody go to Charles' next AMA and tip him. Oh, crazy man's back. He's even got my birth date wrong. Like, the dude's just so out of his fucking mind. You'd think if he had some valid information, he'd at least have my birthday right. Oregon Trail, love that game. Yeah, no, it goes into, it's like part of AdWords, I guess. Like, dude, you know what? For like 3 years I was on YouTube. I had no idea where any of this money went. And then I finally figured it out because I never had monetization on. I never turned on ads. I never had any of that. But every once in a while, ads would be on videos. And then I found like $5,000 sitting in an account. I had no idea it was even there.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
So wait. That's the top line number, like $10 or $15. But how much does YouTube get for it?
Oh, honestly, I've never really paid much attention. Like, I really don't know. Like, I just set up my account at ABK, $10. Big Pay. Been a fan since 2017. Thank you, Big Pay. Big Pay with little tips.
It's not the size of the tip that counts.
It's the heart that matters. That's right.
There you go. The penmanship.
I love you, Big Pay. I'm just glad you've been here, man. I don't even care about the tips. Wow, now everybody's starting to hype. DJ Wisdom, tip $5. Yeah, dude, I really never paid much attention. I never even knew where the money went. And I know at one point I had it all turned on so that it would all go to like St. Jude's. Because I never saw it anyway. And I was like, well, we'll just send it to St. Jude's. Like, it's all good. But then that was like a temporary thing. So then it all started going somewhere else. And I had no idea. So, yeah. John Hamilton, 99 cents for 100%.
Jesus Christ, I could make like $1,000 every time I do an AMA.
You probably could, but you know what? People would be stupid to do that. They should be out there just buying Cardano off their exchange.
Oh my Lord.
Oh man.
I watched your MMA fight. You look like a walking tree. Yeah, I had no idea how big Jason was until that.
Oh my God. Hey, at least I fought a guy that also looked like a walking tree. The guy I fought was 6'6". I just happened to be 7 foot. And he admittedly gave up 30 pounds for that fight because he was like 7'4", and I was a newbie. So he gave up 30 pounds, which is probably not a smart move, apparently. The fight was only like 35 seconds long. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Hey, Big Pay, we got a K increase coming, but let me tell you, we got IOHK retiring 19 of its pools and a lot of delegation to the community coming. So come on now.
Yeah, dude, I just hit 50 million ADA stake. What's up with that? You gonna make that K parameter like knock me down? What's happening?
Oh no, we always told people like 1,000 stake pools, and so 150 was just a starting point. It was a safe point to start with, and the goal is to scale the K to 1,000 as quickly as we can.
How many do we have now? We're like 1,500, I thought.
K? No, K's at...
no. Staking pools.
Staking pool? Yeah, I think it's probably 1,500, 2,000 average. But we're also adding like partial delegation and hybrid wallets and all these things that are coming. in Q1 is going to be a good time for Shelly. All the like, it's like Shelly 1.5 is going to be shipping. All this like next Shelly stuff to kind of improve the staking experience and so forth. So it's going to be a good time.
So if my staking pool is currently at 50 million, which it grows every month, how long do you think it'll be until that K parameter knocks me out of contention and I'm oversaturated?
I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think you'll be fine. You know, you might have to split it into two pools, but you'll be fine.
So what is the protocol for that? Because I talked to my developer about it, and I said, hey, we might need to launch a secondary node for spillover, because at that point, once the nodes are oversaturated, then we're going to reach a point where people are going to likely start increasing their margins. Right? So it's going to be a competition between margins, but if you're oversaturated, you bump your margin up 1%, 2%, 3%, however long it takes for you to kind of level out, and then you launch another node, and then we start establishing kind of a universal, margin percentage. Like, do you think that's going to happen? Like, what's happening to keep me from launching a second or a third or fourth node as we reach
some
saturation?
people will do that. Like 1% Pool has done that, for example, and others. And the market's going to basically make decisions, and there'll eventually be a consolidation at some point when people lump nodes together. And also alliances are going to form. When we change it from an atomic delegation choice to partial delegation, where you can delegate a percentage of your ADA to a pool instead of all of it to a single pool, that's going to change the calculus a lot, because we can change the delegation interface for Daedalus so that you show portfolios as opposed to single pools. And then what will end up happening is organizations are going to create curated lists. Like you'll have like Save Africa or environmentalist lists or this, that, and people just make decisions based on that, because the portfolios will normalize in returns. They'll be roughly the same. So people won't make decisions based solely on saturation and returns and other things like that. They're going to make decisions based upon a portfolio-bound philosophy, like small stake pool operators or charity pools. Like they're going to be a St. Jude's pool or something like that, or cancer research pools. These types of things. And so it's all a matter of choice architecture. That's one dimension of it. And the other thing is that you're going to have some replication, because people just simply have so much ADA. They have to replicate a little bit, especially for private pools. And then there's going to be a kind of a race to the bottom for a while with margins, and then eventually the market will kind of find an equilibrium point, and things ebb and flow. It's difficult to build a one-size-fits-all system. You can't have a system that only biases towards stability or resilience. You also have a system that in some cases has to subsidize smaller operations. And in some cases, smaller operations will never be profitable. It's like starting a business. 90% of businesses fail. So, that's an okay thing, because the 10% that succeed run the economy. And so similarly, stake pools are going to have a lot of people do it. The vast majority of them will eventually shut down, and then there'll always be ebbs and flow. Bitcoin mining was the same deal. I used to be a Bitcoin miner, and then the system changed, and so some days I wish I left it on forever. When I first started mining back in 2011, I had a quad rig. I had 4 AMD Crossfire 5850s, and that thing was pumping out 1.2 gigahashes, which is nothing now. But back then, I was making like Bitcoins every day, and so just lifting a fucking thing on, I think I would have made 50,000 or 60,000 Bitcoins from it. But it was an inconvenience. It's only $4 or $5 a day, because Bitcoin was dirt cheap back then. So I didn't really think about it, right? So it's the same situation here. It's like you make all this ADA, you may have a deficit, but what if ADA goes to $5?
Right.
And the ADA you're making now could be like tremendously profitable. So,
which is funny that you point that particular figure out, because that's the one that in my head I keep telling everybody I expect to see a $5 ADA at some point, and I know that you're just being random, but there's a subconscious, there's a subliminal message there, because that's where I feel like when you calculate everything out and the potential use case and everything going on, if I really sit down and I crunch everything and I think about the future potential and where we're going and just everything associated with Ethereum and blah, 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 I'm like, $5 to me sounds very, very realistic. So, yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there for all the listeners and the viewers.
Well, I'm just using it as an example.
I know you are. I know it's bullshit from you, but it's gospel from me. No, I'm kidding. Oh my God, this dude, he made
it's busting nuts. Yeah, I hear you, son. I hear you.
He's becoming like the John 613 or whatever of the NFL, but he's like on YouTube.
Oh man,
John 213. That's it, isn't it?
So how's the pandemic been treating you? Like, what's Ohio like?
Dude, I'm drunk. What do you mean? How's it like? I never drink. There's nothing to do. There's nowhere to go. Everything shuts down. It's dismal. Like, it's depressing. It's frustrating. It's difficult because I started going live again, and I'm actually realizing how much fun I had going live, but I also realize how stressful. Like, when I'm done doing a live, if I keep it around a half hour, I'm good. But if I do like an hour-long, 2-hour live by myself, or I'm going over content and news and things, my head feels like it wants to pop. And so I shied away from it. But like during this pandemic and everything going on, there's nothing else to do. My wife and I, with the kids, were like, what do we want to do? And it's bad. It really is. It's bad. And to some degree, it's disgusting because I feel like other countries have got it figured out. Why are we so far behind? And what's with all this control? What's with all this fear?
Right.
And it doesn't make sense to me.
I tell you the fucked up thing. So I was in California. I went to Lake Tahoe. It's California. So like the sky is falling. COVID is like the plague. Everybody's going to die. Everything is closed down. They just give you miserable looks of how horrible you are if you don't wear a mask. Then I go to Wyoming. I'm hanging out in Cheyenne. I'm hanging out in Laramie and Gillette. No one's wearing a mask. No one cares. No one's thinking about it. And
everybody's probably fine.
We have 50 different standards. And even in Colorado, I live in Longmont, Boulder County. Boulder's a liberal place. COVID is the worst thing in the world. It's going to kill everybody. Everybody's wearing masks. They look at you like you're a criminal if you don't have one on. Then you go to the more rural areas of Colorado, like Sterling, everywhere else, and it's like no one wants to wear a mask. So it's just, this is the problem with the response that they had. The government was unable to get a unified response across the whole country. Now you compare that to Taiwan. You know how many people died of coronavirus in Taiwan? A country of 20 million people. You want to guess?
5.
7. 7.
Yeah.
7 people. 20 million people right next to fucking China. Hyper urbanized, everybody living on top of each other, mass transit, all this stuff. Only 7 people died. And they didn't do lockdown. So it just shows you if you have a unified response, you can deal with it. There's no community transmission of any of these things, and they didn't destroy their economy over it. And it's a huge export. TSMC. All the chips in your phones come from Taiwan. Mm-hmm. So it just really bothered me that we didn't have a unified response to it. It's just because the governors didn't want to play with the mayors, didn't want to play with the president. Everybody had a big swinging dick. Right. Everybody wanted to be right. They didn't give a shit about everyday people. Like here in Colorado, they're mulling over another lockdown, and the restaurants are saying, if you lock us down, we will go out of business. They've already driven 30% of the restaurants out of business.
Right.
And now
it's happening in New York too.
25% capacity. You can't make money in a restaurant at 25%. You might as well just close up.
Right.
So it's all fucked up. The other thing is the Biden's coming. We might have to do a national lockdown when I take over. And here's the thing. We got 20 million people worth of vaccines being delivered in December. We got another 20 million being delivered in January. Those 2 months alone, 40 million people, all the healthcare workers, all the vulnerable people in the United States. That is the thing that makes it worse than flu. The morbidity rate, the case fatality rate is about 0.3% average, which is about 5-10 times worse than influenza, depending on how you cut it up. The most vulnerable people, it's about 5%. My brother's a doctor. My dad's a doctor. My uncle's an infectious disease doctor. And so my brother, he's got 30 patients right now. And I said, how many died of COVID? He said, 1. And so you look at statistics, for every 10 people infected, about 1 actually goes and sees a doctor and actually gets treated. So if you had 30 patients, and then 300 were probably infected. 1 dies, 0.3%. Anecdotal matches the global statistics. So it's not good. It's much worse than the flu, but it's not Spanish flu. It's not like Black Death. In Sierra Leone, when the Ebola epidemic happened, 70% mortality rate, 70%. You line up 10 people, 7 died. when you get it. It's just horrific. And they bleed out of their eyes and these other things. That shit's scary.
Right.
Coronavirus, once you vaccinate the vulnerable populations, your case fatality rate bottoms out at 0.01%. It becomes like the flu. So you're going to have that many people vaccinated by January. By March, almost all the at-risk and vulnerable populations will be totally immune to coronavirus in the United States. So that we're still talking about a fucking national lockdown when basically the people who have to worry about this are immune by March. That's the politics, and that's what bothers me. So we can't have an honest conversation about these things. You mentioned this on YouTube. Holy shit, videos taken down, you're demonetized.
We just did, so chances are this video is going to get taken down.
Yeah, probably.
I've already had it. My wife and I both have had it. We know a bunch of people who have had it, and it affected each of us differently. You know, my wife she had it for like 3 days. I had it for like 2 weeks. She didn't lose her sense of taste or smell. I did for like 2 weeks. Actually, my sense of taste, it took probably a good month and a half before that came back. But then we have other friends who got it, and they were wrecked for a week and a half. So it definitely affects people. I will say this about this. When I had it, I truly felt like I had something in me trying to find something to tear apart.
Yeah.
Every day was different.
Some of my employees got it too, and they said the same thing. They said, like, it just went every day to a different part. My eyes one day, my ass another day, my toes another day. It just was relentless, looking for some weakness.
And once it didn't find anything, I started getting better.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people think it was an engineered disease. And what's amazing to me, and this shows you there's something seriously wrong with media. Everything is an investigation. We have to get to the truth. We have to know the truth. We won't accept the official story. You go to a communist country, China, in a city with a bioweapons lab, and they say, no, it didn't come from the lab that literally studies these types of diseases. It came from wet markets where the people who work at the lab go for lunch. Mm-hmm. It's like the craziest thing. And we're going to listen to the Communist Party in China. It was almost like Chernobyl, where, just listen to the Russian government. It's 3-rotogen. It's not good, not bad. It's okay. It's just so crazy that nobody's interested in the origins of coronavirus. The other thing, we look at spike proteins on coronavirus. They have an incredibly high human affinity, but they have a lower affinity for pangolins and bats. You don't see that in zoonotic influenzas. You just don't, or zoonotic coronaviruses. You usually see that the host animal, the virus has a higher affinity for because it's native to that. And then when it jumps the human, over time, it gets higher affinity as it mutates and becomes more infectious. To jump from an animal to a human and naturally have a higher affinity for a human makes no sense at all from an energetic standpoint. So there's a lot of open questions about this disease. Here's my guess. After the original SARS coronavirus in 2003, they had a whole bunch of people run around caves and forests and shit in China archiving influenza and coronaviruses. And one of the employees got infected with the disease, went for lunch. He was asymptomatic or had a mild case, didn't think much about it, went for lunch in the wet markets and spread it around. The local government, they probably said, holy shit, this is a bad deal, tried to cover the whole thing up. They spent 2-3 weeks trying to cover it up. It was spreading like wildfire. The Chinese central government said, oh God, what do we do? They shut the whole city down, executed all the mid-level people because they all disappeared. All the whistleblowing doctors disappeared. That's what China does. They disappear people. And that's why the WHO was silent. That's why they kind of shut everything down. In 2003, they were very open. The United States came in. The WHO came in. We had the sequence of the genome within the first 60 days. Everything was much more open. Here, it was all opaque for the first 2 months. Nothing to see here. The tanks are in Baghdad, that kind of a deal. And then January got so big, they had to admit it. And we lost good 60 days. Had they sequenced the genome back in November and shared it with us, we would have vaccines already today. And we'd be putting in people's arms last month, which means that for Thanksgiving and Christmas, all the vulnerable people will be immune. The fact that they didn't do that, another 100,000 people are going to die from this thing. As for it being a weapon, there was a lot of gain and function research that was done at that lab and other things. And it's extraordinary to me that more people don't look into this. And everybody just says it's a conspiracy theory. You're not allowed to ask questions. It's just like the NBA. They put Taiwan on a map. They have to apologize for it and pull Taiwan off the map. The CCP, man, they have a lot of connections in the U.S. media, and it just blows my mind that more people don't take this seriously and look into it. The whole fucking world is shut down on this thing.
It is.
We're not allowed to ask questions.
It is. And, you know, I don't think things are going to get better until we get that little RFID chip, but that's just my tinfoil hat.
Yeah, that one's made up too. It's like, oh, the RNA vaccines will change your DNA. It's like, how? Tell me the causal mechanism.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the whole, like the actual chip, the implanted chip. I saw a recent article about Ticketmaster basically saying you have to prove, if you want to go to a concert, you have to prove that you've tested negative or you've been vaccinated. And that's just, to me, a test bed, because that's a perfect test to see how far are people willing to go just to go to a concert. And based off of those numbers, I think a part of that's going to dictate what the rest of the world is expected or required to do moving forward. Are we ready? Are the people?
I have been contacted by 7 municipal governments that are looking into vaccination passports, because all these guys from big cities in Florida, who shall remain nameless, to cities in Texas, to cities in California, they want to do a staged reopening when vaccination happens. So they'll say, okay, we're going to let the nightclubs open again. We're going to let the bars open again. But you have to have a vaccine passport or an immunity passport where you prove you either had it or you prove that you were vaccinated before you can go to a full occupancy place.
Well, you can get it more than once. From what I understand, you can get it 3 months after you've got it the first time.
I hear about these reinfections, and let's talk about immunity. So just because your antibody levels fall, there are other things in your body beyond antibodies that give you memory and an immunogenic response. And sterilized immunity is almost certain with this. COVID-1, they have people got in 2003, 17 years later, still have immunity. It's about 85% genetically similar to COVID-2. Now, there's been a few reinfections, but most of them have been mild. And a lot of the cases where the reinfections occurred, remember, there's 13 million reported cases and only a few reinfections. The original immune response was very weak in that patient because they were immunocompromised or there was something more to the story. And it's entirely possible those are statistical anomalies. Like they thought they had coronavirus the first time, maybe they actually had the flu, and they just had a positive PCR or something like that. But it's very rare to get reinfected. It's almost unheard of for these types of things. This is not like influenza. Influenza, every year it scrambles itself, and that's why you have to have a flu vaccine every year. With these spike proteins the way that they are, the immune response is very, very strong, and I imagine the immunity is probably going to last a long time. And that's just what we know about coronaviruses and what we know about the nearest neighbor coronavirus, SARS-1. So I don't think you're going to get it again. That's just that. And if that's the case, the vaccines wouldn't work, because within 3 months of being vaccinated, the vaccine would have no efficacy. These vaccine group people, they've at least 3 months of efficacy data there. Their immune response is still quite strong, and the memory B and T cells look great. So I think immunity is going to be at least a year.
I would love to think so, because I honestly don't sweat it after what I had. Like my wife and I we never even broke a fever. So, but then we started seeing, the first strand, and that was a lot more potent, and the efficacy of the whole thing was a lot more powerful, and then it mutated, and the one we got was kind of like it was taking a nap for a bit, and it didn't bother us all that much. So we're you hear so many different things, but I want to think. Oh, Daniel, hey, Cardano card by block card done. There you go. It's already done.
Okay, block card. Reach out to Jerry Fracascatos, our CCO. We'll talk to you, man. If I can get a Cardano card, I'll be a very happy guy.
They will make it. I mean, they just made it happen for Litecoin. They just made it happen for PAX. They're the go-to. You want a Visa, a debit card for your blockchain? They're the ones that make it happen. So we'll make that happen. Yeah, man. I think ultimately, I just want all this bullshit to be over. Like legitimately, I want it all to be over. I'm burnt out, and I'm just tired of all of the hoopla and the nonsense, and but we'll find out. I want Voltaire. I want Goguen first so I can launch an app, and then I want Voltaire.
We're already doing Voltaire. Fund 2 is out. That's what Catalyst is all about. We got over 4,000 people participating in it, giving away $250,000 in grants. The next fund is already underway. It's going to be $500,000. It's going to be probably 10,000 people participating in it. The voting center is coming to Daedalus. That's happening. My goal is every 6 to 8 weeks to open up a new fund and for it to keep going until it gets to a natural pace of $6 million to $10 million per fund of community allocated money, and eventually we'll have 50 to 100,000 people voting on that. So that's already done. It's a done deal. Dora is every fucking week talking about it. We got holy wars going on at idea scale with people's funding proposals, like the Cardano effect. They tried to get a funding proposal and they got eviscerated on that. Had to pull it, and they're going to redo it. So Voltaire is coming, man, and it's already a big part of it is here. The other thing is that Goguen, we just shipped the first part of it, metadata, and we have 3 hard fork combinator events that are coming. One next month, and then we got 2, one in Q1, likely one in late Q1 or early Q2, and all of them carry Goguen functionality. So we're just going to keep adding and adding and adding, and that's the beautiful thing about it. It's like, we keep doing Shelley stuff. Shelley 1.5 is going to ship next quarter. We keep doing Goguen stuff. It keeps coming. We do Voltaire stuff. There's even Hydra work coming out. We'll have a Hydra update at the end of November. And by the way, we've written 91 scientific papers. And we'll hit our 100th paper probably before the end of the year. And we got 1 million lines of code that we've written. We have, I think, 7 development teams working concurrently. And then there's probably 12 companies that are working on Cardano in parallel, up from 6. And that's just right now, and by 6 months from now, we'll probably have 50 development companies working on Cardano in different capacities, plus all the dApps. That's just us on infrastructure. And all the dApps are coming. The DeFi portfolios are coming. Oracles are coming. Stablecoins are coming. DEXs are coming. And so forth.
So how many Ethereum DeFi apps are converting over to Cardano after Goguen?
So I can't say anything right now about the RC20 converter. I'll just say
damn it! I really need to get you drinking again, Charles. I'm trying to catch you and I can't do it.
Yeah, I'll just say this, that we've got a lot of inquiries, and the fact that native assets can have so many advantages from performance to cost over ERC20 tokens. And the other thing is eventually we can have a path where you can pay your token fees with the native asset instead of ADA. That's a very powerful prospect. You can even have vanity addresses where your issued asset can have your own address prefix, like Crow Coin could be Crow Coin for the address.
Yeah.
These types of things. So that shit's coming, especially with Prism. And we just keep adding. Like when Prism fully integrates, we have an identity center. You no longer send ADA to an address. You send ADA to Jason. You send ADA to Charles. These types of things. And basic grandma level usability is going to enter its way in. And that's a standard that the platform is going to have, including end-to-end communication, end-to-end encryption for communication, PubSub, all these things. So, it's coming together. It's just to build this infrastructure in a decentralized, scalable way that you have millions of users is super fucking hard.
Right.
And that's what we spent 5 years doing, and thinking about. And meanwhile, Vitalik's trying to go to proof of stake. They're like, oh, wait, you guys don't have smart contracts yet. Like, guys, take a fucking chill pill. We're not only going to have smart contracts, we're going to do the pond and the ocean. And that will, you'll know what that means at the end of the month, okay? And it's going to be great and amazing. And we'll have resource determinism and much lower operating costs. These things, and Ethereum doesn't have that. Anything they do, we can do, and we'll do a lot of other stuff better. Proof of stake is far harder. That's why Vitalik has spent 5 years on it, and he's not there yet. Not only did we get there before him, we got there with a protocol that doesn't require bonding and slashing. And we got there with a protocol that has more security and a much better path to scalability, and it's built on a peer-reviewed theoretical foundation with 12 papers behind it, like 3,000 citations at major conferences and these types of things. And we just keep accelerating. We've already decoupled the clock. We understand how to recover from dishonest majority. We have a much better way of generating random numbers. There's all kinds of stuff with Ouroboros that are just innately better than Casper or these other things. And they can't even get Casper off the ground. And it'll take 2 years, 3 years to get that shit done.
What do you think is actually going to happen with ETH 2.0? I keep getting these questions, and I'm like, every time I see it mentioned, it's always as part of but it's going to be, it's delayed.
It's like, yeah, we have it, but then we don't have it. We have it, then we don't. I said, Shelley's launched. And I said, the D parameter is going to decrement. We went from D is 1 to less than 0.5 in just a few months. Now we have 1,500 registered stateful operators. We'll have 1,000 sustainable operators by March. We'll be fully decentralized, D equals 0, 100% network run by the community. We did the hard fork, nothing happened. It was just a beautiful transition point for the end user. Hell for the exchanges because they had to migrate. And now that they're migrated, it's a very easy upgrade path. And every time we do an upgrade, we have a hard fork combinator event. It's going to be a flip with a switch to do upgrades and turn shit on. No disruption to service. And meanwhile, Ethereum, they can't even figure out how to transition the network. And it's like so fragmented. They're probably going to have 2 Ethereums running at the same time. The miners aren't going to go along with it. It's very hard under the hood to do this stuff from a theoretical foundation. And people just don't get that. And when people say, oh, proof of stake is easy, say, prove it. Name one proof of stake system that's working at scale in the top 10. There's only us and Polkadot. Polkadot stuff is based on our stuff.
Is it?
Yeah, nominated proof of stake was a derivative of Ouroboros.
I get a lot of questions about it, but I've never really even dove into it.
Yeah, so it's just like, look, we did the hard stuff. We did the hard stuff first, and we did it with the accounting model, with the network stack, we did it with the consensus model, with programming languages, and now that that's all done, now we get to do the fun stuff, which is building real cool stuff at scale for millions of people. You know, we do one deal in Africa, it's probably 5 million people. You know, that's one deal. You do a dozen of these things, you wake up, you have 50 million, 100 million people on your platform. Okay, so when you look at that, you say to yourself, okay, are we really ready for that? And we're the only game in town that really thought about how do you actually get there, and get there with regulation, get there with identity, get there with off-chain, get there with permission ledgers and all these other things.
That's, dude, the fact that you pointed that out is, to me, what I've been trying to put into words for so long, because when you read so many white papers, as I have, to the boredom of my life often, I've read so many of these white papers and I've talked to so many of these different companies, and everybody is out to try and establish the newest flavor of the month. And so many of these companies do not have this long-term perspective where they're designing and developing their infrastructure to adapt to long-term growth and capability and use case. And I feel like that's why they're in the market overnight. That's why they pop up. They say, oh.
And you're usually forks. They're forks of someone else's code.
Yes.
These types of things. We wrote all the code from scratch. You know, here's the reality.
And people don't realize that. And they complain about delay. Or, oh, it's taking longer than this project did. Or everybody's so used to this instant gratification of idea to MVP, and they don't understand what it really takes to build something that I believe is going to stand the test of time and ultimately establish a strong list of use cases over and above a lot of what we're already seeing.
Right. Well, let's just look at it. When the price of ADA goes up, we get more decentralized. The K factor increases. You get more stake pools. You get more participation. So you end up getting more resilient as a system. We get more decentralized. We're going to run more Hydra nodes when Hydra turns on. More Hydra nodes. Everyone that runs is 1,000 TPS. 1,000 stake pools, 1,000 TPS. Your throughput's 1,000,000 TPS with a system like that. Okay, so that's just where we're at. And we have a beautiful path to get there. It doesn't even require an HFC event. So it's a gradual process, but those are beautiful things. Bitcoin is the opposite. When the price of Bitcoin goes up, you get more vertical integration with mining towards ASICs and subsidized power, and the pools go from public to private. So you end up getting 5 guys, 10 guys. You can feed the whole Bitcoin mining with 2 pizzas. That's not decentralized. And your power consumption goes up. Our power consumption stays flat. The entire Cardano network can be run like 20 kilowatts of power. I'm installing a 250 kilowatt solar system for my home, my farm. Okay, I can run the whole Cardano network, have enough power to spare to heat my driveway and do all the other crazy shit and grow my mushrooms. I can do that with just my fucking solar grid that I put on my house. So you can't do that with Bitcoin. It uses more power than the country of Switzerland. And if it goes to $1 trillion, it uses more electricity in Canada, the Bitcoin network. And it's still constrained at 70 TPS. Our system, we get more decentralized, we have more scalability, more off-chain capabilities, and so forth. The base layer alone, we can go from where we're currently at, which is about 150 TPS when we were doing simulations, to 1,000 with the current design of just the base protocol pre-sharding. Now you tell me, if I have 1,000 at the base layer, I have state channels that I can put on, and those state channels can run all the bloat, the microtransactions and the other things off chain, low economic value transactions off chain, at what point do I need to exceed that? Maybe in 10 years. Okay, at that point, look at where sharding technology's at. Every fucking day we have new sharding capabilities. It means I have 5 years or more from an architect perspective just to think about sharding and do it right before I actually need it, before the network actually needs it. This is the problem with F2. They did something that was replicated, not scalable, with Ethereum 1. Then they said, oh God, we're victims of our own success. It's so expensive to run the system. What the fuck did we do? So then they tried to do everything all at once. They tried to do the game theory. They tried to do the sharding. They tried to do the proof of stake. They tried to figure out the transition mechanism. It's too much complexity. You see this all the time with young graduate students. They want to solve these big, super complicated problems. A real researcher, what they do is they break into bite-sized parts. And they say, even though if we want to solve the Riemann hypothesis, the road to Riemann is going to be a million little steps, a million little papers you write. So what do? We said, let's just ask what is a blockchain, create a security definition for that. 2015, the GKL paper, Eurocrypt. Then we said, can proof of stake even work? We don't even know. So let's create a toy, theoretically secure proof of stake, but not a real one, just to prove that under unrealistic conditions, proof of stake can match Bitcoin. That was the original Ouroboros paper. Then we said we need to actually make this work at scale in a real operating environment. So we went from synchronous to partial synchrony. We went from not scalable random number generation to high throughput random number generation. We went from static to adaptive security, all these types of things. And that was Ouroboros Prowess. Then we said we want to be able to bootstrap from Genesis, like Bitcoin does. So that was Ouroboros Genesis. Prowess appeared at crypto. Genesis appeared at CCS. At every step of the way, we peer review paper, we have clock issue, Ouroboros Chronos, solve that problem. We want to recover from dishonest majorities, consensus redux. And we want to have state channels, Ouroboros Hydra. Every time we did this, it built on top of the foundations that we laid, so we never had a regression. Furthermore, thousands of citations. Any one of our papers, you Google it, you'll see the little cite thing, you click on it. GKL, I think over 900 citations from Harvard, MIT, Oxford, Stanford, UCL, Tsinghua, Peking University, University of Tokyo, Tokyo Tech, all across the whole fucking world. What does it mean? They've read our shit, they think our shit's novel, and they're building shit on top of our shit. You look at the first paper that they published on Casper was this year. Within 2 months of publishing it, there was already an attack that a professor at Stanford discovered. It's just like we're so far ahead of these guys on the theory side and on the engineering side. And then, we did the ITN to roll it out. We spent 6 months with the incentivized testnet, building a stake pool population, learning the mechanics of staking, getting the parameters right before we went and did the Shelley hard fork. Then we do the Shelley hard fork. We have the hybrid era where we gradually move from OBFT to Prowess. And that's what we're doing. Now, has anything ever disrupted? Has the network ever stalled? Has we ever shut it? No. It's always been up, 24/7 uptime, these things. Always had a great clock point, great checks and balances, tons of transparency in these types of things. That's how you do it in a professional, adult way. We talk to a government and to a Fortune 500 company, and you say, you should run your elections on my system, you should run your bank backend on my system, you should run your healthcare system on my system. What the fuck are you gonna do? Oh, here's me at an event dancing in a unicorn costume. Here's me at an event where I can't even figure out how to do a transit, or, we have to shut the whole network down because of a clock issue or something like that. They're just going to say, no, we can't do that. We don't trust the system. And then as for on-chain governance, we have such a lead there. Ethereum is not even doing it. F2, they've totally passed. Vitalik says, oh, you can't do blockchain governance. It's not possible. Then I asked Vitalik, what the fuck do you do when you have 10 million users and 100 million users? How do you avoid another Ethereum Classic or Bitcoin Cash, these types of things? How do you upgrade the system? Bitcoin can't upgrade. They all know smart contracts are necessary. They all know they have to get higher throughput, and Lightning is good for them. Despite the fact 100% of the Bitcoin ecosystem knows that, they can't fucking hard fork. It takes so long. And look at their population size. It's only a few million users. So what the fuck happens to Bitcoin when there's 500 million people in that system? They will never upgrade again. Whereas we have a governance system. We have the Hartford Combinator, we have the Voltaire framework, there's on-chain voting, we have the CIP process. So at the end of 2021, it's just buttery smooth. You can always upgrade, it's just easy. And I don't care if you have 500 million users, there will be an upgrade path. So what does a corporation know? I'm never going to have a Cardano Classic. I'm not going to have a Cardano Cash. It's going to be one network, it's stable, and I'm building on Granite. The code works, the formal methods works, the science works, and the community works. Just that simple. And I'm just so tired of these elitist people in the Ethereum ecosystem running around pretending their shit doesn't smell, pretending that everything they're doing is just going to work out, it's perfect. And then when it blows up and hurts people, they say, oh, it's all an experiment. It's all just a beta test. It's like, no. I'm sorry, when you do DeFi, your valuation is $1 billion and it blows up, you're fucking retail investors. And you got paid up front, so you don't give a shit. And then you blame the very people who were there. No accountability, again and again and again and again and again. And they say, well, move fast and break things. Yeah, that works when you're a social network. Then you control the entire server and all the code, and you can roll things back. And the worst thing that's happened is Bobby loses his pictures. That does not work when a person's property, their identity, their voting. You talk about elections. What if your election system is blockchain based and the system collapses? You won't know who the president is. You'll lose your audit log. All these things. How can you ask for mission critical systems to be put on if you just say, well, it's an experiment, it's beta test, move fast and break things, code isn't law, who cares, no peer reviews necessary, slows us down too much and so forth. It's an insane, absolutely insane viewpoint, and it's just immature, irrational, and it's ultimately damaging because you're handing the bill to somebody else. Anyway,
I've just been looking at the comments, and dude, I hear you, man. I hear people are thinking that I'm like somehow bored or I disagree or what. I'm like, no, I'm letting the man preach because there's nothing I can add to what you're already saying because you could nobody can say it better than you. I completely agree, and I see all the Ethereum 2.0 stuff, and I see a lot of the fork news, and forks are great for those speculators that are holding tokens that want to get a freebie that may or may not be worth something someday. But outside of that, forks generally mean there's a problem with the network. There's a problem with the initial design and implementation of what everybody is investing into. And so these forks are efforts publicly, generally, to try and fix something that's wrong. And so, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear.
It's also just an upgrade. I mean, I don't care how great your product is. Life changes, technology changes. Like, we invited Vince Cerf to the Shelley Summit when we did that. He's the creator of the internet. And the topic was, well, now that you've had 40 years to think about it, what would you have done differently if you could do the internet over again, And it's like, when he created the internet, there was like 30 computers. Mm-hmm. So if you came to him like, oh yeah, there's going to be billions of computers every year, and they're mobile, and people carry them in their pockets, I'd be like, I don't know what drugs you're on, but I really would like some of those drugs. Those drugs sound great. He just wouldn't have believed you, right? And that's why the internet has so many problems it has today. So you need an upgrade system, because there's going to be shit that you didn't think about that every 5 years you're going to have to pull it out of the closet and upgrade it. And what's so patronizing about maximalism or a lack of on-chain governance is there's no disaster plan. You're just stuck. If you have a problem, oh well, just got to live with it. It's like herpes. We're going to have it forever. There you go. Better take your valacyclovir.
Dang it, I got to go grab mine real quick. Hold on a minute. Preach, love the passion. It's obvious at this point that I think everybody is just kind of waiting, and honestly, Charles, I listen to you. I watch a lot of your AMAs. I randomly read. I mean, you can go to the IOHK website. You can go to pretty much any of the Cardano Foundation. You can go to the different websites, and there's always something mind-numbing to read from your camps. And I generally listen. I'm not a developer, and I'm not a scientist. I'm not an engineer. I'm just kind of a layman's, on YouTube, and I try to translate things as best I can. And I read a lot of this stuff, whether I understand it or not, just because I know that I'm going to learn or at least better understand little tidbits of what is being developed. I'm not an academic. Dude, I'm a high school dropout. You know what I mean? I quit high school and started my first company as a sophomore. And, luckily I've been determined enough to live in a library the majority of my life. Anytime I want to learn something, I learn it. And I have a pretty good grasp as to the technology, especially not when I'm generally drinking scotch, but on any other given night, I'm all right. And there's something about what you've been building and the philosophy associated with what you've been building. And I think that when I listen to you talk and when I read these papers, there is something so much extra behind the passion that's driving you to accomplish what you're doing above so many of the other projects that I read. And I think that's one of the reasons why I've been extremely bullish on Cardano, and not just Cardano, but you as an individual. I always jokingly tell everybody you're a very arrogant nerd, because to me, you're somebody who has no problem just calling it how you see it. You're very intelligent. You love all the nerdy things the rest of us nerds do, but you know where your seat is, if that makes sense. That's not an insult. That's kind of a compliment in the sense that you're somebody who I feel can represent a lot of people at your level in a fun way. And so, I read the comments and I see everything in chat, and this is beyond just how high will Cardano's price get. To me, it's a testament in the crypto sphere and everything that we see day in and day out with a lot of these shit coins and these crappy projects that are constantly being forced down everybody's throat, and the idea of speculation.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the thing is, you got to have passion and you got to be willing to take the hits. I've been in the space for 8 years. Mm-hmm. I have seen everything. I've been at conferences where OneCoin and BitConnect people have come up to me, trying to sell me and pitch with these projects. Now I look at them with a straight face, like, do you want to get shot? You're part of an MLM Ponzi scheme, you idiot. No, it's the greatest thing ever. So, okay, I've seen everything. I've heard everything. And you just burn out. Money cannot sustain you in this space. It really can't. Get rich and everything. I'm sorry. It's like you get attacked viciously every day on Twitter, on Reddit, on Telegram, all these things. You deal with assholes every day. You deal with complications every day, setbacks every day, research realities every day. The only way you can stay in long term is you have to have a vision and mission. You have to go somewhere. You have to want to do something. So what's the vision? What do we want to do? Why does Cardano exist? I did a TED Talk in 2014. I have not deviated since I did it. I said I care about economic identity. Every day I wake up and I see there are 3 billion people who don't have economic identity. They are unbanked, they're outside of the global economy, and they get fucked. They pay 85% interest on loans. When their kids go to London, work as maids, and wire money back to them, there's a 15% charge for that. They just get screwed. When they get money, they can't hold on to it because when a disaster happens, they have no insurance to cover it. So one bad event, one monsoon, one hurricane, one whatever, they're done. That's the reality for 3 billion people. We look at coronavirus, it is a huge inconvenience for us. All these shutdowns, but you know what? We're all going to be okay in a few years. You lose your job, you'll get another one. You look at the developing world, coronavirus means 100 million people are being pushed into acute starvation because the global economy collapsed. And about 5 million, 10 million of them will starve to death. What does that mean? And who are they? Children, the old, basically the most vulnerable people in society. So what's the solution? You can be a bleeding the heart liberal and go around and say, well, I donate to feed the children. You're like, yeah, how does PBS? Come on. Telethons don't work. You need an economic solution. And the only way you have an economic solution is you have to give people economic identity. Got to give them their own identity, their own banking system, their own insurance system, their own lending system. And what are we doing? We are giving people stable coins. We are giving people exchanges, the ability to securitize their business interests, the ability to do peer-to-peer lending, with the ability to quantify knowledge with oracles, new business models, like decentralized media, decentralized content sharing, new venture capital models. That is what our industry is about at its core. So I'm in Ethiopia. I've been there for 3 fucking years now. I tell you, it is just miserable. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong there. We've had ministers killed, ministers replaced. There's a civil fucking war going on. But my guys still show up to work every goddamn day. In fact, I was a little worried about the civil war, so I called some friends of mine in the State Department. I said, can you refer me to a private firm that the time comes and I have to extract them, can do that, say, sure. We got some old SEAL guys and Ranger guys, and we have a bug out plan. And I said, John, if this happens, you have to leave. So I don't want to leave. I was like, John, there's a civil war going on. If the shit hits the fan, you got to, this is where I'm at. We have too much important work. I'm sorry, that's not about money for him. Because he says, if we get this job done, there's 107 million people in this country, 70% are under the age of 30. Those people, before they're 50, will have bank accounts, insurance, credit at 1/100th the cost of what people in the UK and America have, and they can build up wealth. And guess what? If they can build wealth within 50 years, it'll be like China. 1980, you walk into China, it was one of the poorest countries on the planet. They had famines every year that killed millions of people. It was so poor, it wasn't even the top 50 countries. Today, it's the largest economy in the world. Things change quickly if the right system is in place to make things change. So similarly, we put the blockchain system in Africa. You know what's going to happen? We're going to wake up in 30 years, 1 billion people are going to be in that. In a system where the government's not in control, the people are in control. There's no banksters, there's no central banks, there's none of these cocksucking globalists coming around leeching and stealing from people. They talk about the Great Reset. Fuck. Even when they talk about things they want to do like UBI, I can do such a better UBI than any of these idiots. Why? Because I can build a CBDC for, let's say, Mauritius or Angola or any of these other places. And you know what I can do is build a sovereign wealth fund with it. Every time a person uses it, it creates a transaction fee. Fee goes to sovereign wealth fund, you give a dividend to all the people in the country. That's simple, that's UBI, and that's effective UBI. Because you're not just printing money out of thin air. You're providing a service to the world that creates wealth creation, and the economy has an incentive to do this. Basic stuff like that. We get this mission done, it's all worth it. You'll change the lives of billions of people. And you'll change your lives in a way where no one controls them. And you know what? You change America that way. Why? Because America will not be as competitive as that new system. And it's do or die. It's just like phone books. They can want to stay around, but the reality is they got to change. And if they don't, they go out of business. The newspapers that didn't digitize, they all went out of business. I used to read the Rocky Mountain News. It's my favorite newspaper. I read it every day. I read the comic section first. It was great. They had Robot Man in it. You know what? They're not around anymore. They're gone. Because the internet killed them. They did not adapt to the new business model. We got a new model for governance. We got a new model for banking. We got a new model for all this stuff. Chase has to change. U.S. government has to change. You got a system where people can't lie. U.S. government can't lie anymore. We can't have these wars anymore. We can't have this deceit anymore, all these things. Because every time they do it, we see it. We smell it. We taste it. It's there. And people reject it. We have a deficit of trust in society right now. Exactly. No one trusts each other. No one trusts institutions. People are starting to think that, there's villains behind everything. There are some villains out there. I've seen them. They're terrible people. But not everybody's a villain. But how do you know? You can't trust anybody. You can't trust any facts you see anymore. Everybody lies now. That's why our industry exists, to reset trust and to force everybody from Bill Gates to the poorest person in the world to play by the same rules. That's the mission. So that's why I'm still here. You mentioned resilience and drive and these things. I see a real path to get there, Jason. I really do. And it's going to take 10 or 20 years, maybe 30 years. But what the fuck else am I going to do with my life? Well, just be a rich guy making video games? It's like, okay, what's the point? Why would you want to be a billionaire in China? Why would you want to be a billionaire in Russia? You get on Putin's bad side, you're gulagged. You get on Kim Jong-il's bad side, you're gulagged in North Korea. Why would you want to be powerful in a place with no freedom? The money means nothing. The minute you're on the outside, you're done. So you have to build systems that protect you and create rule of law and consistency and guarantee that people are honest and create trust, or else there's no point at all.
Hey, fucking man. I hear you. I'm with you 100%. And this whole thing, I desperately continue trying to find ways to further involve myself in Cardano and this mission and everything that I see coming to fruition every day that I find a new update or I watch an AMA. And, I'm just a guy on the interwebs, doing what I can to educate people and kind of bring two worlds together. And look, man, I commend you on everything that's going on, and I think that this is a much bigger deal than just numbers on CoinMarketCap, and that's one of the reasons why I am so involved and I am so bullish on what's happening. Yeah, like people in chat are saying, amen. You know, so listen, Charles, it's getting late for me, and one of these days, man, when you're outside of a dry month, instead of letting mine run dry, I'm gonna continue refilling it right alongside you.
We're gonna go and do something in Cincinnati. I'll do a whole U.S. tour. I'll come by Cincinnati. We'll do a proper meetup. The problem is nobody can come, right? We're all fucking quarantined.
Man, you can come to my house anytime. We'll set up the whole thing.
Public, it'd be fun, you know.
Absolutely.
That's why I want to do that MMA fun. I want to do something with lots of people there, you know. So it'd be a lot of fun to go and do something, and we'll figure it out. But I'll come to Cincinnati, and it's always great to have you in the community. And you know, we have such a diverse community. We have everything from retired MMA fighter all the way to fucking world-class scientists. It's a huge spread, right? But they're all in one family, and they all contribute something in their own way. So
I hope I contribute something. I like to think I do, and I like to think that, you know, I'm responsible for a big chunk of that 62% that's being staked right now in these delegation notes, but who knows? Listen, Charles, I really do appreciate everything you do, man, and I know that everybody in chat does as well, and I'm looking forward to December and January, man, and I can't wait for you to start making some of these big announcements and letting the world know what's happening. I would much rather you have launched Go Get on my birthday, but since you chose not to do that, I guess I'll just have to move on with the rest of my fucking life, waiting around for you slackers to get this shit together.
You want me to save you some panties? You know, it's fucking down the monster days.
Save your panties, Charles. As much as I'd appreciate those, I could probably sell them for a good chunk of Cardano, but yeah, maybe in the next live we do, we'll see what size those puppies are. An hour, almost 2 hours. I think you may very well. This might have been the longest live. I've had to go to the bathroom so bad for the past hour, just so you know.
Yeah, we're gonna put your ass on a catheter. The longest live stream ever did was 5 hours.
We'll do a full 24 hours.
I'm training for the Joe Rogan experience, man. Because Alex Jones went on, they did 5 hours.
Oh yeah.
I will fucking pee myself just to basically beat that record if I have to. We're gonna beat Alex Jones.
I've reached out to Joe Rogan's camp. You'll get there long before I will. So, but if he tells you, yeah, you can come, but you got to bring a crazy guest, you better fucking call me, man.
I will bring Ben Gortzel if I bring a fucking crazy guest. Did you see the Ben Gortzel interview we did with Singularity yet?
No. Oh no, I did see some of that. Yeah, he's a character. But
no,
you can fit right along each other. You can go hunting for like whatever animals in the wild together, and I'm sure have a great time.
Oh God, yeah. He got his math PhD at 21. The guy's just so smart. He's so smart, and he's just like, yeah, man, we're just gonna do the AI thing, and then get a hypergraph, and then put this shit in. And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy.
People like that are great.
Oh, it's great. It's so much fun. He was actually on the Joe Rogan Experience not too long ago when he did the Sophia Android, talking about the whole AI thing. And it's just amazing the kinds of people that you meet. Did Charles ever do that paramotor class? No, Adam, I didn't do it this year. Next year I'm going to do it because fucking COVID shut down the world. Same for the Wim Hof training. And I am buying a isolation chamber, and I'm buying an ice pool, and I'm doing a hyperbaric chamber.
You're going to start doing all that?
Oh, fuck yeah. I just read a study. I'm all big into anti-aging. I'll tell you this, I know you got to pee, so.
So bad. You know what? Here, I will let you tell the audience. I will go. I'll be gone 2 minutes.
Okay, audience.
Okay, yes. I will expand you full screen so you can tell the audience, and then I will be right back.
So I read a paper, audience. It's a really cool paper. It came out of Jerusalem. And basically, what they did is that they studied putting people in a hyperbaric chamber, so it was 100% oxygen environment, for 90-minute treatments, 5 days a week for 90 days. And they measured the telomere lengths and cell senescence before and after and during the experiment. Basically, so telomeres are little things at the end of your chromosomes, the caps at the end of your chromosomes. And what happens is that as you get older, they get shorter and shorter and shorter, and that's one of the leading causes of aging, they believe. Okay? So anyway, they did the oxygen therapy, and every single person, the telomere length increased by 20% to 38%, which reduced their biological age, just from being in an oxygen-rich environment for 90 minutes a day, 5 days a week. I'm thinking to myself, shit, those chambers are only 20 grand. Holy moly, I can just pick up one of those and read, because I read for hours every day, and just read my papers while sitting there relaxing. So I've been looking into that, and any luck, it'll improve my lifespan by 20%. The other thing I'm looking at is exosome therapies, and there's a whole bunch of cool stuff there. Now, you mentioned I just want that for brain injury treatment. Take lion's mane and then get into biofeedback training. There's a great device called a Mendy that's coming out on market at the end of the year for that. So yeah, lots of cool things. The ear popping is terrible in hyperbaric. Yeah, it depends on the chamber and how quickly you pressurize it. So anyway, I'll post a link on Twitter for you guys on the oxygen therapy. I'm going to try it out. There's a great doctor in the Cardano community. His name's Dr. Lesser, Michael Lesser. He's quadruple board certified down in Florida, and you guys, we'll do something together, broadcast it to you guys. Welcome back. How was your pee? Was it satisfying, Jason?
I feel like a new man.
Yeah, you just don't want to go anymore, right? You're just like, I can do another hour.
I'm good now. We can talk about anything under the sun for quite a while now.
No, I was just saying your audience. There's this study. They put you in a hyperbaric chamber, 90 minutes, 5 days a week for 3 months. They measured the telomere length for before, during, and after for the study. Okay? And it turned out that every single person in the study, the length improved by 20% to 38%. Telomeres are these little caps on the ends of your chromosomes. Your cells get older, they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually it makes it unstable. Your cells get old and fall apart. So a lot of scientists believe that these things are intimately connected to your lifespan. So you make your telomeres longer, you live longer. Cancer cells, for example, are biologically immortal. We have cancer cell lines that are over 100 years old that they still use in labs, and they replicate perfectly. They never lose telomere length. They have a telomerase inhibitor in them, so the telomeres always stay the same length. So hyperbaric pressure can actually reverse the aging, it looks like, from this study. It's really cool stuff. So I'm studying it with a doctor down in Florida, sending him some stuff on it. We're going to see if we can set up a treatment protocol, and I can just read in the hyperbaric chamber every day. Hopefully it makes me younger.
I know Rogan has something like that. I don't know if it's the hyperbaric, but I know he's got like or is it? It's like a big egg, and you go in there and they drop the temperature below zero. Oh
yeah, there's a whole bunch of that stuff. So you have cryotherapy,
cryogenic chamber, something.
Naked in a tank, and they hit you with liquid nitrogen. It's negative 200 degrees. And you stand in there for 4 or 5 minutes naked, freezing your ass off. I mean, you come out, you have like a Korean dick, man. It's crazy. And you have to warm up for a few hours every day. But anyway, I kid.
Oh, this video is so never gonna survive YouTube, dude. Like, this is so gone tomorrow.
It's great. I'm gonna get angry.
We'll consider this an exclusive for.
But anyway, so I've done the cryotherapy, I've done the oxygen therapy. They got the isolation tanks where you sit in a dark tank and there's no sound and you're floating in salt water.
I want to do that. My wife was trying to get me to try it.
It's great. I'm getting one for the IHK house here in Colorado. So there's lots of cool stuff. Joe does have a sensory deprivation tank. That's true.
Yes, he does have one of those, and he talks about it all the time. I used to watch Joe Rogan every night while I painted my models, my little gaming models, and I want one, but those things are expensive. I gotta wait until Cardano hits $10 before I can afford to buy one of those things.
You get an isolation tank for about a really good one for about 30 grand. It seems like a lot, but if you use it every day, and it like helps your mental health, and there's tons of benefits to it. It lowers your stress, your inflammation goes down. Almost all these chronic illnesses are connected to inflammation.
Right.
And it's the same thing. Our diets are fucked up. We get insulin resistant. That causes inflammation. The inflammation causes heart disease, causes Parkinson's, diabetes, causes Alzheimer's.
I just need to keep taking my turmeric.
Yeah, I apparently have an allergy to it, so whenever I take it, it triggers it. You know, my problem is I have gout, and God, I was always like, it's not too bad. This time around, my gout got into my ankle, and that was the most painful thing in the world. Usually gets to my toe, I can kind of walk crooked, and I get through it in 5 days. Got in my ankle. I've had it for 2 weeks now. Taking the allopurinol, taking the steroids, it's brutal, man.
What is gout? Isn't gout a side effect of like chicken pox or something?
No. So gout is everybody when they eat food that contains purines, like shellfish, red meats, these types of things, your body metabolizes that to uric acid, then you pee it out. The problem with a person with gout is that you don't metabolize all of it right, and so what happens is uric acid accumulates in your joints, usually your toe and other joints like that. And then over time, your body will have an immune response, and it'll flare up, and then it will start attacking the crystals that are inside the joints. And then it's like a nuclear war is going on in your fucking joints. So right now, in my ankle and in my big toe, there's like millions of crystalline spears that every time I walk, they jab me, and it just causes a terrible inflammation. It's one of those painful things. And it takes a few weeks for the flare-up to stop, and then if you take allopurinol, it's a drug, it'll actually process and leach out all the uric acid over time, and it does what your body can't do.
Yes, I've heard that before too.
Yeah, so it's.
Didn't King Henry, one of the King Henry something? I'm thinking.
King Henry VIII. King Henry VIII had gout. It was a horrible disease. There's actually pictures of him with his leg out. But anyway, you can manage it through diet, and you can manage it through allopurinol. It's a lifetime condition because it's a genetic defect. So I can't really do anything about it. My dad has gout. I have gout. There's a lot of gout in the family. It's kind of a rich person's disease because if you have a high alcohol, high meat, high shellfish diet, and in the Middle Ages, the only people who could afford that were kings. That's why kings and rich people got it. Like the poor people were living off of bread and broth with occasional bone or something like that. So they never got the gout. They couldn't get enough pyramids.
You weren't rich enough. You were unlucky to get the gout. Yeah, well, luckily for me, I don't have it. Knock on wood, I'm not rich enough, so I don't think I have to worry about too much of that. Yeah, I totally feel better now. I'm in for the past hour. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I just want to say, Charles, just talk to everybody for 3 minutes, and I'll be back.
I know. You just got to carry that jug next to you, man. You got to get the best of
Yeah, but I need a big jug. You know what I'm saying? Do we live in a simulation? Eat steak, drink beer, and hodl Ada. That's kind of what I think. Is there? Everybody keeps asking me when Coinbase. That's the big thing that a lot of people. When Coinbase.
I could say something about that. I'd say something. It's the most asked question I've gotten in my entire fucking career. All I can say is, good things come to those who wait. I can't say anything at all about it. I just will say that we work very hard with many partners. We do great work with many people, and we've learned a lot of things about how to build a wonderful framework for exchanges to this.
So now that we know that you're going to end up getting a Cardano Visa debit card at some point, because I'm going to make sure that fucking happens, because I can tell you right now, I'm going to want one. And the thing is, everybody on my channel is going to get this damn thing. If we get this figured out, everybody's going to have that Cardano card. Charles is a carnivore. You're the perfect person to ask. It's late. It's 11 o'clock. There's almost 800 people on here. What the hell is Wagyu?
Wagyu beef? Oh, it's just a special type of treatment for a cow. So if it's either regional Kobe stuff, or it's just how you raise the cattle, how you treat them, what you feed them. Kind of like veal, right? You have a special regimen for the cow. Same thing there. And because it's much more expensive to raise cows that way, beef is much more expensive. However, you have a much richer flavor and much better taste and stuff.
It just looks like fatty meat to me.
Yeah, just how you treat them, what you do. They get crazy in Japan.
So basically, you feed cows and you give them gout, Because you're feeding all this expensive shit, and then you eat the fat lazy meat of them.
They got guys in Japan whose job is to massage cows every day. It's the most expensive meat. There's some dude that goes out there, some weird, creepy Japanese dude, and he's all like, "I'll rub the cow. This is my job. Get the massage."
Wow, rub the cow meat.
Rub the cow, man.
Dude, wow, that just sounds like hell.
I'm gonna milk these puns all night, Jason.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, hell yeah. ADA debit card. Diet is key in curing gout. Give me one and lets me delegate through the application. Man, I gotta figure out what we're gonna start building on Cardano, man.
I'm trying to do a video game. Do a fucking game.
You don't have the funds for a video game, man. And it's like, to do a video game costs so much fucking money, and you need a full team to do it right.
No, do something viral. I mean, there's like 2 guys did Minecraft. I knew Notch. Did I ever tell you that? What happened with Minecraft?
No.
When I was a mathematician years and years and years ago, I was one of the early alpha beta guys for Minecraft when it first came out, before it was like a full game. So you just email the guys over at Mojang and you just say, "Hey, I found a bug," or "Hey, there's this suggestion," and "Hey, you should do this." And they used to be super attentive. They replied to every email. And then little by little, they got richer and richer and richer, and they stopped replying to emails. And at some point, they're like, "Fuck it, sell to Microsoft." It was so funny. All these guys were like hardcore open source, pro Linux, fuck Microsoft, fuck the system type of guys. And I remember when Notch sold to Microsoft, his tweet was, "Everybody has their price, and mine is 2.6 billion."
It was 2.6 billion. Oh my god.
And fucking Microsoft bought it for a tax thing. That was the craziest thing. They had some money in Europe and they couldn't get it out. So they were like, "Well, if we acquire Minecraft, we don't have to pay taxes for this thing." So they basically got it for free.
Wow.
Imagine being that big of a company where you're like, "Well, we don't really want to pay taxes. Can we just go buy a video game or some shit like that?"
Wow. Wow. I do that. Someday I want to create a video game, but I want to do it right. I definitely want to do it right. There was a really cool game that I can't remember what it was called now, because I haven't seen much about it. Hash Rush. It's an ERC-20 thing, but it was like, it actually looks really cool, and, I don't know, someday maybe it'll amount to something, but, yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking Dex. I'm thinking of Cardano Dex. Because there's going to be so much stuff. There's going to be so much stuff on Cardano, and there's going to be so much migration, I think, from Ethereum, personally.
I tell you, man, what you should do is do cards, like collectible cards. It's done again and again and again and again. We don't have anything in the ADA ecosystem, and just do the fucking thing right.
I'm already on some. I'm talking to a company. They came to me on Twitter, and they're working on a whole fleet of them. As soon as Goguen launches, they're launching these NFTs, and I'm on some of them.
I will definitely buy some from you, or just make them. I'll tweet it. But I think that'd be a really fun thing to do. I was a beta tester for Magic the Gathering. Right.
Oh, I love that.
I still have a Black Lotus.
No, you don't.
I do.
I lost 2 in the trunk of a car, man. Back in the day.
Yeah, how much are they nowadays? They're like 20 grand.
Thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah. They were worth nothing back then. You get them the beta packs,
I had a whole Magic the Gathering collection, man, and I had a Grand Prix. It was a car, and the engine caught. Well, there's something wrong with the engine. I took it to a dealership. I had all my Magic cards in the trunk. These hillbillies I took the car to caught the car on fire, burned the whole car up. I lost everything in it, including all my Magic cards. And I know, because I was so avid about it back then. I lost so much shit. I never played again for 20-something years, and then I still have. Dude, I gotta get you into War Machine. I gotta get you into. Yeah, hold on. This is what I do sometimes. You probably can't tell very much, but it's.
Well, I know Warhammer, but what the hell is War Machine?
War Machine is like Warhammer is like checkers. War Machine is like chess.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's I can show you this one particular army that I have that I've been painting. It's a lot more in depth. Every model has a list of spells and functions and abilities and things. Warhammer is kind of like, let's get hammered, throw fucking 1,000 dice on the table and see what dies. This is very much like chess. It's very tactical, very strategic. List building is a blast. I have an entire wall of models behind me. I probably have 1,000 models on shelves because I have so many factions. But that's a game, man.
Okay, I'm gonna check this shit out. I'm telling you, do a card game, man. Do some. It's easy to do. You can do it with 1 or 2 developers. Get some great artists involved, and you got the network for it. It would be super easy to get it booted, and it's a great demonstration of an NFT on the system.
You know what? I'll tell you right now, this is no bullshit. One of my biggest things is to create a kind of War Machine-esque game on a blockchain.
There you go.
Yeah. But
the DC fund, you can propose it. Once you have a design for it, go to the DC fund. As I said, it's $250,000 right now. It's $500,000 for the next one. It's going to keep growing. You can easily pull, $50 grand, $100 grand of seed funding from that if it's a good idea and there's traction for it.
I think it's a great idea. I think it would be wildly successful, but I honestly, legitimately don't know what it would take to build it.
Well, think about it. That's the thing. It's a cool brainstorming. And that's the cool part about the DC Fund is it's an innovation management platform. So we're working with a company that's done innovation management for 10 years. It's called Idea Scale. They're actually a Cardano partner. And they work with Boeing and Pfizer and all these other guys. And basically you propose ideas, there's community collaboration and all these other things. And so the Catalyst Fund is basically built for that. And that's the whole point. It's like there's all these people that if they have the right idea, the right team, they can actually get something done. But maybe the idea needs some forming, the team needs some forming, people need to meet each other. So that's the other part of it. Even if the initial proposal's not right, there's a great way to meet people through it. And then basically through collaboration, you can do the greater thing.
I think I might plan that out because that's definitely like beyond crypto. That is one thing that I would love to build is a tactical kind of collectible card game. You just saw what I just saw. That's why I was laughing while you were talking. I'm like, oh Jesus, this is.
Well, if my comments are accurate, no, I didn't see it.
When we hit Coinbase, I'm whipping out the Korean Wang. So, Jonathan spent $5 to say that in chat, so we will give him the credit that he is due. Yeah, and you know what?
How much fucking money have you made from this live stream?
Dude, I don't know. Maybe $50. I don't know.
Is there any meter that tells you or something like that?
No, I have no idea. Not unless I go into my actual. I know that spammer dude, that stalker guy, he's been pretty relentless the majority. He took a break for about 20 minutes. I think he had to go have dinner. I think maybe his mom called him upstairs and he had dinner and came back down and set up. Magic the Gurgling. I do love Magic. I just, oh gosh. You know what it is, man? I have this fascination with these games because it's stuff that I couldn't afford to do when I was a kid. You know?
Yeah.
You grow up poor, man, and you see this kind of stuff and you don't have the money for it. I remember my mom bought me a box of like RPG rule books from garage sale. And I would sit around making characters, but I never actually played any of the games. Like Shadowrun was one of them, Battletech.
Oh, yeah. Shadowrun was a very popular. They even translated it to a D20 system for the Shadowrun. I remember that.
Yep. I had that, and Battletech was a big one that I actually played on occasion. So, yeah, I love this stuff, man. There's definitely a nostalgic place in my heart. And I love with the tournaments and all this stuff goes, you do a miniature style game on the blockchain with international tournaments playing virtually online, that'll be a huge freaking hit. Especially if you figure out how to customize your models like, digital paint jobs.
Okay. All right. Well, Jason, I got a flight to North Carolina in the morning, so I'm gonna call it a night. Okay.
I'm with you, man. We've been going for 2 hours.
Shit, man.
My longest live ever. So
it's been fun. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Look, guys, thanks for joining us. We are definitely calling it a night. I was going to let Charles, we were going to just talk until he told me to shut the fuck up. I guess that time is now. So we're going to sign off. Crow your coins, crow your ADA. And I definitely am looking forward to December and January. I have a feeling there's some pretty big fun stuff coming.
Can't say anything, but blink twice for awesome.
So until then, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going live with Nuno from Utrust. So you know that's going to be an interesting one as well. So I'll see you guys then. Charles, I love you, man. Thanks for. And we are live. What's up? Like there's nobody in chat yet. Obviously, you know, it takes a couple minutes, but like I'm I don't even know where to start. We'll wait for some people. Hopefully your team can get the YouTube link up so they can watch the little clip I'm going to show here in a minute. It'll be funny. So anyway, man, Mr. Big Balls on YouTube here. Mr. like, I'm huge on TikTok. I'm huge on YouTube. I'm just Mr. Bit Boy Big Balls Crypto over here. What's up, man?
Well, I'm also big in real life too. Not as big as you, but I'm also known for being big in real life. In fact, people have made walrus memes about me. So, you know, life on this side is much better life on the than life on the other side where I was before. You also hit 100,000 subscribers, right?
Yeah, it only took me 3 damn years. I feel like my viewers are very specific. I feel like I don't have any like young people that watch me. I have like 5 women that watch me, and everyone else is like professional, self-employed men, primarily from the United States. Like I don't reach across the pond much. Maybe like 20% of my analytics are from the UK. So, but yeah, I mean, cool. I got 100,000 subscribers. You got like 500,000. And like a freaking army of people around you that like, do they bring you tea and crumpets and stuff? Like, how far does this go, Bit Boy? Like, what does my potential future look like in 25 years?
Yeah, well, I did have, I've obviously have someone that fans me all the time, but the girl that feeds me grapes, we had to let go of her. We thought, I don't like grapes anymore, so got a little tired of it. So you know how it is. I mean, it's good. I have a good team. I have a good team. Let me rephrase that. I have a great, like absolutely phenomenal team that works here. We have a studio. We're actually doing another channel. Right now, the name of the channel is called Bit Squad. We kind of had that as like a backup to this channel because of some strikes and different stuff. Found out we're not actually supposed to do that. So it's got like 72,000. We're going to turn that into what we call Hit Network. So BitBoy Crypto is a show that's going to be under Hit Network. That's actually going to be the name of our company. Or most of the stuff we do. We're launching other shows. We've got a show called New Money Gang that's about making money online and things like that. And so all these people that behind this are just phenomenal. TJ, a lot of people know him from my live streams. He's actually my business partner now. And then we have, I think, 10 to 12 people that work here in person. And then we've got another, 5 to 7 people that work for us remotely. It's not even counting like my research team and stuff like that. So I got that side.
People that work there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No wonder you got to pump all these damn coins, man. You got a whole giant army to like pay for. Are these guys on like salary and everything? Or
yeah. I mean, you got to understand like this, what we do in crypto is only one part of our business. Like we've got real estate investments we're doing. We have, like I said, the Hit Network, the New Money Gang. I mean, we went, we've already got 10,000 subscribers on that channel. We just started like 3 weeks ago. We are planning to do. What we're doing is going to end up being bigger than Barstool Sports. That's what I'll say. We're going to launch a lot of shows. We're buying a content house. We're closing on that next month. We're going to have other creators come in from other places and stay and make content. What we're doing is so much bigger than what anybody else in crypto is doing right now that people are going to be shocked when everything's put together. Because it's not just crypto. That's the important thing to remember. It's not just crypto that we're doing. So I've got full-time editors. I have full-time graphic design people. I have full-time traders. I have obviously a business partner. I've got an assistant. We have a lot of people that work here, and they're all like extremely talented people. And so, we've got that side, but I also want to like shout out my community, like the Bit Squad. Like, my community is, also have a very, very, very loyal community. And I know that we have turned into having a very loyal community as well. We've seen it when we got strikes on YouTube. We were able to get those reversed. One time we got a strike reversed in an hour because of all the pressure on Twitter. And then also Graham Stephan, I'm going to be on his podcast. I'm going to Las Vegas next weekend, or actually this weekend coming up. And so we were actually able to do I had my community go on to Graham Stephan. He's got 3 million subscribers, and tell him to have, come on my show and have me on his show. And we did that for, 2 days, and, he reached out. So my community makes a lot of big waves. And so a lot of people see me because I'm obviously the face of the brand, or, the little cartoon superhero might be considered the face. But, there's a lot more that goes into it. And so people, see things like, sponsored deals that we may have that we disclose, and they're like, oh, that's a lot of money, which you got to realize, like, we have a lot of people that are feeding their families, based upon what we're doing here. So
I think
it's not just me.
Is some of the coolest stuff I've seen in a long time. I mean, no jokes aside, I'm still going to beat the shit out of you, but like outside of that,
I don't know. Just say, I don't know.
No,
I can take a punch.
Like I think where you started and where you are and where you're likely going, it's just like, I know that we, as YouTubers, we're an inspiration to a lot of people that watch us, but I think watching your transformation, you were like this little caterpillar, and now you're this big hairy butterfly that's just just getting bigger and bigger. And honest to God, like, all jokes aside, I absolutely do commend you on what you've accomplished, because nobody's done it. I mean, we see other YouTubers who they basically grew through multiple markets over time, kind of like what I'm doing. We're like, and not saying that this isn't to discredit you, but like, we're really grinding, right? We're grinding content. Yeah. And you have adopted multiple platforms and brought everybody together in this one hub. And you're almost like this black hole where you're just sucking people from all over the place. You're bringing them into one.
That's a terrible comparison. I'm not sucking people from all over the place. I'm a high dollar whore. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's terrible. It's a family friendly show. Oh, that's my show, not yours.
Your world. And then you're taking that power and you're like the Big Bang. You know what I mean? It's like you get what I'm saying. Like, just what you're doing is just really stinking cool. And so to get to the quote unquote topic at hand, I'm going to play this little clip because I was watching and what the hell is up with Johnny Kim? Like, I was the first comment on that podcast you were on with him and Ben Askren. And
oh, really?
And they deleted it. All I said was, first, grow your coins, and they deleted my comment. And I'm like, what the fuck?
They might have thought you were an impersonator.
I know that. I even changed the image on my thing. Like, that's not me in the comments. Be wary of my impersonators.
I know. We all have to do it. It sucks. Yeah.
It blows my mind that, we get channels, shut down left and right. And there's so much stuff going on, but we do not have the tools ourselves to like police our own channels properly. I want to be able to say, get rid of this user's comments entirely and just wipe them, but you have to sit there manually.
So stupid.
And it's crazy. So I'm going to play this clip.
I mean, YouTube is palpable for that. They should do something, and they're being negligent is what it boils down to.
I'm sure it's a struggle, but I'm sure there gotta be ways to deal with this more effectively. I mean, it's not that good. So anyway, but when I saw when I saw this podcast, and you tipped me off to it, you're like, hey man, just let you know I called you out in a fight on this podcast. And I'm like, no, you didn't. So, and I'm watching this thing and I'm like, okay, he's like kind of serious about this. And so I wanted to show the viewers just a little bit about now granted, I'm fat and I'm old and I'm out of shape. So like, if this were to go down, you've got a good shot. So, but I want to show this fun little clip. It's not too long, but just to let everybody know what BitBoy is bringing onto himself. All right, so here we go.
Popped up for me. I'm 30 seconds behind.
That guy's 6'6", just so you know.
Oh wow.
First grab. Wow.
Big fat ogre that I am. But that's just a fun little clip of history, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, now why on earth would BitBoy want to bring out the Tower of Power? I want my kids know that this here is the Tower of Power because it's really long, it's ginormous, and it's very powerful. Why do you want to provoke this monstrosity of a overweight old man? Are you trying to take advantage of me in my elderly state? Is that what's happening here, BitBoy? What are we doing?
I wouldn't mind taking advantage of you, Crow. But listen here, okay? Well, here's what I want to say. A lot of people, they see this and they think like, oh, okay, like, you know, BitBoy's going to go in there and he's going to get torn up. And, you know, Crow's 7 feet tall. I got a picture with him. I know how tall he is. I've been there. It's very uncomfortable to try to have a conversation with him in a crowded room. You feel like you need to stand on a stool. But what people don't know is I actually have a secret strategy to defeat you, which is what's going to happen is we're going to go to the center. We're going to tap up gloves. We're going to go. They're going to ding, ding, ding. As soon as it dings, I'm going to tell you a sad story. And then you're going to cry, fall to your knees, boom, foot to the face, over. That's it. I mean, one of these little kicks to the face and you're done. I just got to get you in position. So if I either tell you a sad story or I read you a script from a commercial at Thanksgiving, you'll just start crying. And then boom, there we go.
I have to admit, I think you might have me figured out a little bit, dude, because like, you know, just show me one of those like army men coming home commercials or something. And,
exactly.
Like,
you got it.
My shit, because I can't contain it. I mean, honest to God, the older I get, the worse it gets. I anything I see anymore just like gets me emotional. And my wife she's like very loving, you know her, like she's very funny and she's great, but she doesn't cry for anything except for like when we watched Born a Champion. She was a mess. Her makeup and everything was all, she looked like I was beating her. And I'm like, you look terrible, but I loved it because she just doesn't cry very often. So who knows, that strategy might work out. But I saw that and I'm like, oh, BitBoy, that is so funny. And I'm thinking to myself, if I could get through the blood pressure part of like all of the pre-fight examinations, we might have a shot. But yeah, I don't know, man. I thought that was really funny. They kind of caught me. They caught me off guard with the question. They were trying to take it in a direction that I knew where they were wanting you to go with it, and you had to come up with somebody. Yeah, I simply cannot go in that direction. Right. It's just the long and the short of it. So I said, you know what? Who's somebody that, you know, I could really go after, that, you know, we could have fun with it. And I thought, you know, who better than Crow? I mean, nobody better. You are an MMA fighter, former MMA fighter, you know, so, you know I don't mind stepping in the ring. To say that I was an MMA fighter, I prefer saying I have fought in MMA. Because, you know, to me, I trained for years. And I would never really call myself an MMA fighter because the real MMA fighters live and breathe it. And I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to like correct you or anything. It's like to know what that lifestyle is like. A, I don't have the discipline, you know. B, I don't have the drive, you know. But it's like, have I done it? Yeah, I fought in the cage and I did very well. I won in 35 seconds. I'm very proud of it. And I did it like as I was leaving the industry, you know. That was after promoting for like 6 years, starting off as a fighter. I wanted to be a fighter, but just financially and with everything that happened at the time, it just kind of changed things. And I ended up focusing on the business side and kind of doing what you do, man. It's like, I think we have the same bug. You start in this direction thinking I'm going to accomplish X, and instead you end up branching off into all letters of the alphabet because you just can't contain it. When there's an back then, there were no commissions, there were no promotions, really. There was nothing going on in MMA. That was back at a time when the government was still calling it cockfighting, you know? So it's so much has changed. So yeah, but I get it. And it would be fun. Like if there was some kind of charity event, and it was all kind of tongue-in-cheek fun, I mean, I would do it, but I definitely wouldn't. The tunnel vision you get, man, like when you really know, like this dude's like going to try and take your head off, it just puts you in a totally different mindset, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine like that's a lot to get up for when you know this guy's trying to rip you apart, or rip you apart. You said tunnel vision reminds me, a deer in the woods,
Kind of.
My grandpa always told me that a deer in the woods could run faster than you with one nub. You know why? Because it's trying to survive.
Exactly.
And, that's what it is when you're in there with somebody that's really trying to hurt you. I actually did, once again, I was not an MMA fighter by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely did some, MMA training at some point. And, the thing that I found was, I really wanted to do, I wanted to do MMA. I wanted to go and do fights at the little places. I really wanted to. What I found was, for me, someone that was doing pretty well at the time financially and had a lot of great stuff going for me, it's hard to find that that anger and inner desire to fight somebody. It's much easier when you're down on your luck. Kind of like Mike Tyson said, it's I would I'd rob a grandma if I had to eat. When you're in a bad spot in your life, you feel like you can fight, you can do more and things like that. But I found that I was out there competing with guys that were literally trying to survive by making money by fighting, and that's a whole different
thing. It's a whole different thing. And I know so many fighters, man. I mean, I took fighters from literally just walking into the gym for the first time to, managing their careers for years, and it's the transition. And Crow, your mic volume is low. I don't know how or why, honestly, because it's kind of cranked. Unless there's a setting somewhere that I'm not familiar with, or maybe I just need to get closer.
Maybe I'm too loud. I've been told that.
Everybody was like, I had you cranked and I'm low, but on my graph here it just says I'm doing pretty well. I'm in the yellow, so that's where I try to keep it. I don't my voice can come across and boom and blow people out, so I try to team it. So anyway, yeah, man, it's all fun, it's all good, and it it got us together again and doing some videos. It has been a while. And I mean, hell, the last time I saw you was when you were at Chainwise. And that's been a while. True. That was back when Bitcoin
it's been a year and a half.
Yeah, it has. It's been a long time. So what's funny is when I first started trying to do that Chainwise, it was trying to get everybody to buy into Bitcoin at $4,000. And nobody gave two shits.
I know, right?
Now that it's 50 grand, everybody and their mother's lining up asking, how do I buy Bitcoin? Yeah. And it's I've been trying to tell you for years, where the hell you been? It's funny how the market works, isn't it?
The psychology of it. The psychology of it is so weird, because I was talking about this on a video last night, or maybe it's one today, I can't remember, but it's where everybody says oh, if Ethereum goes below $100, I'm going all in. Well, you're saying that when the price is at $1,000, but once it actually gets down to that point, then the fear sets in. You say, oh God, no, who knows? It might go to zero. Mm-hmm. And so the people that say they'll do that, they don't do it. And, markets and charts and candles, it's 100% based on psychology. And, we see the same thing cycle and cycle and cycle again, is that the people that get wrecked are the people that come in and start buying the top and, the taking out loans to buy crypto and stuff like that. And the people that really make it are the ones that stick around through the cycle. They come for the gains, they listen, they understand the message, they see the potential, they make it through one entire cycle, and then that's when they get life-changing opportunities, because they held throughout the entire bear market. And not only that, they added more, and now they're the ones telling their friends, and their friends are telling them they're crazy, and the next cycle they become millionaires.
Yeah, I have to admit, I was kind of guilty of it myself, because there was a time, I mean, even though I've been bullish on Cardano for years, and I've been, literally one of the first people to come out and support and just fight the fight since 2017, there was a point where I could have bought 408,000 ADA for one Bitcoin, and I didn't do it. And I'm thinking, man, when you watch something fall from $1.33 all the way down to 2 cents, there is a psychology. There is a, wow, Bitcoin is such a sure thing in my mind. I know Bitcoin's going to go up from here. I know Cardano is going to go up from here. And that would have been an ideal move. I should have put 2 or 3 Bitcoin into it and been done with it. But no, I waited until, I accumulated since then. but nowhere near. By the time I started accumulating more, I think I was getting like, I don't know. I think maybe at one point I was like 200,000 ADA for a Bitcoin, or, you know, it was always significantly less than I could have gotten it. But, you know, I mean, I'm happy I still did. And I mean, even now, you know, I think where we're at in the market, I'm not concerned. I don't think that anybody getting into crypto right now is buying anywhere near the top. I think we have quite a ways to go. So,
agreed.
You know, I'm not concerned, but yeah, I suffered from the same psychology. Even though I knew better, it's still hard to fight that block.
Yeah, so for me, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm sure, as you know, outside of YouTube monetization money, which, you know, I know everybody sees my channel now and sees, you know, we do very well. But for 2 years, I was making about $100 a month on YouTube, you know, and you know how that monetization goes. It can be very low, especially in the bear market when people aren't watching. Almost all the money that I've made since I've been, you know, a crypto YouTuber, like it's all in crypto.
Right.
And so for, you know, what's interesting to me is that during the bear market, I was actually a lot more prone to just spend the crypto as it came in instead of saving it.
Right.
And now I'm feeling the effects of that. I'm like, man, like, you know, back in the day, I got $1,000 in, you know, whatever coin it was. And holy crap, that's worth like, you know, $30,000 or $40,000 right now. But instead, I took that $1,000 and I did something else with it, you know? And I think that that's kind of the same psychology that goes into that. But what we're trying to do is, and this is why we're making real estate investments. This is why we're, you know, building out other non-crypto type brands here at BitBoy Crypto or at Hit Network, is because the next cycle, I don't want to ever spend any crypto. I just want to stack. Because right now, and let me know if you agree with me, but for us, you know, we as you know, a corporate structure here at BitBoy Crypto, we believe, and I didn't believe this before. I didn't believe this maybe a year ago. I now am a strong believer that we are going to get another full Bitcoin cycle where the prices go up. And Bitcoin may challenge up to $1 million, you know, in 5 years from now or 4 years from now. Could maybe not that high. Maybe it only goes to 500, 600,000, whatever it might be. Only, you know. But so we're already making preparations and trying to create more cash flow models that's actually in dollars. So that way we can spend that on expenses coming in. And then we can just, any money that comes into the channel via crypto or whatever it may be, or any crypto that we're stacking, we don't touch it, because I'm feeling that compound effect of selling off coins when they were a 20th of what they're at now.
I think that what's happening right now in the market is unlike anything we've ever seen. And while we're still going to get some of these swings, I honestly don't think, and I could be very, very wrong about this, but I am not sold on the idea that Bitcoin's going to drop 85% from its peak this time. And you know, because there's just too much money going into it right now. And now, are all these institutions buying up Bitcoin as fast as they can and accumulating as much as possible, really doing that so they can just turn around and dump it in 6 months? Right. I'm not convinced that that's going to be the case, because what I believe is a lot of these institutions, they run on 5 year, you know, like 5 year plans, 10-year plans,
20 years,
you know,
50 years
with quarterly projections and so forth and so on. They're not going into Bitcoin because they're thinking, well, we're going to buy in and we're going to dump it in 6 months. They're going into it with the expectation that all the cycles previous to now have been accurate. And if the projection that Bitcoin's going to be $100 or $1 million by like 2025, they're buying for the $1 million Bitcoin. They're not buying for the $100,000, the $200,000 Bitcoin. And I think that when we do start to dip and everybody starts blowing their whistle saying market peak, I think it's going to be the retail investors that start to dump because of what happened in the previous cycle, and the institutions are going to be right there gobbling it up, and they're going to hold strong. And so, you know, I hear what you're saying. I don't sell my crypto. I accumulate. You know, I do crow my coins, as you know, so I don't get crypto in and then just sell it or buy. You know, I don't even trade much. If I trade anything, I'll trade a Bitcoin. You know, but I don't even do that much at all anymore.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is when I say another full Bitcoin cycle, I'm definitely counting on a bear market. I don't think I think it will happen for sure. And I'll address some of your points in a second. But what I mean is I used to think that maybe this would be the end of the normal bull cycle where prices go parabolic. Like, where is all the money coming from? But what we've seen is there's so much money, like $2 quadrillion sitting out there in derivatives, that now we see like, wow, the potential for Bitcoin. I mean, Michael Saylor came out today and said that he thinks the Bitcoin market cap is going to $100 trillion. In the next. I mean, he didn't give a specific time frame, but like 10 to 20 years is generally what he was implying, and that would be absolutely insane. That would be a $5 million Bitcoin. And Raoul Pal also has said he believes Bitcoin could get somewhere in the $5 million range. So that supports that. But what I'll say is, if you go back and there's something I do that's very interesting. I like to go into Google and search, like for instance, I did this around the halving. I search Bitcoin halving, but I set the parameters to be only articles from 2016. And you would be amazed. Like, you could compare an article from 2016 to an article from 2020, and they read the exact same way.
I did
like,
that. I showed that on my channel. Yeah, it's all the same stuff, just different date.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same stuff, different date. And, people in 2016 thought that, the last Bitcoin cycle went parabolic. This one, it's going to be baked in. We thought that same thing in 2020, and both times they were proven wrong. 2017, look, CME's coming in, institution, adoption. There's no way it's going down. Like, even though it's right at the end of the cycle, time for it to pop. Definitely this time it's going to be different. And then what we see, it was the exact same thing. And so for me, the test I put Bitcoin against is show me something different. When it shows me something different, I will believe something different. And until I see that, I just ain't going to buy it. And I think that to touch on those points, I do, however, agree with you that I think that MicroStrategy and Tesla and PayPal and all these people buying so much Bitcoin, I do think that that is going to reduce the volatility to the downside for both Bitcoin, and unless Ethereum just never gets back on track during this cycle. I think also for Ethereum, institutions are buying that as well. Never seen as high institutional demand for Ethereum. I think we'll see closer to a 60 to 65% drop than an 87% drop, but we are still going to see that drop, because here's what I think people are underestimating. People see that these people are buying Bitcoin for the long term, right? We know that. They got iron hands. The kids call it diamond hands now, right? They got the diamond hands. They're not going to sell. But that's what they're doing on the surface. But somewhere beneath that, there's a layer that is they've got enough money to be able to make moves in the shadows to force prices back down so they can accumulate more. And when you look at a difference between, let's say Bitcoin goes up to $322,000. That's my personal prediction. Let's say it goes there this year. And then let's say it only gets a 65% drop instead of an 85% drop. Like, okay, we go from 322,000 suddenly to like back to 105,000. If you're going to say like, hey, I can get 3 times as much Bitcoin, and down the road it's going to be worth $1 million to $5 million dollars per Bitcoin, that's an astronomical amount of money. What we could be looking at here, this is good content. I need to make a video about this. This is good content here. What we could be seeing is that really the companies that buy Bitcoin becoming the next Google, Apple, Tesla. And we're seeing that with MicroStrategy, and we're also seeing it with Tesla. They've already made $1 billion. Is that the haves in the future may not be the tech companies. It may be the companies right now that are deciding to put money into Bitcoin because it could go that high. So I would just say don't like when it does start to go down, even though these these companies' personal holdings they won't be getting rid of, don't underestimate the fact of them to do stuff in the shadow to push it down to buy more to accumulate.
Yeah, man, I definitely think that things are changing. And I think that, ultimately we are going to end up in a day where we're trading literally Satoshis. Satoshis becomes the household name, not Bitcoin. And it's going to be the big companies, the big institutions, the Wall Street, everybody else, they're going to be holding the Bitcoin, and the retail market are going to be trading Satoshis, and Satoshis are going to have a much more significant value. That day's coming. It's just a matter of when.
How far have we come since we first started talking? Like just with Bitcoin. I mean, think about like when we first met each other back in, I guess it would have been probably early 2018. Like, I guess it was probably September of 2018 when we met. Like, just think about the conversations around that conference in Chicago we were at. It was like, is the ETF going to be approved? What's going on with this? And just
still don't have an ETF.
Don't have an ETF, right? I know it's funny, right? But like, if you just think about just in the last few years, like, and people like you, people like me, tons of other people out there that are making content that we know, we've been telling people that's going to happen for years. Right. Nobody listened to us. Right. You know, we had these private conversations one-on-one at a table sitting outside of a hotel bar, right? Talking about all this stuff. The first time we ever met. And it was like, it's so crazy to see everything we said about all these people coming into crypto. Like it happened and it's here. And it's just very surreal to think about, you know, how much things have changed in the last few years. And then to think like where it's going next is going to be even crazier.
Well, one thing you can think about is as institutions are buying up the supply and the retail market continues to expand and grow, you've got more people trying to buy less available supply on the market. And that's not going to change. It's going to continue to dwindle, and the retail is going to move the market, but it's going to be the investor or the big whales that are holding it, adding, collecting. They're not dumping into each other's hands. Those are the ones that are going to benefit the most. So I'm always about crowing my coins. If you look at the statistics from back in 2017, it was less than a fraction, less than 1% of the general population was invested into Bitcoin. And I'd like to see some of those similar metrics today, where we're at and how we've grown in terms of the retail, the size of the retail market against what's available in the supply for trade on exchanges, and how that continues to change. I'd like to see those charts. I need to look those up. Listen, BitBoy, I know you're busy. I'm not going to hold you. We've been on here for 31 and a half minutes.
Well, I want you to hold me.
I know you do. I know you do. I know how badly you want me to wrestle around with you on the ground. And someday maybe that'll happen.
Might happen.
Your
we'll
dreams
see.
come true. But you know, dude, I've always loved you, man. I've always respected what you've done, and you've always had the best sense of humor. You've always had amazing content, even though there was a time when people just didn't know. People didn't know the BitBoy. Now people are feeling the thunder. And so I commend you on everything you've done. I truly do appreciate you and all the work you're putting into it. You're doing amazing things. And for those of you guys out there, I mean, I don't even have to tell you to subscribe to BitBoy Crypto, because chances are you already have. So I don't need to play those odds. But thanks for joining me, man. And for you guys out there, crow your coins. And I will see you again very soon. All right, so now we're going to get into exchanges, because you're going to be using them quite a bit, more than likely, and they vary quite drastically in terms of how they function, regulation, location, liquidity, all sorts of things. So we're going to kind of go through a rundown as to what an exchange is, how they operate, and some of the nuances about what to look for when looking for an exchange to use. And so here we go. So we're going to start off initially with this website. This is coinpaprika.com, and this is their exchange tab. And on this tab, you're going to see a lot of information associated with each exchange, and these are ranked by volume. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. Here we go. All right. So and volume, basically the dollar amount of value traded over a 24-hour period. So for example, number one exchange in the world right now is Binance, with $13.5 billion a day in trade volume over 1,312 markets. A market is basically like a trading pair, like a Bitcoin to USD, something like that. That's a trading pair. I mean, a market is basically, Bitcoin or Ethereum or Cardano, so forth and so on. And that's a big part of why they have so much volume, because they are known to list just about everything at some point. So, not really everything. There's 1,300 out of 21,000 different tokens. But if it has any volume or interest whatsoever, I mean, Binance has always been one of the first places you could go to find the ability to trade it. Now, there are a few key things. When I'm looking down this list, we'll see Kraken, okay, and you see this check mark. This check mark means it's an exchange that is regulated or licensed by the respective institution in their localization. Well, Kraken's US based. Coinbase is US based. there are a lot of these check marks. Not all of these are US based. However, Binance, while extremely popular and the most popular exchange, you can't use it if you're in the United States, primarily because of all the stuff that they list that the U.S. doesn't want U.S. investors to get involved with. Okay. And so in order to offset that and to be able to maintain U.S. based traders, they launched Binance US, Binance.us. The volume is significantly less at $290 million a day in trade volume. Still high, but there's only 130 markets. Okay. So there's a lot less opportunity for trading on Binance.us than there is on just trading the regular Binance. But a while back, when Binance announced Binance.us, they also said, hey, you got so long to get your assets off of our exchange because we're going to start locking up U.S. Residents from being able to use the platform. But if you're U.S. based and you want a U.S. based, U.S. regulated exchange, you've got Kraken, you've got Coinbase. Kraken's actually grown quite a bit because their volume is gotten much higher than Coinbase. So highest volume on a 24-hour period, 944 million. Yeah, actually the volume is higher on that. I guess it's the ERV volume that's higher. So Kraken has more markets, so they have more various tokens available than Coinbase. However, Coinbase has become one of the more user-friendly, and Coinbase was one of the first U.S.-based fiat on-ramps in the cryptocurrency space in general. So, if somebody was talking about cryptocurrency on Thanksgiving Day to the family and grandma decides she wants to go get some Bitcoin, she's likely going to go to Coinbase, set up an account, add her credit card, and away she goes purchasing her Coinbase. Coinbase used to have an affiliate program where if you set up as an affiliate, somebody clicks your link. Not only does the person that clicked your link, but you as the link provider got $10 worth of free Bitcoin. That was recently canceled. I think, I don't know, maybe almost a year ago, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 9 months ago. So anyway, the nature of a centralized exchange is that they basically all operate off of a central ledger system. And so every buy and sell transaction happens on a ledger system that is ultimately then, like at the end of business day or at the every so many hours or every so many days or weeks even, that ledger system is summed up and, withdrawals and distributions are happening. And what they ultimately do is a centralized exchange generally only has maybe 10% of actual cryptocurrency on the exchange at any given time, and they keep the rest in reserve cold storage. So everything is happening on a centralized ledger system, and it's definitely not happening on chain or in any real-time on-chain activity, okay? Which is also a part of the reason why some of these exchanges used to get hacked a lot more often than they appear to be getting hacked today. But even, if somebody manages to hack a Bitcoin wallet on a major platform and it's only 10% of the reserves, it's still a pretty substantial amount. So it's one of the reasons why they started doing this ledger trading system, these internal ledgers, with the majority of their assets locked away in cold storage, so that they're not accessible by hackers and things. Some other issues associated with exchanges is when you go down the list, you'll see there are lots of exchanges all over the world, and every exchange has different markets, different coins that they list. Like you're looking at YoBit right here, 3,160. And you're thinking, well, how over 3,000 different cryptocurrencies that they're trading, and yet their volume is only like 58 million. Yeah, it's not significantly higher than most because a lot of these are crap tokens nobody cares about. And exchanges like YoBit are very much used for like pump and dump schemes. And pump and dumps are basically, there are Telegram groups and all sorts of communities all over where, every day they might go and they say, okay, well, this particular cryptocurrency that's trading at like 0.5 cents or 10% of a penny or whatever, they're going to pump it up to 15 cents. And then they've got this inner circle and they all accumulate And then they all start buying it. And then they get these other communities to start buying it. And then when it gets to a certain point, then the original people in the circle start dumping their tokens at significant profits, while everyone else is basically left holding a useless token with the liquidity gone because it's been dumped down. A lot of exchanges are prone to that. YoBit's definitely one that I've always stayed away from because they're and the other thing too is you have these confidence metrics on the right. Now, CoinMarketCap is a very good resource for crypto data as well, but CoinPaprika is the only one that I see with this. Confidence scores our new formula, which is evaluating exchanges on three principal matters: confidence, liquidity, web traffic, and regulations. So you can see Kraken, being a U.S. regulated exchange, has a bit of a red bar. It's basically saying they're regulated, and there are watchdogs keeping tabs as to what's going on Kraken. Same with Coinbase. This exchange as well. I've never heard of it. There's so many more exchanges now that I only use a certain number of exchanges because I don't really like to deal in a lot of the really crappy tokens. So I don't really care on speculating with those. Great for bot trading in a lot of instances. If you're automated bot trading, algorithmic trading, which I do as well. But typically I still do that with tokens that I actually like in case I get caught with a bag. So anyway, these centralized exchanges are, to some degree, they're safer depending on what the history of these exchanges are. I typically like Coinbase. I like Kraken. I also like exchanges like, KuCoin can be fun because they'll list tokens like right away. But if the coin doesn't do a lot of traffic or volume in trades, then they'll typically get rid of them. And then outside of this, these centralized exchanges, a lot of them may have affiliate programs that will, cut you in on trade volume and that sort of thing. It's especially big with like a leverage trading exchange, which I'll go over those next. But there are big differences in these centralized exchanges compared to a decentralized exchange. And we'll go over decentralized exchanges in the next video. But primarily as a new user of crypto, I would consider something like Coinbase or Kraken or even Gemini as being your best bets for ease of use, security. I'm not sure to this date Coinbase has ever been hacked, and again, it's U.S. based, it's U.S. regulated, so there are a lot of things that they have to do to maintain security, maintain compliance, and things like that a lot of these other exchanges do not have to do. And so I prefer, I prefer exchanges that are regulated personally. I'm not one of those rebels that thinks I need to do everything on a deck so that I'm harder to track or whatever. I'm not one of those guys. So to each their own. But that's ultimately, this is a good resource for finding an exchange. And the thing is whatever exchange you use, you want to make sure that you have high volume, because you need that liquidity to get in and out of positions. As I've mentioned in other lectures, you want to make sure that you're able to get in and out of positions without slippage in either direction. And chances are, starting off, especially at a newbie's position in trading or crypto investing, you're probably not worried about, offloading $20 million worth of cryptocurrency. So you're probably not going to be as worried about slippage if you're talking about a few grand worth of whatever token. So that's the gist of centralized exchanges. Let me know if you have any questions on things that maybe I'm not touching on or explaining thoroughly, and I will do an addendum to this. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the first lesson of this entire master course is fundamental in a lot of ways, and what we're going to start with is an understanding as to what Bitcoin actually is. What does it do? Why the big hoopla? Why is everybody going goo-goo over Bitcoin? What can it do for you? What can it not do for you? And ultimately, what does the technology mean? So the first thing I'm going to explain, and I have videos and graphics and all kinds of things throughout the course. It's not just going to be me talking into the mic, just so you know. But ultimately, when you go to the bank, okay, the bank basically maintains a ledger system of your money. Your inflow, your outflow, deposits, what you spend, whether it's through your checking or your debit card, and they basically manage a centralized ledger system. and it keeps the checks and balances of your account. Now, what is prone to these banks are bank errors. Somebody fat thumbed a zero or took too much money out, or, you were charged too many fees for this reason or that reason. And all sorts of things happen in centralized banking systems and the banking systems alone have created such a hysteria associated with banks loaning more money than they actually have. And, if too many people were to try and withdraw from a bank all at one time, it would create a lot of problems, right? Because they don't actually have those funds. And with recent laws passed, basically citing banks can loan, they don't have to have any reserves. Ultimately, if I put $100 in the bank, they can loan that out and not have to maintain any of it for repayment or anything. The other side to that is banks oftentimes will loan money to other banks. So now the same $100 deposit that I'm putting into this bank can then be loaned out, and then it can be loaned out by the next bank and the next bank. And before long, it's been loaned out 300-400 times, however many times. And you have a lot of banks loaning out money that doesn't even exist, which creates such a significant problem. Now, back in 2008 and 2009, a technology was formed. Now, the origin of this technology is still unknown to this day. I have theories on who invented the technology, whether it was a group of very intelligent technology junkies or it was one lowly person somewhere in some other part of the world. Nobody knows for sure. I believe ultimately it was created by a team of technologists who were ushering in a new trackable technology, which is ultimately called Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer system that eliminates the middleman. It eliminates the banking systems altogether. You're ultimately able to send money or value from point A to point B almost instantly with minimal fees anywhere in the world. It's from wallet to wallet. That's it. It's immutable, which means once it's minted to the blockchain, it can't be changed or altered in any way. On top of that, due to its decentralized nature, you have nodes operating and maintaining this blockchain scattered all over the world, and over 51% of them have to agree on a particular transaction for it to be minted into the block. Okay, now we're going to start getting into some images here. This is it's like an original picture of the Bitcoin blockchain, dated and named Satoshi Nakamoto of October 31st, 2008. Now, the original Bitcoin white paper can be found all over the place. This is on bitcoin.com. And ultimately, you can learn all there is to know about this technology, how transactions work, what's the nature of it. But ultimately, it's an immutable, trustless system whereby people can send value from point A to point B instantly with minimal fees. That's ultimately what it boils down to. And the network is maintained by a network of computers or nodes, if you will. These computers are what we call mining. So these transactions that are being processed on the blockchain are ultimately being confirmed by these miners. And anytime one of these mining nodes or mining computers mints a block of their own, they are rewarded in Bitcoin. Okay, so what happens is all these computers, now you might hear about mining farms, basically mining in big buildings full of ASICs miners. It's because the technology has to get faster and faster to continue mining competitively on a blockchain that ultimately gets more difficult about every 6 months based off of how many miners there are, the hash rate. This is all stuff that we'll get into a little bit here. The hash rate, which is how much mining power or processing power is mining up these transactions, and several different variables. And these mining farms are basically hundreds of different mining computers working in the same pool, so that if one computer gets a block or mints a block on the chain, all of those mining operators are sharing in that reward, because ultimately you're increasing the likelihood of minting a block by pooling a bunch of computers together, mining together, sharing the rewards of all of their work, rather than just have one computer on the system mining, hoping someday it manages to mint a block amongst the thousands and thousands of ASICs miners that are out there mining. So let's go through this. This is a graphic explaining how blockchain technology works in a nutshell. So step one here is a transaction is requested, whether it's sending value or receiving value for the most part. The transaction is broadcasted to a peer-to-peer network that consists of computers, otherwise known as nodes. The network of nodes uses known algorithms, which in the Bitcoin case is the SHA-256 algorithm, to validate the transaction and user status. These algorithms are ultimately cryptographic solutions, ciphers that are used to encrypt data that gets basically pushed out to all of these nodes. A verified transaction can involve cryptocurrency, contracts, records, or other information. Contracts is not a thing with Bitcoin yet. For the most part, it's basically just a peer-to-peer value transaction network. Smart contracts didn't get introduced until Ethereum, which we're going to talk about in the next video. Number 5, the transaction is combined with other transactions, once verified, to create a new block of data for the ledger. At number 6, the new block is added to the existing blockchain, which is permanent and unalterable. Number 7, the transaction is finished. So ultimately what you have is a network of computers working together to confirm these transactions and make sure that nothing's being fiddled with, nothing's being altered mid-process, so forth and so on. And ultimately eliminating the middleman altogether. You don't need banks with a decentralized blockchain ledger system. And there are different variables to how a ledger system may be made up, which is what opens up the door for new technology. In other words, if you look at the SHA-256 algorithm or Bitcoin blockchain, the way it operates and the way the blockchain in the ledger system is structured, it may be very different to Ethereum, which originated on like the ERC20 algorithm, or you have HBAR, which is a completely different system altogether. But ultimately, the same bodes true for all of them. They're more or less peer-to-peer networks of computers working together to solve these problems, and the people that are putting up the money to have this hash power to confirm these transactions on the blockchain, constantly mining, if you will, they're rewarded in Bitcoin. Now, the mining infrastructure that has been coded into the Bitcoin algorithm is one that automatically cuts mining yield in half every 4 years. And we're going to go into that in the market cycle lecture of this course. But these halving cycles play a significant role in the current trend of bear and bull market as it relates to cryptocurrencies. Outside of all of the macroeconomics and the global news and so forth and so on, there is a hard-coded halving in the blockchain. So every 4 years, without fail, Bitcoin mining is immediately cut in half, which means if there's 1,000 miners out there in the world and they are mining up this Bitcoin and we reach a point of halving, well, if those miners were mining up, 20 Bitcoin a day, well, now those same 1,000 miners are only mining 10 Bitcoin a day, which ultimately lowers the supply as education and demand increases, ultimately creating these bull market cycles. Okay, so that's ultimately Bitcoin in a nutshell. Currently, it's trading at 16,700 thereabouts. We're in a bear market. We just reached new lows today, as a matter of fact, which I took as a signal. And we're going to get into a lot of the stuff and how and how this stuff works. But ultimately, yeah, you can see it right here. Bitcoin's currently trading at 16,791. It's going up and down a little bit on a regular basis. And if I go down here, you can see the peaks of the various bull market peaks. The most recent one I called on Twitter as I called the peak to the day. And I said there were in that same afternoon, I said we're going to have a 2-peak cycle. And there are reasons for that I'll get into later. I was one of the few people out there that actually called this 2-peak cycle. So pat on my back. As I always say, I'm always right sometimes. So hopefully this at least gives you a fundamental understanding as to what blockchain technology is, how it works, what it means, and ultimately how we have then grown from the original Bitcoin technology, the algorithm, the mining cycles, all that stuff, and how it's grown into new technology, which leads us into Ethereum, which is the next lecture. I'll see you there. And here we are talking about third generation technology, which ultimately is a way that developers have created methods for speeding up blockchains, increased functionality on smart contracts, throughput, everything. Okay. So when we talk about third generation blockchain technology, we went from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Cardano. In my opinion, there are other blockchain projects out there. There are hundreds of them. I was an early proponent of Cardano back in December 2017, which is where I did my first video about Cardano after reading their white paper. Basically understanding the technology behind the white paper and getting a really solid grasp as to the goals and the mission of this blockchain and what it stood for, what it was trying to accomplish, which is ultimately global use case across all industries, not just I guess you could say a niche blockchain use case. Some blockchains favor themselves as the blockchain for gaming, some other blockchain for finance, so all sorts of different things. Cardano, on the other hand, has been created to take all of the issues associated with Ethereum, patch those holes, and create a better blockchain. That was ultimately what had happened. And it's still ultimately in development. Some of the final milestones associated with it have not been launched. Now, in the grand scheme of things, IOHK, the founders and the builders of Cardano are three different companies. The primary development arm is Input Output Hong Kong, or IOHK, which is founded by Charles Hoskinson, who was originally on the Ethereum development team and broke away from Vitalik and Gavin Wood. Gavin Wood broke off and created, I think it was Polygon, which is much more of a niche blockchain, in my opinion. And then Charles created Cardano. Now, in addition to that, they created the Daedalus wallet. And we're going to have videos on the Daedalus wallet, how to use it, sync it, all of that stuff in the future. A lot of the finer details in this course are going to come after these introduction videos to blockchain, just so that you understand. But Daedalus wallet is actually like a full node wallet, meaning it's slow. It takes a long time to sync up because every time you use it, you're downloading and syncing up what's on your computer with the latest of the blockchain. So you're downloading and operating and maintaining ultimately the entire Cardano blockchain when you're using Daedalus. Now, there are browser-based light wallets such as NAMI and others, which I'll show in the future. And there's a new one that's coming called Lace. This is being put out by IOHK, which I'm very excited about personally. Can't wait to start using. You've got Atala Prism, which is a self-sovereign identity platform and service suite offering verifiable data and digital identity solutions, which we all know the right things are going in our world. We're going to be using this all over the place. Then you have Project Catalyst, which is ultimately Cardano's venture capital arm. And not only is it the venture capital arm, but it is I guess you could call it a decentralized venture capital arm, in that when projects are looking to get capital for startup, rather than go to the public and say, hey, send us money, and having an ICO, you're able to submit a proposal to Project Catalyst, and Cardano holders are able to vote on which projects they think should get funded and why. And that is a significant thing that Cardano does. I'm not sure any other project or blockchain out there does. So this is something unique, and it's very successful. It's funded, I think, every quarter. And it's ultimately put out there so that developers can create new use cases on the Cardano blockchain and actually get a seed round boost in funding to do it. I'm personally building a social media platform on Cardano, and we're going to be submitting a Project Catalyst submission here pretty soon, I think before January. Marlowe, which is an open source domain specific language and product suite designed to streamline the creation of financial smart contracts. And then you have Plutus, which is a smart contract development language based on Haskell. So, where Ethereum was created using Solidity, its own proprietary kind of new programming language, which is brilliant. A lot of Cardano is being developed in Haskell, but also being developed in a way that a myriad of programming languages can be used to create smart contracts and applications on the Cardano blockchain. So that's a pretty big deal. This is the Project Catalyst website, and then there are active campaigns that are going and so forth. It's actually pretty cool stuff. And this is one thing that you don't see on the Ethereum blockchain. This is actually Cardano a staking rewards calculator. See, with Ethereum, one of the differences in Ethereum to Cardano is, with Ethereum, you used to be able to it used to be proof of work, where you buy all this equipment and start mining up Ethereum, and it would heat up the entire house. It'd get really hot. It would cost a lot in power to maintain 6 GPUs humming and purring away for hours on end. I've literally used an Ethereum hardware miner as a fireplace at one point. It will quite literally heat up an entire floor of your house. But when it switched to staking or proof of stake, well, now you have to lock up your Ethereum for a year or more just to get a passive yield on that. With Cardano, you don't have to do that. With Cardano, you are staking, whether you know, using like the Daedalus wallet, you're staking to node operators, such as the Crow node, which is my own personal node I've been operating for years now. And people can delegate their ADA for a passive yield. And on top of that, it's not locked. When you've delegated your Cardano, it's based off of epochs. So you might delegate your Cardano or your ADA tokens today. You'll start seeing rewards in about 2 weeks. And then if you decide to spend some of it, well, then your rewards would be a little bit less 2 weeks later, because the algorithm will see, oh, you have less Cardano, you're not staking as much. Okay, that's fine. No penalty there, but you're just not going to get as many rewards the next time around. That's how that works. And there are calculators out there where you can say, if I put in this many ADA and I delegate it to this, approximately how much will I generate in a passive yield every epoch over time? And ultimately, it's roughly around 4.5%. So if I put in 1,000 ADA and I delegate that to a node, I stake that to a node, I'll get about roughly 4.5% yield on that a year, but it's broken down into epochs. So about every week and a half or so, I'll see more Cardano in my wallet than I did before. And there's so much to get into about Cardano, and I don't want this whole course to sound like it's a Cardano course, so I have to be careful. It's currently trading at 34 cents from a high of $3.14 in the last bull peak. And that's just fine by me. A lot of people, heck, I've been in it since 2017. When I originally got in, it was 33 cents, went all the way up in the first peak of the cycle and peaked out at $1.33 and dropped all the way down to like 2 cents, which is where I ultimately started gobbling up even more. And I started really hitting it into high gear, trying to educate everybody as best I could on, listen, this is Cardano. This is what I believe it's going to do. I could be wrong, but I'm going in big. I really love this project. I like Charles Hoskinson. I like what they're building. Everything, the tokenomics of it, all of it. I'm like, I think this is going to go somewhere. And I've been holding strong all these years, doing regular content about Cardano. Now you see half of YouTube talking Cardano all the time because the Cardano community is extremely strong. And the technology is such that it's ultimately creating methods for people in all industries to be able to benefit from this very decentralized blockchain, one of the most, if not the most decentralized blockchain next to Bitcoin. And ultimately, and see, the thing of it is, one of the key points in decentralization is there's no one point of failure. So if something were to happen, let's say we've got this network and, we have nodes all over the world. We'll use Cardano as an example. Let's say there are 3,000 node operators scattered all over the world, and something happens in one part of the world where a bunch of these nodes go offline. Well, guess what? The remaining nodes will take over and maintain that blockchain. So you don't have to worry about, basically for these decentralized blockchains to go down, there would have to be like a global power outage, a global EMP blast, or something like that. It would have to be taken out on a global scale, not a local scale, which is one of the reasons why it's much safer than, like if you saw the movie Fight Club, where they're watching the credit towers or whatever going down, and they're basically trying to reset the whole financial system, right? Well, something like that is a much more probable in a centralized financial system where everything's being stored on centralized databases and controlled by centralized entities. That is the very nature of blockchain technology and why it's so important, because ultimately, you can't shut it down in one easy charge. You've got to really take over the entire network in one way, shape, or form. And the only real weakness to a lot of these blockchain technologies right now is quantum computing, because through quantum computing, they're able to crack these ciphers and these encryption methods, these algorithms, fairly easily if the technology isn't quantum proof. I don't know of any that's 100% quantum proof yet. And so a lot of them are working on it, and they have methods that they're looking to present to their blockchains as updates to make them more quantum proof. But that's about the only limiting factor right now. And as quantum computing continues to take shape and speed up and be a little more capable with all the little quirks and how that stuff works, well, we could be looking at, I honestly, I think in the grand scale of things, quantum computing is going to be a thing. But I think a lot of the biggest, most prominent blockchains will be quantum proof before quantum computing is a real significant threat. And I feel like we probably got 5 to 10 years before it's even going to start rearing its head into a position of threatening status. So we'll just have to see what happens. Outside of that, Cardano, its throughput is going to be through the roof at some point. I mean, we're waiting for Hydra, which is a big update, and Hydra is ultimately going to enable, I think it's something like 1 million transactions per second. I think I broke it down to 86 billion transactions an hour or a day. Ultimately, if there are 3,000 nodes, each node in the Cardano system can handle 1,000 transactions per second. So if you multiply 1,000 transactions per second by 1,000 nodes, how many seconds there are in a minute, in an hour, in a day, there you get the throughput potential for when Hydra launches on the Cardano blockchain. And there isn't a blockchain in existence, to my knowledge, that can come anywhere close to that kind of blockchain throughput. So that's what I'm currently waiting on to happen. And that's Cardano. And now you should have at least a fundamental understanding as to first gen, second gen, and third generation without it being too convoluted or too confusing. And I'll leave it at that for now, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get down to it. We're going to start setting up our first wallet. We're going to set up our first hot wallet, because it's likely going to be what you're going to be trying to use initially anyway. So we're going to set up MetaMask, and we're going to set this up in Firefox, because I'm going to guess if you're not already in crypto, you're probably using Firefox above most other browsers. And I personally prefer Brave, but we're going to do it all in Firefox because I'm going to assume that's what you're using. So let's just get right to it. So the first thing we're going to start off with, obviously, is Google, because that's where you're going to find it most likely. And I'm just going to type in MetaMask, and hit return. Now from here, you're going to see a lot of links. Okay. Now the very first thing you're going to see is the MetaMask link. And this is verified by my technical, like Kaspersky antiviral, and I have others in place, but this is letting me know that this is a verified link. You probably don't have that. Now, if you were to see ads up here, you would not use them. Okay, when you're trying to do anything in crypto, you never, ever, ever click crypto ads, because typically they are malware. It's bad stuff. And there's a whole way that these fraudulent companies, these bad actors in the space, ultimately get around some of the, basically they go through ad firms to buy these ads, and they pretend to be very legitimate. The ad firms typically don't care. They're just taking a cut. They set up these accounts in their name, and it skirts by a lot of stuff. Now, you don't see any ads right now, which is probably because I'm pretty sure YouTube, Google, a lot of these companies, they basically nixed all crypto related advertising for that reason. So here we're just going to click MetaMask, and then it's going to bring up the MetaMask website. All right. So we can, and right off the bat, it recognizes my browser, download for Firefox. So, start exploring blockchain applications in seconds, trusted by over 30 million users worldwide. which is one of the reasons we're setting it up, because it was one of the very first wallets I set up. So I'm going to set it up for you here. So we're going to click that, and then at add-on, we're going to add to Firefox or whatever your browser is. Access your data for all websites. And this is basically asking us, hey, these are the permissions MetaMask needs. Now, access your data for all websites. This is one of those things that I don't particularly prefer. And in Brave browser, you can limit some of this stuff a lot easier. You can go into the MetaMask settings and change some of this stuff after the fact, but I never use Firefox. This is all just for demonstration purposes anyway. So I'm going to say, yeah, go ahead and check whatever you want. Allow this extension to run in. So I got a little pop-up here. You can't see it. For whatever reason, but it's saying, hey, do you want to allow this extension to run in private mode? Sure. Okay. Get recently closed tabs. All right now. All right. So now you'll see this little icon up at the top right of the browser. Okay. If I click that, it's going to take me to MetaMask, connecting you to the Ethereum and decentralized web. We're happy to see you. So I'm going to click get started. Help us to improve MetaMask. I say no thanks, because I don't want anything tracking anymore than it has to function. I'm not trying to send data or anything. I tried to do this transaction or that transaction, and it went a little weird. I'm just going to say no thanks on that. So here, if you're new to MetaMask, it says, hey, no, I already have a secret recovery phrase. So if you're setting up an old wallet, but on a new computer or in a new browser, you can import your wallet here by using your secret recovery phrase. We don't have that. We haven't set up the wallet yet. So we're going to say, yes, let's get set up. And we're going to click create a wallet. A new password. So I'm going to create a really simple password just for demonstration purposes. However, I would encourage you to create a password. This is telling you 8 characters minimum. I'm telling you do at least 12 to 15 if at all possible. You want as many characters in your password as possible. And you're not going to save these in your browser. You're going to write them down in a ledger book of some kind that you are going to keep safe forever. And then you're going to make a backup of that you're probably going to lock away. So on that note, I'm going to create a password. All right. So I've created the password. Now I'm going to confirm it. I have read and agreed to the terms of use. I'm going to create this wallet. No, I don't want to save it. Secure your wallet. Before getting started, watch this short video to learn about your secret recovery phrase and how to keep your wallet safe. You should watch that. Okay. I'm going to click next, but you should definitely want to watch that. Now it's going to present your secret recovery phrase. This is the end all be all to your wallet and all assets on this wallet, period. You're going to need this for everything when you want to, let's say you create this wallet and you get rid of the computer, you wipe it clean. You want to make sure you have this password recovery phrase to import it into another computer in the future. If you do not have it and you do not keep this safe, any crypto, Ethereum, anything that you put on this wallet, should you lose that computer or something should happen, you will lose that crypto forever. There's nobody for you to call. There's nobody to say, hey, I just made a boo-boo. I didn't back up my recovery phrase and my computer blew up and I can't access my funds. There's nobody to call to help you. Okay. That's kind of part of blockchain. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to reveal this, and doesn't matter because this is demo. This is going in the trash when I'm done, but I'm going to write these down. Okay. So I've written these down. So now it's asking me to confirm it. So if you didn't write it down, well, you're already messed up because now you have to put it into the system so that they know that you wrote it down. You kind of like that. I like the double redundancy there to make sure you're not horsing around. So I'm going to put mine in here, and there's my first word. Now it knows what your words are because it just created them, but now it wants you to put them back in order. Okay. Nobody else sees this. Nobody else has this. This is just for you. So, but now I'm going to make sure I wrote them down because I wrote them down in order, and I'm going to input them in the order that I wrote them down. And confirm. Congratulations. I now have a new wallet. And there we go. This is my activated, fully ready to work